Chapter 355. Is she trying to draw a line with us? Wan Yinyang was somewhat angry, but there was more worry as she said to Shin Dongling, Dongling, could this fifth young lady be walking together with foreign and want to deal with us together with foreign? How is it possible? Shin Dongling shook her head. Because of eldest sister's matter, they would not be together. But why is fifth young lady always turning a blind eye to our good intentions? Wan Yinyang paced back and forth. Could it be that she looks down on our background? Speaking till here, her voice dimmed. After all, she is a young lady, Yinyang. Shin Dongling put down the book and said with some headache, what are you thinking about? Fifth younger sister is not willing to associate with us, and it is definitely not because of our own reasons. I see that fifth younger sister is not warm to the entire Shin residence, and one fear that she does not want to have any connection with the second household, thus she turned a blind eye to us. Since that is the case, there is no use in fawning, and it is better to do less of such things in the future. But Wan Yinyang still wanted to say something. There is no but. Shin Dongling interrupted her words. As long as we abide by the rules and do not make any mistakes, naturally there will not be any trouble. At the other end, Jingzhe, who had returned to the room, was asking Shin Miao softly, young lady, will second foreign really drug second master? Of course. Shin Miao looked at her nails and said lightly, Ren Wanyun values children the most, and now that one son and one daughter have been lost, there is only Shin Yuanbo left. Unfortunately, Shin Gue is not a kind-hearted person, so only by drugging Shin Gue would one be able to preserve Shin Yuanbo's position. But what if second foreign tells second master about this matter? Guyu had been worried about this matter. No, if Shin Gue knew that he was drugged with an infertility drug, he would definitely hate Ren Wanyun to the bones. Even if Shin Yuanbo is his only child, he would also vent his anger on Shin Yuanbo. Even if Ren Wanyun wanted Shin Yuanbo to live well, she would hide this matter to death. Perhaps Shin Gue will never discover the fact that he is unable to give birth to a son. Even if the doctor had seen it, he would never think that it was Ren Wanyun who drugged him. Then? Jingzhe clenched her teeth and seemed to be hesitating before finally saying, even if second foreign secretly drugged second master and second master really could not give birth to a son, isn't there still a seventh young master? The seventh young master is still young, but when he grows up and understands, he will probably seek revenge on Miss for the sake of the second young master and eldest young mistress. To raise an enemy since young, and young lady had made such an oath. Shin Miao said in front of Ren Wanyun that she must not have any ideas on Shin Yuanbo, otherwise the heavens would strike her with thunder. Such a heavy poison oath, even Jingzhe was somewhat shocked to hear it now. Since the oath was made, I did not have any intention to hit Shin Yuanbo, Shin Miao said. Even so, seventh young master will definitely treat young lady as an enemy. Guyu reminded, there is an enemy that is always lurking in the dark. Let's wait until he grows up. Shin Miao smiled. Unfortunately, Shin Yuanbo did not have the chance to grow up. Just 1 year later, there was a plague in the Ding capital and Shin Yuanbo died because of smallpox. At that time Shin Miao had already married to Fu Xiuyi, and at that time the entire Ding capital was in a state of panic. Luckily Shin Xian and the rest were fighting in the northwest region and escaped the calamity. It was still all right for the noble families in the city, but many of the poor commoners died. Shin Yuanbo was not able to escape the calamity. Shin Miao had always believed that heaven's justice was clear and karma was not good. It was just that one had to see if the retribution was enough. The sins that Shin Gue and wife did in the past lifetime was retribution on Shin Yuanbo. But the second household still had Shin Yuan and Shin Qin. And in this lifetime without Shin Yuan and Shin Qin, following the path of the previous lifetime, Shin Yuanbo would eventually lose his life. Chapter 356. Rather than being ruthless now, it was better to let them live with hope. Shin Gue thought that he still had a son, and Ren Wanyun also thought that Shin Yuanbo would replace Shin Yuan, but there would be a day when Shin Yuanbo was unable to escape the heavenly Tao's misfortune. At that time, the seeds of despair hidden in the second household would break through the soil and drown the entire second household. The second household was destined to have no descendants, but now they were filled with hope, not knowing that the footsteps of misfortune were slowly approaching them, waiting for the scythe to fall and completely reap the lives of the entire household. The chess path was already prepared and the chess pieces were moving forward step by step. Was this not good? Young lady Mo Qin came over previously. Bai Lu walked in and said with some difficulty, he said that the banknotes that were previously given were all spent. Still need to go to Bao Xianglu? Bai Lu was somewhat embarrassed and also somewhat did not understand. How would there be a master who would give money to the subordinate to find a young lady? Moreover, it was not an ordinary squandering. How was this letting the subordinate do the work? It was clearly giving money for the subordinate to enjoy. What was even more hateful was that Mo Qing got such a good job, and every time he would put on a look of pain that made one's teeth hurt. Go and take another 500 taels of silver for him, Shen Miao said. Bai Lu revealed a pained expression and heard Shen Miao instructing, also let Mo Qing say that sentence to Lu Ying. The few maids in the room were surprised for a moment and looked curiously at Shen Miao. After all, none of them knew what that sentence that Shen Miao said was. Just as Bai Lu was about to go out, she suddenly remembered something. Young lady, previously Rong Jing Tang's Zhang Mama, came over and seemed to want to inquire about the matter of master and foreign separating from the family. Ever since that day when she heard the truth from Jing Guansheng's mouth, Luo Shuiyan and old Shen Foreign had a big fight, and she told the matter to Shen Xen. Naturally, Shen Xen was unable to restrain his anger and immediately went to Rong Jing Tang to reason with old Foreign. Luo Shuiyan wholeheartedly wanted to separate from the family, and after the matter, Shen Xen was disheartened with the Shen family and naturally agreed. Even if they did not want the assets that old General Shen had left behind, they still wanted to firmly separate from the family. Old Shen Foreign knew that she still needed to borrow Shen Xian's money and prestige, so in a moment of desperation she pretended to faint from a stroke, which made one feel angry and funny at the same time. Now that Zhang Mama came to inquire about the news, naturally she wanted to probe the first household's intentions and thought that Shen Xian and Luo Shuiyan only said so in a moment of anger. If she comes to ask again, tell her that we have made up our mind to separate from the family, and ask her to take good care of old madam. If old madam does not recover after a long time, it would be good to ask the elders of the family to come. The elders in the tribe had always looked down on old Shen Foreign's background, and when old General Shen was alive, he favored Shen Xen, so naturally the elders would be biased towards Shen Xen. When the people from the clan came to separate from the family, they would definitely not let old Shen Foreign get any benefits. This servant understands. Bai Lu smiled as she left the room. Shen Miao sat down in front of the table. This lifetime's journey had just begun and one had to plan so much. However, it was not an easy matter to protect the Shen family at the same time as taking revenge. It had to be done step by step. These disturbances in the Ding capital were just a joke after one's meal. After talking about it, one would laugh it off and no one would remember it. Even if it was a topic of conversation after a few days, it would be covered by fresh matters. When people die, the lights go out. The world was just that cold. Bao Xianglu was still as lively as usual. Recently there was a new batch of Persian dancers who were beautiful and bold. All the aristocratic young masters in the capital flocked to them like ducks. Bao Xianglu's business was flourishing, but now it was almost overcrowded. Men were greedy for novelty and liked the new and hated the old. The new dancers were very popular for a while the former top courtesans seemed to be deserted and depressed. However, among these greedy men, there was one who was different. When he walked to the door, the young lady at the door waved her handkerchief and giggled, "Master Mo, today there is no need to order young lady Lu Ying, right?" Chapter 357. Mo Qing placed the money in the young lady's hand and said, "Old rules." That young lady was half jealous and half envious as she said, "This lord is indeed a sentimental person. Lu Ying is really a blessing that was cultivated in the previous lifetime." Finishing, she twisted her waist and went upstairs to call someone. When everyone was rushing over to the new young lady, Mo Qing was unshakable as he pointed at Lu Ying's name. Those who did not know would think that he had fallen in love with Lu Ying, but only he and Lu Ying knew whether he had fallen in love or not. Opposite Bao Xianglu at the window seat of Kuaihuo Lu, three people were drinking with each other. Jiu Shu pointed to Mo Qing's figure from afar as he entered Bao Xianglu. "Look, look." He went over again. "What is there to look at?" Gao Yang rolled his eyes at Jiu Shu. "Go once every 3 days, one night at a time, and leave at dawn the next day without staying for a moment longer. This is something that you've memorized by heart. Is there a need to be surprised?" Jiu Shu was not to be outdone as he stared back at Gao Yang. "Are you stupid? We both know about this, but Xie Sanxiong has just come back. How would he know? I'm not trying to make it clear to him." Opposite of the two of them, Xie Jingxing was leaning on the sofa lazily looking at Bao Xianglu. Today, for the first time, he did not wear purple clothes but wore a black narrow-waist long robe, making him look much colder. However, upon closer inspection, there seemed to be a travel-worn expression on his face. It was obvious that he had just returned from his journey. "Xie-san, how did it go? How are those people?" Gao Yang asked. "They're all death warriors. If we can't get anything out of them, we'll kill them all." Xie Jingxing was a little distracted. "Time is tight, we have to move quickly." What is the use of moving fast? Jiu Shu complained. The thing was not found. Shen Yuan had previously made a move and was close to Fu Xiuyi, so he might have some chips in his hands. But now that he is dead, Gao Yang muttered to himself, Fu Xiuyi should think of ways to find something from Shen Yuan's body. I want to make another trip to the Shen residence. Xie Jingxing frowned. It is impossible not to find it. Hey, forget it, let's not talk about this for now. Jiu Shu interrupted their conversation. Speaking of which, we have been waiting here for so long and see this surnamed Mo running to Baoxiang Lu every 3 to 5 days. What is the meaning of this? Could it be that Miss Shen treated her servants so generously? Even the money for the servant to look for the young lady was taken out as well. For such a cushy job to be so generous, you are even more generous than me, the shopkeeper of Fengxian pawn shop. Have you ever seen a girl run away at dawn every day? Gao Yang looked at Jiu Shu. Why do I remember that when you look for young lady Xiao Yao, you would always stay in others' boudoir and not leave, wishing that you could stick to her side every day. The spring night is bitter and short, so how would one be so unromantic? At least you would draw her brows and talk to her. Leaving within 2 hours every time, it is like completing a task. Have your eyes grown to the sky? Xie Jingxing glanced at the two of them. Can't you see that there's someone on the other side? His eyes swept downwards and the other two were surprised for a moment. Following Xie Jingxing's gaze, they saw a green-clad male standing at the corner of the street opposite Baoxiang Lu, looking at Lu Ying's little building in a daze. Looks rather ordinary. Jiu Shu said, seeing him dressed so shabbily, one look and one can tell that he wants to go in to look for a young lady. Does he have money to satisfy his craving? What is the difference? This person. Gao Yang looked from afar. The figure is somewhat familiar, as if one had seen it somewhere. Pei Lang. Xie Jingxing said. Who is Pei Lang? Jiu Shu asked. Wang Wentang's teacher. I remember. Gao Yang also said, previously seen him at the palace banquet. But what is he doing here? Chapter 358. Teacher? Jiu Shu swallowed his saliva. Teacher also came to visit the brothel? This Guang Wentang was said to be the academy that all the noble families in the Ding capital had to enter, so how could a teacher be so morally corrupt? You visit the brothel all day, why is it not morally corrupt? Gao Yang asked Jiu Shu. Jiu Shu retorted, I do not teach students. Shut up. Xie Jingxing said, such a big person is here and both of you did not discover it. I also do not know him. Jiu Shu felt wronged. There are so many people coming and going outside Baoxiang Lu and I only pay attention to the abnormal. This gentleman did not look any different, so how would I know that he is a teacher? Gao Yang looked at Xie Jingxing. You feel that there is a problem with Pei Lang? But he is just a poor scholar. Shen Miao never do unnecessary things, there must be a reason for her subordinate to look for Lu Ying. Previously I did not understand, but after seeing him, I understand. Xie Jingxing's eyes landed on Pei Lang in the distance. You are saying? Gao Yang was deep in thought. This Shen Miao took such a big detour and it was actually directed at Pei Lang? Xie Jingxing's lips hooked up into a smile and there seemed to be a deep meaning in his eyes. One do not know why but feel that Shen Miao especially values this Pei Lang. From the things that were investigated, Pei Lang is just a poor scholar, so there must be a problem. This is not simple. Jiu Shu exclaimed, I know the reason behind it. Gao Yang and Xie Jingxing turned their heads to stare at him. Jiu Shu coughed and said with a beaming smile, too simple. I looked at the figure and saw that this person should be a jade tree with extraordinary looks, and in addition he is a teacher, so he would definitely show that he is knowledgeable. Shen young lady is after all in her budding years, and when such a young lady met a talented and good-looking teacher, it would be the first awakening of love and her heart would be in love. Who would have thought that the teacher is a hypocrite who visits the brothel? In a fit of anger, Shen young lady simply led her subordinate to buy that courtesan's brand. Wait. Gao Yang asked, why Shen Miao likes Pei Lang but buy Lu Ying's brand? Jiu Shu thought hard for a while before replying, most likely it is because Pei Lang could not afford to buy Lu Ying's brand. So Shen young lady let the servants buy Lu Ying's brand. Pei Lang could not even be compared to a servant, so he must be angry in his heart. Shen young lady wants to anger Pei Lang to death. The more Jiu Shu spoke, the more excited he became, until his saliva flew and he almost climbed onto the table. You all look. Pei Lang had seriously injured young Miss Shen. You're just a young lady, yet you're willing to throw away 1,000 pieces of gold for your beauty. Gao Yang held his forehead with a headache. Jiu Shu, did you listen to some inexplicable drama in the brothel again? You guys have fun, I'll leave first. Xie Jingxing stood up expressionlessly and glanced at Jiu Shu. If you are bored and the tower prison lacks people, then pack up and go over with Tai Yi. Jiu Shu immediately became like a frosted eggplant and did not make a sound. On the other side in the Firefly hut, Emo Qing was still sitting at the table drinking tea as usual. Lu Ying had now completely given up on Emo Qing. Previously she still wanted to conquer this man, but now she did not even have any thoughts of conquering and had completely lost her temper. Thus she did not even comb her makeup and walked over to pick up the silver ingot that Emo Qing placed on the table and put it into the box. She then sat opposite Emo Qing and poured a cup of tea to take a sip before saying in a lukewarm manner, "Many thanks to Gentleman Emo for supporting Lu Ying as usual, so that Lu Ying would not be unable to eat in such a bad time." When the other young ladies were snatched away by the new Persian dancers, only Emo Qing continued to support her. The young ladies in the building were extremely envious and jealous of Lu Ying, but did not know that in Lu Ying's eyes, Emo Qing was just an eccentric person. Chapter 359. Most likely Emo Qing liked to take the money and stare blankly in the brothel. Lu Ying also did not intend to chat with Emo Qing. This Emo Qing had come over so many times but he never spoke a word to her. If it was not that he would speak to the young lady downstairs, Lu Ying would think that Emo Qing was a mute. But today, Emo Qing had spoken to her for the first time. Emo Qing said, "It is not me." She was too surprised that Lu Ying could only stare at him. "Ah? The one who gave you the money is not me," Emo Qing said. Lu Ying was puzzled. "What money? My master wants me to come here every 3 days to look for you and give you the money and do nothing." This was most likely the longest sentence that Emo Qing had said since he came to Bao Xianglu, but when the words were spoken, Lu Ying's eyes suddenly became vigilant. She stood up. "Who is your master?" Emo Qing shook his head. "Cannot say." Lu Ying glared at him. "Master said that after a few more days she will come and see you." Emo Qing said, "Do not receive other guests for the time being." Lu Ying smiled. "Eldest brother, I do not know who your master is and do not know what he wants to do, but I am a young lady of Bao Xianglu, and now that the economy is so bad, I am not the top card that was just made famous. If I do not receive other guests, what would I eat or drink? You will support me." Emo Qing did not say anything. Seeing that Emo Qing did not say anything, Lu Ying became even angrier and a nameless fire rose in her heart. At this time, no matter if it was sincere or not, other males would still say a few comforting words, "I will support you." Even if it was to deceive others, no one would take anyone's words seriously in the brothel. This Emo Qing was good, he was simply a blockhead and loved to be serious, not even willing to say a few good words to deceive others. Once he got angry he wanted to coax others, but just as he opened his mouth, Lu Ying became silent again. Emo Qing was indeed not a person in the brothel, and he himself said that he was only acting on his master's orders. Thinking of this, she felt that it was meaningless to ask him about these things. Emo Qing saw Lu Ying's expression changing and was somewhat baffled. He hesitated for a moment before saying the words that Xin Miao did not instruct him to say. He said, "My master is a good person, you, don't be afraid." Lu Ying was surprised for a moment and looked at Emo Qing, but Emo Qing lowered his head to drink his tea. Inexplicably, Lu Ying's mood became better and she said, "Why should I believe you?" Emo Qing, that night there were no stars and no moon. Xin Miao stayed in Luo Shuiyan's room and chatted with Luo Shuiyan before preparing to return to her courtyard. On the way, Jingzhe told Xin Miao about the news that she had inquired during the day. "Young lady, one heard that the Jing family will set off for Suzhou this afternoon, and before leaving, they took away all the valuable furnishings in Rong Jing Tang's side courtyard. This is really like a robber's action." Old Furen was so angry that she almost had a stroke again. This "stroke again" was said with a hint of mockery. Everyone knew that when old Shin Furen was flustered and exasperated, she would involuntarily have a stroke. But now it could be considered that she had met her match. The shameless one had met an even more shameless one. Speaking of which, one really admired the Jing family's face. To be able to take away Rong Jing Tang's things with such ease, it was really strange to the extreme. One did not think that the Jing family would speak in such a dignified manner and solemnly vow to seek an explanation for Biao young lady, but now they returned to Suzhou with their tails between their legs, so Biao young lady did not care. Knowing that Biao young lady would not have a good ending in the Sun family, but did not think of any way at all. Originally they said it so ruthlessly, but it was only to ask for more money. Jingzhe said, "Commoners do not fight with officials." Xin Miao's lips slightly hooked up. One think that the Jing family also know that they have caused a big disaster. Not a good person. Jingzhe's lips twitched. Shen Miao declined to comment. The Jing family rushed back to Suzhou through the night, but how could they rush back in time? Sun Tianzheng was not a soft persimmon. Initially when Xin Qiu had an accident, Jing Chu escaped but the rest of the Jing family did not escape. Sun Tianzheng was never a soft-hearted person, so no one knew what happened on the way back to Suzhou. Just as they walked to the courtyard, Shen Miao was about to push the door open to enter when she suddenly paused and swept a glance at the window. Jingzhe. Shen Miao said, "Go and boil the water first. I want to bathe. Make it hotter." Jingzhe was startled for a moment before nodding her head in agreement. Shen Miao pushed the door open and walked in. She walked past the outer hall, past the folding screen and walked into her own boudoir before closing the door. The light of the oil lamp swayed slightly, and one could see a person sitting crookedly in front of the table. His robe seemed to be flowing dark gold, making the darkness in the room shine brightly. He propped his head up with one hand and the other hand was flipping through the books on Shen Miao's table in boredom. When he heard movement, he casually turned his head and revealed a handsome face with red lips and white teeth. "Why did you return so late?" Xie Jingxing was somewhat dissatisfied. "I did not seem to have invited you." Shen Miao looked at him calmly. "Little Marquis Xie. I waited for you for a long time." Xie Jingxing raised his eyebrows. "I am already hungry." Shen Miao said, "Get lost." Chapter 360. Get lost. Hearing that, Xie Jingxing's lips hooked up and turned his head to look at Shen Miao with interest. "Long time no see. Your temper is getting more and more irritable." Shen Miao sat down in front of the table and said coldly, "You still like to come uninvited as usual." If Xie Jingxing was seen in her room, one did not know how much trouble it would cause. But this person always liked to do such things as if there was danger in his bones. Shen Miao had already decided to stay away from Xie Jingxing as the other person had too many secrets and now Xie Jingxing came over himself. How could she not be angry? "Passing by this place and conveniently came over to see you." Xie Jingxing shrugged his shoulders and changed to a more comfortable position. Today he was wearing plain clothes with a white collar. It was the season of snow but because of his outstanding brows, the room was filled with the feeling of spring. He stroked his chin and said, "There is one more thing to ask you." "Speak." Shen Miao was not willing to say a word more to him. When Xie Jingxing saw Shen Miao's attitude, he was not annoyed and said, "Is there anyone in the residence that Shen Yuan trusts?" Hearing that, Shen Miao looked at Xie Jingxing with some surprise. She did not think that the person that Xie Jingxing wanted to ask was Shen Yuan. Even though she was not clear of Xie Jingxing's purpose, she still said, "No." Shen Yuan's return to the capital was short and he is not close to the people in the residence. "Why did you ask him?" "Just came over from his courtyard." Xie Jingxing said lazily, "Did not find anything so came over to ask." Shen Miao's eyes drooped as she pondered. Could it be that Xie Jingxing wanted to find something at Shen Yuan's place but could not find it, so he thought that Shen Yuan had passed the thing to someone he trusted, thus he inquired from her. "What exactly are you looking for?" Shen Miao asked. "Is it the same as the thing in Prince Yu Residence's secret chamber?" When the words were said, the room suddenly became quiet for a moment. For a moment, Shen Miao could feel the biting cold air that burst out from Xie Jingxing's side. But that dangerous atmosphere only lasted for a moment and very quickly Xie Jingxing laughed. When he laughed, he was as elegant as jade but that pair of peach blossom eyes could not conceal the sharpness. Xie Jingxing did not answer Shen Miao's words but asked, "These days you are also living well. One heard that the second household of the Shen family is about to be defeated. Little Marquis knows the matters of the Shen residence like the back of his hand. If one did not know, one would think that you are from the Shen residence." Shen Miao ridiculed. Xie Jingxing spread out his hands. "No choice, the Shen residence's guards are like decorations and the things that happen were interesting so it would be hard to not know." He sized up Shen Miao. "It is just that I have underestimated your ruthlessness. You can give it a try too." Xie Jingxing looked at her with a smile. "I don't have that much time." "It sounds like you are very busy." Shen Miao stared at him. "But you have so much free time to visit other people's mansions." When she said this she showed a little anger. Xie Jingxing could always easily draw out the little emotions in her heart. If Jing Zhiguyu and the rest were to see this, they would definitely be shocked by Shen Miao's current expression. Because it had been a long time since Shen Miao had revealed such frank emotions. Whether it was anger or annoyance, these were all things that the previous Shen Miao would have. Xie Jingxing said, "Young lady's temper is always so heavy." Shen Miao said in a bad mood, "The questions have already been asked and you are still not leaving?" Xie Jingxing stood up and patted his clothes. He really opened the back window and planned to leave from the window when he suddenly thought of something and turned back to look at her strangely before asking, "Almost forgot to ask you. Shen Miao, do you admire Pei Lang?" Shen Miao. Before she could speak, she saw Xie Jingxing looking at her from head to toe with disdain in his eyes. It should also be useless. His figure disappeared in a blink of an eye. Chapter 361. This bastard. Shen Miao almost ground her teeth. But one saw Jing Zhe knocking on the door from the outside. "Young lady, the water has started to boil. This servant will help you put in the spices." Upon entering, she asked curiously, "Why is young lady standing in front of the window? Be careful not to catch a cold." Shen Miao withdrew her gaze. "Nothing, I just chased away a wild cat." "A wild cat?" Jing Zhe smiled. "It is common for wild cats to appear in this season, but they only disturb one's dreams. One will chase them out tomorrow to save trouble. It is better to add arsenic." Shen Miao said, "Clean death." Jing Zhe was somewhat puzzled. At the other end of the Shen residence, Wan Yinyang's eyes were filled with worry and seemed to be somewhat resentful as she said to Shen Dongling, "One do not know what fifth young lady said to Furen that day, but these days the servants in Kai Yun Yuan said that Furen's illness is getting better day by day. Now that he recognized him, he didn't throw a tantrum. Now that he was able to do things, he even asked the servant beside him to cook porridge for his master. It seemed like he wanted to regain his master's favor. If that day really comes, I'm afraid that it will be another day of suffering for us." Wan Yinyang was somewhat complaining. "It seems that fifth young lady really want to help Furen and even treat Furen's illness." Shen Dongling was combing her long hair in front of the table. When she let her long hair down, it just so happened that she was facing the light, and the pale color on her face eased up a bit. Her face became even sharper and her eyes were big. She was a vivid little beauty. She said, "Yinyang is worrying too much. No matter how great fifth sister's ability is, it is impossible for her to bring the dying back to life. It seems that Madam has always been pretending to be crazy." Fifth younger sister said something to her and made her think it through and stop pretending. "What?" Wan Yinyang was shocked. "Ling, you said that Furen had been acting crazy all along. Then for so long Master has been taking care of us. Isn't it all seen by Madam? Once Madam has the chance, she will definitely not let us off. What's there to worry about, Aunt?" Shen Dongling casually combed her hair with a silver comb as she said, "Because of De Jiejie and second brother's matter, Father already looks down on Furen. Even if Madam really woke up, Father would at most be tolerant towards her on the surface, but in his heart, he would definitely be disgusted. It is impossible for Furen to regain her previous position and Furen herself knows this. Yinyang can relax." Wan Yinyang was puzzled. Since Furen knew that Master would not forgive her, why did she not continue to pretend to be crazy? What did fifth miss say to her that made her change her mind? Madam has nothing but seventh younger brother now. Fifth younger sister is probably making a fuss about seventh younger brother's matter. Yinyang must also work hard to give father a son. No matter if it's a bastard son or a legitimate son, as long as you give birth to a son, you will be able to stand firm here in the future. No one will dare to step on your head. Wan Yinyang smiled bitterly. How would she not want to give birth to a son? In the early years she was completely suppressed by Ren Wanyun, and if she did not give birth to Shen Dongling who was a daughter, both mother and daughter would not be able to live until now. Now Ren Wanyun was crazy, but Xingui had always been fickle in relationships and she was not a young female, so how could she keep Xingui's heart? How could they coincidentally give birth to a son? As her thoughts ran wild, Wan Yinyang diverted the topic. What is the use of saying all these? Linger might as well guess what fifth young lady is trying to do. Helping Furen is the same as going against us. That might not be so. Shen Dongling shook her head. Fifth younger sister is not a simple person, and currently our position in the second household is not high. Even so, it is already very good. In short, do not get involved in these matters and live your own life, otherwise one would accidentally invite trouble upon oneself. Chapter 362. Wan Yinyang listened with fear and trepidation and asked tentatively, "So, do not look, do not ask and do not speak." Shen Dongling looked at herself in the mirror. "Let nature take its course. There will be a day when we can live a good life." In the Shen residence, not only the people of Kai Yun Yuan were discussing about the matter, in Chiu Shui Yuan, Ren Wanyun's name was also mentioned. Qin Ro Chiu was wearing a plain white robe as she sat on the bed and said, "Second Saw's health is getting better. Master, what did second older brother's side say?" Shen Wan rubbed his forehead. Because of Shen Yuan's matter, the colleagues in court were quite critical of the Shen family. Even he was implicated and these days were not easy. He shook his head. Second older brother did not mention about this matter. Even if second saw is really well, the second household would only be left with seventh older brother. Qin Roqiu said, second older brother's temperament is? In the future when each household brings concubines back, one fear. Speaking till here there was a feeling of the fox grieving for the rabbit's death. The difference between her and Ren Wanyun was that Qin Roqiu was able to firmly grasp Xin Yuan's heart, but the third household did not have any sons, and now that Xin Yuan was dead, in old Xin Furen's eyes, one feared that she was anxious to let her two sons bear branches and disperse leaves. Xin Gui's side was unfilial and was not a devoted person, but on Xin Yuan's side if he was pressed. Qin Roqiu could not help but panic. How long could a man's favor last? But her stomach did not live up to expectations. Xin Yuan noticed that Qin Roqiu's expression was ugly and asked puzzledly, "What is wrong with you? Is your body not feeling well?" Qin Roqiu forced a smile and shook her head, "Just thought of eldest brother and eldest Saw's matter." After a pause, Qin Roqiu then said, "Eldest brother and eldest Saw have already decided to separate and even threatened to invite the elders of the family. One fear that they are not afraid of carrying the charge of being unfilial. This matter was not handled properly by mother." Xin Yuan said, "Being held by others, and if eldest brother was angered, he would mention the matter of mother framing Chioer and the entire capital would poke our backbones." Qin Roqiu nodded her head, "Correct. Most likely it is because of this point that eldest brother and eldest Saw are so sure." Qin Roqiu said, "It has been peaceful for so many years. Why is there a need to separate at this juncture?" She could not help but think of Xin Miao. Ever since Xin Miao's temperament changed, many things in the Xin residence had quietly changed. In the past Xin Xian and wife treated the rest of the Xin family well, but that was because Xin Miao treated them well. Now that Xin Miao showed her dissatisfaction, Xin Xian and wife's attitude immediately changed. Xin Yuan sighed as Qin Roqiu asked, "Master, is there any leeway to turn this matter around?" Xin Yuan shook his head. "If it were us, we wouldn't be able to accept it either. Big brother and his family were people who couldn't tolerate a grain of sand in their eyes, and the one they valued the most was Xiaowu. The Jing family and mother conspired against Chioer and Xiaowu, which was a taboo of eldest brother. They were already being merciful by only separating from the family. If it was eldest brother's temper in the past, I'm afraid he would have flipped this Xin residence upside down." "But," Qin Ruoqiu said, "it's not a good thing for us to separate now." Xin Yuan looked out of the window. "Now that the second household has suffered heavy losses, second older brothers and my career are blocked. In the past we could still rely on eldest brother's influence, but once the family is separated, everyone would know that the Xin family is not in harmony, and to curry favor with eldest brother, they would not associate with us. The Xin family's road would only be more difficult. Not only that, the money in the public purse." Qin Roqiu reminded. In the past Xin Xian's rewards were numerous, but he was unable to spend it all year round in the northwest region, so he handed it all over to the public purse. Old Xin Furen spent money extravagantly and Ren Wanyun occasionally had to subsidize it, so he lived like this. Now that the family was separated, even if Xin Xian did not want the assets that the old general left behind, their days would only get more difficult. Chapter 363. If it is only like this, then it is fine. Xin Yuan's eyes flashed a trace of gloominess. After the separation of the family, with eldest brother's military strength and reputation, he would only get better, and at the end he would suppress us. Comparing the two powers, one would have to reach this step. Qin Roqiu's heart was shocked when she heard it. She had been married to the Xin residence for so many years and naturally knew of the Xin residence's appearance. Xin Xian and wife were not in the residence all year round, so they did not know, but she and Ren Wanyun were well aware of it. In this Xin residence, Xin Xian and Xin Gui brothers did not crawl out from the same mother's womb, so naturally it was not sincere. The better Xin Xian lived, the worse the other two households would be. There would be a day when everyone would be in opposition, but one did not think that this situation would come so quickly. "Master, even if it is for Yuer, one cannot let us be suppressed." Qin Roqiu massaged his shoulders. "But how to deal with them? Now that eldest brother is wary of us, it would not be that easy to take action." Xin Yuan shook his head. "Moreover, his soldiers are not ordinary, so it would be harder to find loopholes. One must wait for an opportunity." Xin Yuan said, "The most urgent matter is to find a good family for Yuer. Pay attention these days." Qin Roqiu probed, "Master, His Highness Prince Ding? First, one must not have any ideas on Prince Ding." Xin Yuan said sharply, "Just after the matter of Yuan Er, The people in court are afraid of getting involved with the Shin family and one need to pay more attention to the princes. If one were to think of Prince Ding at this time, Prince Ding would not be happy. Qin Roqiu nodded her head. This concubine understands. Master should also rest early. On the morning of the second day, Shin Miao had just eaten when she saw Shuangjiang panting as she ran in. Upon entering the room she said, "Young lady, something happened. Speak slowly if there is something to say. Why are you so anxious?" Guyu reprimanded. Shuangjiang stuck out her tongue but still could not hold it back and spilled everything out. A few days ago did the Jing family not set off back to Suzhou? Today the officials from that side said that the Jing family met with bandits on the way back and were all killed by the bandits. Knowing that the Jing family and Old Foreign have some relations, the officials then came to inform. Shuangjiang patted her chest and said with lingering fear, "Now this bandit is getting more and more rampant. They dare to kill people in broad daylight and did not leave a single person alive. If one knew it was like this, the Jing family would regret coming to the Ding capital." Shin Miao's eyes drooped down. Whether the Jing family was silenced by bandits or not, it would depend on one's thoughts. But Shin Miao knew that Sun Tianzheng's methods had always been swift and decisive, just like in the court. This matter started because of Jing Chu and Sun Kainan lost his life. How could Sun Tianzheng be willing? Shin Miao believed that if it was possible, Sun Tianzheng could not wait to silence the entire Shin family. But the Shin family wasn't the Jing family. The Jing family would still have the same ending as in the previous lifetime, losing their lives because of Jing Chu's greed. Now that Jing Chu was still in Sun Tianzheng's hands, Sun Tianzheng would not let Jing Chu die easily. To live in despair like this was perhaps more painful than death. But this had nothing to do with her anymore. Shin Miao said to Guyu, "What about the prepared things?" Guyu said, "It is in the chest but..." Guyu was somewhat hesitant. "Young lady, you really want? Go and get it?" Shin Miao interrupted her words. After an hour, 4 people walked out of the western courtyard side door of the Shin residence. Among the 3 of them, the leader was a young gentleman with delicate features. He was wearing a moon-white robe and a hat, and could be considered as an elegant gentleman. It was just that he was a little short but he was somewhat adorable like a carved jade. His pair of bright eyes were rarely clear. With this kind of looks, he would be sought after even in a small brothel. Chapter 364. Following closely behind him were 2 people dressed as attendants. But when he walked he was a little clumsy and awkward. Behind the follower was a guard. Compared to the 3 of them he was much taller. "Do not be afraid," Shin Miao said, "be more courageous and do not give yourself away." These 3 people were not others but Shin Miao, Jingzhi, Guyu and Emo Qing. Jingzhi and Guyu were not used to wearing male's clothing so they had a sullen face and were somewhat afraid, but Shin Miao was very calm, which made Emo Qing's heart have some misgivings. However, she did not know that when she was a hostage in the Qin state, she was teased by the royal family. They made her dress up as a man for several months. Now that he was acting he looked very lively. When the 3 of them boarded the carriage, Emo Qing personally drove the carriage and Guyu asked Shin Miao, "Young lady, are we really going to Bao Xiang Lu?" "Of course. But," Guyu said, "we have words that cannot be said outside. If someone sees young lady visiting a brothel..." She could not continue because Guyu did not know what would happen when a female visited a brothel. Bao Xiang Lu is a business place and a business place only needs to pay money. Those who visit the brothel do not care about etiquette and morals, and it is originally a place to indulge in debauchery. No one would notice if they were to put on a show. Jingzhi and Guyu looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. Shin Miao's ideas were very big and once she decided on something, even 9 bulls would not be able to pull her back. Moreover, there would always be all kinds of high-sounding reasons. Now that he had come this far, he could only wait and see. In the elegant room of Kuai Hua Lu, someone lifted the curtain and walked in. Jiu Shu said, "Third older brother Xia, you came just in time. There is something to tell you, Prince Ding." Gao Yang suddenly exclaimed. His hand that was holding the wine cup paused as he muttered to himself, "Why is it different this time?" "What's different?" Xie Jingxing said as he sat down by the window. He poured himself a cup of tea and followed Gao Yang's gaze. Below Bao Xiang Lu, a horse carriage stopped and a few people came down. The person in the lead was Emo Qing. Behind Emo Qing there were 3 youths that followed. In the past, the one with the surname Emo always came and went alone. Why are there so many people here today? Is this also Shin Miao's order? Gao Yang propped his chin up and sized him up. "Let me see." Jiu Shu stretched his neck to take a look and a flash of inspiration appeared. Could it be that Xin young lady is actually using money to reward servants who do well? If the servants did a good job, they would be rewarded with a day trip to Baoxianglu. I also want to be a servant in Xin young lady's residence. Step aside. Gao Yang pushed Jiu Shu's head away and said, "Why do I feel that these few people look somewhat familiar?" Before he finished his words, he saw Xie Jingxing spurt out a mouthful of tea. Third brother. Jiu Shu, who was sprayed all over, jumped up in a flurry and said angrily as he tidied up his clothes, "What are you doing?" Xie Jingxing ignored him and stared at the few people downstairs in surprise. They actually came by themselves. Myself? Gao Yang caught on to the meaning behind his words and looked down carefully. When he saw it clearly, he almost fell over on his back. Who else could it be if it was not Shin Miao, who was the leader that was carved from jade? Under the heavens, there were really females who dressed as males to visit brothels. If one did not see it with one's own eyes, Gao Yang would have thought that such things would only appear in dramas. Shin Miao followed Mo Qing into Baoxianglu. When the young lady at the door saw Mo Qing, she went up to greet him with a smile. "Lord Mo, it is better to pick young lady Lu Ying." Mo Qing nodded his head. That young lady then seemed to notice the few people behind Mo Qing and hesitated for a moment. These few. She had been sold to Baoxianglu for quite some time, and now naturally it could not be compared to that time when she was extremely popular. There were fewer and fewer people asking about her, not to mention spending a large sum of money to redeem her freedom. Lu Ying does not understand young lady's meaning. I was fortunate enough to obtain a handkerchief, and it was a rare double-sided embroidery. There were only a few dozen people in the entire country who knew how to do double-sided embroidery. Shin Miao said, after many inquiries, one came to know that it was done by young lady Lu Ying. Lu Ying's hands tightened. "How did you know that it was done by me?" Shin Miao waved her hands. "It is not important how I know. The important thing is that I have an embroidery workshop and lack an embroidery lady. Does young lady Lu Ying have the interest to manage the embroidery workshop for me?" Lu Ying looked at her incredulously and suddenly laughed like a flower. "Young lady, could it be that you want me to turn over a new leaf?" Jingzhe and Guyu were somewhat dissatisfied with Lu Ying's attitude at this moment, and Mo Qing also slightly frowned. How many prostitutes longed to wash themselves clean, and Lu Ying was still young. If she washed herself clean, she might have a good future. "I was sold to this place from the start." Lu Ying's face was frivolous. "What I learned is bedroom skills and only know how to serve and please a male. Young lady, let me manage the embroidery workshop and sell hard labor. I'm not able to live through that kind of bitter days. Not afraid that I will collapse the embroidery workshop?" Shin Miao stared at her and smiled gently. "Whether it collapses or not is my matter, but whether to do it or not is your matter." She played it down. "It is just that. This matter is dispensable to me, but to you, it is the only way to leave this place. There are thousands of people in the world and tens of thousands of industries. Everyone has their own way of living. To me, one do not feel that a female in a brothel is lower than others, but the world's view is so." Shin Miao said, "Just like my guard Mo. She is also a slave, but no one would look down on her. My personal maids, some people would even envy them. The world is like this, and people are divided into 3, 6 and 9 ranks. Who would not want to be a person above others, and who would want to be ridiculed by others every day?" Chapter 366. There are thousands of people in the world, thousands of industries, and everyone has their own way of living. To me, I don't think that the women in the brothel are lower than others, but that's how the world sees it. Shin Miao said, "Just like my guard Mo, he is also a slave, but no one would look down on him. My personal maids, some people would even envy them. The world is like this, and people are divided into different ranks. Who doesn't want to be above others? Who wants to be ridiculed by others every day?" What Lu Ying hated the most was that people would talk about her background, and when she heard that, she was even angrier. Shin Miao said, "You might as well consider it. Since young lady looks down on people who have fallen into prostitution, why is there a need to say such words to me?" Lu Ying was not angry but laughed instead. "I look down on people who are willing to be reduced to prostitution." Shin Miao stood up and said, "After a few days, Guard Mo will come over again. Young lady Lu Ying need not be anxious to answer me. But, using one's looks to please others will never end well." Shin Miao gave Mo Qing a look, and Mo Qing quickly took out an ingot of silver and placed it on the table. Lu Ying swept a glance at him, and there was some anger on her face. Mo Qing was also very embarrassed. Shin Miao did not intend to stay long and nodded her head to Lu Ying before getting up to leave. One did not know what Lu Ying looked like behind him. When they were out of Bao Xianglu's doors, Jingzhi then said indignantly, "Gu." Young master had good intentions to redeem her but did not think that she would not appreciate it. My good intentions are not rewarded. Mo Qing wanted to say something but finally endured it. Gu Yu asked, "Young lady, are we going back now?" Xin Miao did not answer and her body did not move. Gu Yu found it somewhat strange and saw that Xin Miao seemed to be looking at something. Following her gaze, she saw that the place she was looking at was the opposite corner of the street and there was a green-clad person standing there, looking at the little building of Bao Xianglu. Before Gu Yu was able to speak, she saw Xin Miao lifting her feet and walking over. Under the eaves, the green-robed man stood straight, his eyes staring in the direction of the Lu Ying small building. He was so engrossed that he did not even know when someone had come to his side. A light cough interrupted his train of thought. He saw 4 people standing in front of him. The young man in the lead was dressed in a moon-white robe. He had delicate features and looked like he was carved out of jade. Who knew which family he was from? At this moment, she looked at him with a faint smile on her lips. Pei Lang was stunned. He felt that this young man looked familiar. The young man nodded at him. "Mr. Pei." "Xin Miao." Pei Lang's eyes widened slightly. He looked at the attendants and guards behind Xin Miao and looked at Xin Miao again. Most likely he was somewhat shocked and said, Why are you dressed like this?" It was not rare for a female to dress up as a male. In Mingqi, many young ladies would occasionally dress up as a male for convenience, and when they dress up they would have a different kind of beauty. But Xin Miao. Pei Lang looked at the handsome youth in front of him and did not know what to say for a moment. "I just came out from Bao Xianglu," Xin Miao said. Pei Lang coughed all of a sudden and his face turned red. It was not uncommon for a woman to dress up as a man, but this was the first time he had heard of a woman dressed up as a man visiting a brothel. But Xin Miao still had a very magnanimous look, without a trace of shyness. Xin Miao suddenly took a step forward and moved closer to Pei Lang. With a puff sound, she opened the fan in her hands and covered both of their faces. She softly said at the other end of the fan, "Everyone said that the young ladies of Bao Xianglu are the most beautiful in the world, so I specially went for a stroll. Recently there are many new Persian dancers, and each of them are incomparably fragrant." Even if Pei Lang was calm and composed outside and was able to deal with high officials and noble people with ease, but facing Xin Miao's slightly ambiguous actions, he was somewhat at a loss. Not to mention that Xin Miao was talking about all these messy things, it made him suddenly have an illusion, as if the person in front of him was really that noble gentleman who walked on horseback and slept with flowers and willows, and was discussing with him which family's dancers were more beautiful. Chapter 367. Nonsense. Remembering his identity as a teacher, Pei Lang squeezed out 2 words from between his teeth. Xin Miao gently smiled and her eyes curved like a crescent moon, almost like an orchid. She said, "But I have ordered young lady Lu Ying's card." As soon as these words came out, Pei Lang's body stiffened. Xin Miao kept her folding fan and looked at him with a smile. "I see that gentleman Pei has been looking at Lu Ying's little building for a long time. Is it that you are also yearning for young lady Lu Ying?" Pei Lang stared at Xin Miao and his calm expression suddenly turned fierce. Xin Miao remained unmoved and continued to smile happily as she pointed to Kuai Hua Lu. "Since Mr. Pei is also interested in young lady Lu Ying, why not go in with me for a cup of wine and chat about beauties?" Her actions were obviously frivolous, but there was a kind of irresistible majesty about her. She folded her fan horizontally in front of her chest and went upstairs on her own. She left a sentence from afar, "Good wine and chatting with beautiful women is the happiest thing in the world." Even though Jingzhi, Gu Yu and Mo Qing trio did not understand the meaning of Xin Miao's words, they had never refuted Xin Miao's decisions and immediately followed in. Pei Lang stood there alone. After a moment of hesitation, he made up his mind and followed her in. At the window seat upstairs, Jiu Shu suddenly jumped up. "Look! I already said that Xin young lady admires that Pei Lang and went in such a big circle to pick young lady Lu Ying's name. It was all so that she could speak with Pei Lang today." Gao Yang ignored him and secretly guessed. Just now she used the fan to cover her face. What did she say to Pei Lang? Gao Yang shook his head. She used the fan to cover it. Could it be that she knows that you can read lips? When he said that, Gao Yang looked at Xie Jingxing. Xie Jingxing shrugged his shoulders, indicating that he did not agree or disagree. Speaking of which, just now the action of Xin young lady waving the fan was so elegant that it was even more outstanding than me. Jiu Shu sighed. How could such a beautiful person fancy a poor scholar? Even if you follow me, it's still better than that pretty boy who can't even afford to visit a brothel. Xie Jingxing stood up and Jiu Shu asked, "Where are you going?" "Of course it's to listen to what they have to say." Xie Jingxing smiled meaningfully, "I want to see what kind of chess piece Pei Lang is." In the elegant room of Kuai Hua Lu, Mo Qing stood by the door while Jingzhe and Guyu stood on both sides with their heads lowered, as if they did not exist. At the table Shen Miao was pouring wine. The wine was Lu wine. Its color was like amber and it smelled fragrant. This wine wasn't intoxicating. As long as one's alcohol tolerance wasn't too bad, drinking a little would be fine. Shen Miao poured 2 cups and her posture when pouring the wine was very elegant. Her fingers grabbed the handle of the wine pot and when the crystal clear wine was poured into the small jade cup, the sound was very pleasing to the ear. Pei Lang watched helplessly as Shen Miao pushed a cup of wine in front of him and said with a smile, "Gentlemen, please drink." Shen Miao. Pei Lang directly called her by her name and his expression had not eased since he entered. He said, "What exactly do you want to do?" "Mr. Pei is actually so anxious to talk about beauties without wine. Isn't it like a cow chewing peonies?" Shen Miao looked at him calmly. Pei Lang was dumbfounded by her words. He had stayed in Guangwentang for several years and the people that he met were all respectful to him. Even the most mischievous student would not speak to him in such a frivolous tone. If it was other people it would be alright, but it was Shen Miao. Pei Lang always felt that Shen Miao was not a frivolous person and speaking like this made him unable to figure out the other party's background. Seeing that Pei Lang did not speak for a long time, Shen Miao gently laughed. She said, "Just joking with Mr. Pei. Why is Mr. Pei so nervous?" Chapter 368. When she said those words, her eyes were clear but there seemed to be some mischievousness. It was clearly the appearance of an innocent young female but in a moment there was a kind of unknowingly charming charm. Pei Lang's gaze slightly paused. "This wine is Lu wine." Shen Miao picked up the wine cup and raised it towards Pei Lang. Pei Lang's expression suddenly changed but Shen Miao did not seem to notice his expression and said slowly, "The wine brewed in the Luqi region is also amber in color. The Lu wine in Kuai Hua Lu must have been transported over from the Luqi region." Pei Lang looked at her and suddenly picked up the wine cup on the table and drank the wine in one gulp. "This wine is not intoxicating," Shen Miao said with a smile, "otherwise if others see it they would think that Teacher Pei is a wine jar." Her tone was coquettish but her words made Pei Lang's palms slightly moist. She said, "Speaking of which, the people of Lu are good at drinking wine and drink from jars. Just now Teacher Pei's manner was somewhat like a Lu person." Pei Lang pursed his lips and did not speak but his gentle eyes were somewhat distorted. Shen Miao supported her cheek with one hand and her face was slightly flushed from the wine. Even if she was not intoxicated, there was a faint blush on her face and when she squinted her eyes, she looked like a crabapple sleeping in spring. But because she was dressed as a male, it was refreshing and pretty and there was a different kind of charm. She said, "I remember that 10 years ago, there was a prefectural magistrate of Lu who also seemed to have the surname Pei. If one did not know, one would think that Teacher Pei and that person were from the same family." Pei Lang suddenly placed the wine cup on the table and at the same time, Mo Qing glared and his right hand pressed on the sword at his waist. Unfortunately that prefectural magistrate Pei's residence was involved in an old matter of the previous dynasty and his entire family was beheaded by His Majesty. In the entire residence, the males were all executed and the daughters were exiled to be prostitutes for officials. Shen Miao could not stop laughing. One heard that prefectural magistrate Pei's residence had a pair of outstanding children and they were still young but died in this storm. Pei Lang's lips were slightly trembling as he asked word by word, "Who exactly are you?" "Shu." Shen Miao gestured for her to keep quiet and drank another cup of wine. Her snow-white face flushed red as she said, "Actually I was fortunate to hear of a secret. Seeing that Gentleman Pei is also surnamed Pei, there is no harm in sharing it with Gentleman Pei." That prefectural magistrate Pei's residence had the ability to send a pair of children to escape and avoid disaster. Unfortunately the officials were hot on their heels so they could only protect one person. Prefectural magistrate Pei managed to protect his son, but his daughter was captured by the officials. She regretfully shook her head. The government officials are like wolves and tigers. They never show mercy to the families of sinners. That little girl was caught, how could she have a good ending? Shen Miao sighed, "If I were to say that prefectural magistrate Pei knew that his daughter would fall into the tiger's mouth and her life would be worse than death, but he still pushed his daughter out. It is somewhat heartless." Pei Lang closed his eyes, a pained expression on his face. "Mr. Pei, you must be feeling the same way." Shen Miao smiled as she looked at him. But one would think that this has nothing to do with Mr. Pei because Mr. Pei is not from Lu. Mr. Pei is a merchant that was born in the Ding capital. Speaking of these, it is only because this Lu wine is intoxicating and one was momentarily sentimental. The gentleness on Pei Lang's face suddenly disappeared and was replaced with a strong vigilance and precaution. He said, "This is General Shen's intention?" Shen Miao shook her head. "My father dotes on me and gave me an embroidery workshop. The embroidery workshop is lacking an embroidery lady." Shen Miao dragged her voice. "One heard that more than 10 years ago, Prefectural Magistrate Pei's eldest daughter knew double-sided embroidery since young. Coincidentally, this Baoxiang Lu's young lady Lu Ying also knew double-sided embroidery. I thought that since both of them were reduced to prostitution and knew double-sided embroidery, perhaps young lady Lu Ying and that sinner's young lady had some relation. As for me, I had some compassion and saved her from prostitution." Shen Miao looked at Pei Lang and said, "Mr. Pei, do you think that this student did the right thing?" Chapter 369. She referred to herself as a student. Her black hair was wrapped in a man's official hat. Her smiling appearance made her look like a handsome young man. But in those clear eyes, there were deep secrets and intentions that no one could see through or guess at. She pretended to be charming and quick-witted, but she vividly displayed the hidden daggers behind the smiles of the officials in the official world. Dealing with her was like walking on a tightrope at the edge of a cliff. There were hidden meanings in her words, and it was hard to tell whether she was a friend or foe. Pei Lang tilted his head. "What do you think?" Shen Miao smiled. Her smile was pure, as if she was really happy that she had done a good deed. She said, "I think it's very good. Even if that Prefectural Magistrate Pei's son found out about Elder Sister's whereabouts and personally came to redeem Elder Sister's freedom, based on Miss Pei's resentment towards Prefectural Magistrate Pei and her own temperament, she would not be willing. Instead, you'll ruin your life." Pei Lang did not speak. Some people in the world are originally jade, but after being mixed in a pile of rocks for a long time they become rocks. But there were some people who hid their arrogance in their bones. Even if they were ground to dust, the arrogance in their bones would not be shaken. It was said that although Prefectural Magistrate Pei had committed a crime, he was an arrogant person. Presumably, the son and daughter that he taught would not be inferior to him. "You say," Shen Miao looked at Pei Lang, "would that young lady rather live with the identity of a noble lady who has fallen into prostitution or live with the identity of a prostitute who has washed herself clean?" After saying so much, Pei Lang sneered, "What do you want me to do?" "Mr. Pei, you're smart. I knew I couldn't hide it from you. One little clue reveals the general trend, and one can understand the meaning of a song. That's what they say." Shen Miao was not stingy with her compliments to Pei Lang before saying, "Gentleman Pei is a talented person and has knowledge in his chest. Why not enter officialdom?" "Shen Miao!" Pei Lang suddenly shouted. He did not know that Shen Miao's words had poked his sore spot as he suddenly became agitated, and even Jingzhe and Guyu looked at him. Pei Lang said furiously, "Don't even think about it. Gentleman Pei need not be anxious and might as well listen to me calmly." Shen Miao smiled. Perhaps Gentleman Pei was frightened by my story just now. Feeling that in the officialdom, if one is not careful, one would implicate the entire residence and it would be dangerous and full of misfortune. Moreover, after entering officialdom, one would not be as comfortable as being a carefree gentleman. Pei Lang, expression gradually recovered, as if he had returned to that he was a gentleman. "But you are all alone now. You don't have a lover or a family, so you don't have to worry about being implicated. Furthermore, in this world, those who stand high can see far. Those who stand high can also do more. If he wanted to protect the people he wanted to protect, it was not enough to just rely on a teacher. Even though teacher is able to have students all over the world, but..." Shen Miao calmly and leisurely raised her cup. It was obvious that she was smiling, but in a moment there was an indifferent coolness. She said, "When something really happens, the noble families would avoid it like the plague, so how would they do their best? It is to be the right as it is to be as to be strong. By one as one's strength as one can." "Who taught you to say these words and what is the purpose? What benefits is there for him if I enter officialdom?" Shen Miao gently smiled. Pei Lang, this person looked gentle and indifferent and was indeed a gentleman who did not care about external things and wholeheartedly devoted himself to teaching. But whenever he discussed about matters, he would always be able to get to the crux of the matter. In the previous life, Fu Xiuyi thought of all ways to win Pei Lang over to be his advisor and even ascended to the throne of the nation's tutor. It was not by chance. Why does Gentleman Pei ask what benefits are there for others but not ask what benefits are there for oneself? Shen Miao did not answer his question but cleverly went around in a roundabout way and replied indifferently, getting promoted, getting rich and marrying a wife, at the end the one benefiting is only gentleman yourself. When doing business, how would one ask others how much money one earned but not mention how much one earned? Chapter 370. How did I profit? Pei Lang said lightly. Teacher did not profit but young lady Lu Ying did. Shen Miao smiled as she looked at him and her bright eyes flashed. A female turning good and having a steady reliance for the rest of her life is equivalent to saving another's life. Pei Lang stared at Shen Miao. If at this time he still did not understand Shen Miao's intention, then he would be a real fool. After entering officialdom, what do I need to do? Pei Lang asked. Shen Miao looked at him with satisfaction. It was Pei Lang's usual style to weigh the pros and cons in the shortest time and make the most advantageous choice. But her mind could not help but think of the time when Fu Xiuyi deposed the crown prince. She also knelt down and begged Pei Lang. Pei Lang's tone of discussion was as rational and ruthless as now. Now the chips were in her hands and this once high and mighty imperial tutor could only be manipulated by her. Shen Miao's heart floated with a trace of shallow comfort. This comfort was shown on her face and became joy. Actually, it is nothing much. Shen Miao said, Teacher is overflowing with talent, and even if one does not take the initiative to enter officialdom, 1 year later there would naturally be noble people who would solicit you. One only hoped that at that time teacher would not reject the noble person and think of ways to agree to it. Of course on the surface one would agree, but one must be used by me. You want me to be an insider? Pei Lang looked at Shen Miao incredulously. Shen Miao shook her head. How can it be considered as an insider? Teacher can be promoted and get rich. I guarantee that teacher's identity will not be exposed and only need to tell me some news at certain times. Pei Lang was silent for a moment before looking at Shen Miao. Who is the noble person that you are talking about? Shen Miao smiled gently. Prince Ding Fu Xiuyi. Pei Lang was startled and involuntarily looked at Shen Miao again. He knew that Shen Miao was in love with Prince Ding in the past to the point that it became a laughingstock in the city, and also knew that Prince Ding, that kind of hidden person, would be dismissive of Shen Miao. Afterwards one did not know when it started, but Shen Miao seemed to have changed into another person. Pei Lang had always felt that there was someone behind Shen Miao giving pointers, but at this moment thinking about it, he could not help but guess. Could it be that it was because love turned to hate that she even schemed against Prince Ding? But just because love was not reciprocated, one would do such things? Pei Lang was confused. The girl in front of him was pretty in men's clothing. After drinking wine, there was a faint blush on her cheeks. She was in the prime of her youth, and her appearance was fair and lovely. Her eyes were like a newborn cub's, untainted by even a speck of dust. However, in her every movement, there was an inadvertent flirtatiousness. Pei Lang felt a little uncomfortable. To him, talking to a young lady of Shen Miao's age was like an elder talking to a younger generation, or at least like an older brother talking to a younger sister. But at this moment, it seemed that he was the one at a disadvantage. His every move was being led by the nose and he couldn't even resist. What do you want? Pei Lang had asked this question many times, and until now, he was not sure if the person who did these things was someone else or Shen Miao herself. It was as if his trump card had been seen by Shen Miao, but he did not even understand Shen Miao's initial purpose. He was absolutely suppressed. I don't want to do anything. I just want to make a decision that's good for me and sir. Shen Miao smiled as she tucked a lock of hair behind her ear, making her neck as white as jade. She said, Teacher, are you going to agree or not? I can only answer here? Pei Lang asked. You have. Shen Miao pointed to the wine pot. Time for a pot of wine. After drinking this pot of wine, teacher will tell me the answer. No need. Pei Lang interrupted her words. If you can do what you promised, I will agree to it. There was a moment of silence in the room. After a moment, Shen Miao smiled. She lifted the wine pot and filled the 2 empty cups with wine before picking up the cup in front of her and made a gesture to toast with Pei Lang. Chapter 371. Pei Lang hesitated for a moment before raising his cup. There was a strange feeling in his heart. To drink with one's own student in a restaurant. His heart was somewhat hot. I wish Mr.'s future bright and boundless prospects. Shen Miao smiled as she drank the wine in one gulp. She drank it very quickly and a trace of wine flowed out from the corner of her mouth, across her slightly pointed chin and into her white collar. Pei Lang looked away. No matter how beautiful a budding young female was, she was still young and inexperienced. Especially Shen Miao, this kind of gentle and delicate beauty, she was dignified and reserved. Pei Lang was not a person who loved beauty, but for a moment, his mind was in a mess as he felt that this was not right and out of place. A trace of carefreeness flashed in Xin Miao's eyes. Most likely it was because she drank the wine that some hidden emotions in her heart came out like a sin. She remembered that Pei Lang had a dignified and solemn appearance and was most particular about reason. In front of Pei Lang she vividly interpreted the 4 words motherly model of the world, but at the end she was still defeated by Pei Lang's pros and cons. That was the imperial tutor who could decide Fu Ming's life and death in the previous lifetime, but now she was holding on to his weak spot. In front of Pei Lang she had the bearing of an empress and could not even cry for Wan Yu. No. She did not have the dignity of an empress and did not have the virtues of a woman. She dressed up as a male, went to a brothel and drank with a teacher. Her actions were frivolous and unrestrained. What could Pei Lang do? He also could not do anything to her. But that carefreeness was only for a short moment. When Pei Lang agreed, she knew that there was no need to continue pestering him. The flirtatious look that was caused by the wine faded away, and inch by inch she became sober. She stood up and lifted her chin slightly, returning to that slightly dignified Xin Miao. After young lady Lu Ying has settled down, one will inform Mr. of the location of the embroidery workshop. Xin Miao nodded her head. The money has already been paid. Mr. Please drink slowly. One cannot often drink the wine of the Lu. One did not know if the last sentence was sarcasm or politeness, but it made Pei Lang's brows slightly wrinkled as he watched Xin Miao leave with a few people. He picked up the wine and drank a mouthful. It should be a mellow wine, but it was surprisingly astringent in his mouth. Walking out of the door, Jingzhi and Guyu did not dare to speak as both of them could see that Xin Miao was not in a good mood at the moment. Pei Lang's words made them confused in the clouds and sensitively felt that this matter was not a small matter, thus they did not dare to speak easily. When the cold wind blew, the blush on her face dissipated. Xin Miao closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, there was only coldness in her eyes. As for Pei Lang, she still held a grudge against him for standing idly by the side. No matter how hard she tried to hide it, it still leaked out a little. However, his goal was achieved. Let's go back. She walked towards the carriage. In another hidden room adjacent to Kuai Hua Lu, the few people in the room were all silent. Just now he had seen a good show. At first he thought it was full of fun, but now that the person had left, the tea had cooled. Thinking about it carefully, he couldn't help but feel astonished. Jiyu Shu swallowed his saliva and seemed to want to break this dull atmosphere. It is really good to have a relationship with this building. At least it is more convenient to eavesdrop on the walls. Not only can one listen, one can also see. Ah, very good. At the back of the carved pillar, there was a huge colored glass that was hidden by the thin railing. It was said that it was colored glass that came from the Western Hemisphere. One end could not see this end, but this end could see that end. In addition, there was a copper pillar that was full of small holes, so everything that was said could be heard clearly. But when Jiyu Shu finished speaking, the other 2 people in the room did not answer him. Gao Yang used his folding fan to support his chin, which was his usual appearance when he was thinking. Xie Jingxing bent his elbow to support his head as he played with the teacup in his hands while thinking about something. Unable to stand such an atmosphere, Jiyu Shu opened his mouth. Both of you do not remain silent. Isn't it just a matter of Prefectural Magistrate Pei's residence in the Lu province? Pei Lang is Prefectural Magistrate Pei's son. Xin Miao's story was easily told because she believed that Pei Lang could understand, and the 3 people here were not fools, so they understood after thinking about it. The Lu province's Sinner Prefectural Magistrate Pei had a pair of children. The older sister was Lu Ying and the younger brother was the current Pei Lang. During the escape, in order to protect Pei Lang, the Pei family arranged people to abandon Lu Ying, and Lu Ying eventually fell into prostitution. And Pei Lang had already arranged a retreat route for the Pei family and turned into a Ding capital person. He lived here since young and was born into a merchant family. His parents passed away a few years ago and now he was alone. His natural background was not discovered by anyone for many years. However, Xie Jingxing's lips lazily hooked up. So how did she know about the details that Bai Xiaoxing was unable to find out? At the end, his voice turned cold and his peach blossom eyes were filled with murderous intent. Chapter 372. How so? Jiyu Shu asked. Gao Yang touched his chin. Since one wants to deal with Prince Ding, it is not just Prince Ding's side. The Crown Prince, Prince Zhou and Prince Li, which side is Xin Miao's people on? Not on any side. Xie Jingxing said. Jiyu Shu felt strange. Why is it not on any side? Xie Jingxing's eyes slightly slowed down. Pei Lang is not an ordinary person but has yet to enter officialdom and is still immature. Just now all of you have heard that Shin Miao's moves, Shin Xn may not be able to use it as neatly as her. Slippery and slippery, not admit, not deny, not decline and also not accept. The officials who had been in and out of the sea of officials for many years might not be able to do it as smoothly as her. Shin Xan was a military general and Luo Shuiyan was also a military general, so where did Shin Miao learn this? Was there an expert guiding the Shin family? He originally thought so, but now it seemed that it was Shin Miao's own idea. If she was the crown prince or other prince's people, she would not use such a step-by-step planning method. Each prince had their own power behind them, so how would they use such a clumsy method? However, she was able to maximize the goal that she could achieve within the scope of her own ability. One could not help but wonder how big of a storm she would be able to stir if she was given enough background and power. Even if she did not have any chips in her hands now, she could still slowly cultivate chess pieces. The world was like a chess game, and in this chess game of Ming Qi, there were too many people playing. But Xie Jingxing had never placed Shin Miao in it. She was a weak female and had no motive. But now Xie Jingxing could see her ambition through the young female's ability to win over a hero with a cup of wine. But we still do not know how she knew about Pei Lang's background. Ji Yushu said, even the Feng Xian pawnshop did not manage to find out. Prefectural Magistrate Pei's residents used all their strength to protect this son of his, so they must have made full preparations. Pei Lang indeed did not disappoint his father's expectations. He did not seek revenge, nor did he have any resentment, and concealed his identity to become a teacher. No one would pay attention to him, but Shin Miao saw through his tricks and even used Lu Ying as a bargaining chip to counter Pei Lang. One did not know where she got the news from, just like the Qin brothers previously. Do not care about her. Xie Jingxing said, is the request for martial written? I did. Gao Yang frowned. But are you sure? From the start there was no turning back. Also, the other side hasn't received any news about your plan yet. They don't agree. Do as I say. Xie Jingxing stood up. Returning to the Shin residence in the western courtyard, Shin Miao changed her clothes, and just as she took off her hair, she saw Bai Lu rushing in and said, young lady, Furen asked you to go to the room as there is an important matter to discuss. The end of the year had passed and it was almost spring. Because Shin Xan requested Emperor Wen Hui to stay in the Ding capital for half a year more, Luo Shuiyan's life was much more relaxed. He would go all out to buy clothes and jewelry for Shin Miao, or let Shin Qiu bring Shin Miao to eat, drink and play. Sometimes Shin Miao herself felt that she was raised by Shin Xan and wife as a hedonistic son of rich parents. Shin Miao casually tied up her hair and went to Luo Shuiyan's room. Upon entering the house, one was surprised to see that Shin Xan and Shin Qiu were also there. Seeing her enter, Luo Shuiyan quickly pulled her to sit beside her and said, today, what did Jiao Jiao go out for? Shin Miao let Bai Lu and Shuang Jiang stay in the room, and if anyone asked, she would say that she went out for a stroll. She said, casually strolled and passed by Kuai Huo Lu and brought a few jars of strong wine for father and eldest brother. Worthy of being father's darling. Shin Xian's eyes brightened when he heard that, this Ding capital's wine is too sweet and greasy. How can it be considered as wine? It is still the strong wine that is better. Satisfying. Chapter 373. Shin Qiu was also happy. Little sister is so thoughtful. All you know is to drink. Luo Shuiyan rolled her eyes at the father and son pair and said, those things can be bought by the servants. Jiao Jiao doesn't need to care about them. You this woman. Shin Xan was unhappy again. It is all Jiao Jiao's kind intentions. How can the servants buy the same as Jiao Jiao? How short-sighted. It was rare for Shin Miao to have such a close relationship with them, and Shin Xan was very happy. Even if Shin Miao brought back 2 jars of water, he would be happy to the heavens, so naturally he would refute Luo Shuiyan's words. Short-sighted? Luo Shuiyan squinted at him. Furen is happy or angry? Shin Xan immediately said, I am a stinky brat who is short-sighted. Shin Xan slapped Shin Qiu's head. Luo Shuiyan was too lazy to see the father and son putting on a show and looked at Shin Miao. Jiao Jiao, the reason for coming here today is actually because there is a matter to discuss with you. Mother, please speak. You've heard about the separation of the family. Your father and I have also thought it through. We have to buy a new house. There was a house in the east of the city that was not bad. He could buy some maids to clean and serve him. Just. Luo Shuiyan looked at Shin Miao and was somewhat embarrassed. Previously, when your father and I went to the northwest region, we left you behind and felt that with the protection of the Shin family, you would be more stable. Now that the family has separated, if your father, your big brother and I leave, you're a girl. It's not safe for you to live alone in a house, and you're also afraid of people talking nonsense. So, Jiao Jiao, are you willing to go to the northwest with me? Shen Miao was slightly startled. Sister, the northwest is so fun. Shen Qiu saw that Shen Miao was in a daze and quickly said, it is not as exaggerated as what they said. Living in the Shaochun city, there are mountains on one side and rivers on the other. There are also many rare birds and beasts. At that time to hunt, one would be able to get a white tiger skin to make a cloak for you. Nonsense. Luo Shuiyan laughed and scolded, your sister is a girl, what does she need the white tiger skin for? Shen Qiu scratched his head. There's also a mine. The gemstones there are huge. Sister can also make jewelry. Shen Miao smiled slightly. She was still somewhat hesitant because there were other things to do in the Ding capital, but after hearing Shen Qiu's words, she had some yearning for the Shaochun city in the northwestern region. Who didn't want to live a carefree life? Who was willing to open their eyes and think about how to scheme against others every day? She sighed in her heart. She would just go along with it. As long as she went this once, she would not have to go next year. All right. Under everyone's expectant gaze, Shen Miao nodded her head. I also want to go and experience it. Luo Shuiyan gave a sigh of relief. Shen Xen laughed loudly. I already said that Jiao Jiao would definitely agree. After coming back for so long, when has Jiao Jiao ever despised us martial artists? Younger sister, Shen Qiu was also excited. When the time comes, I will bring you to see my brothers. They all know that I have a younger sister and have never seen you before. You haven't seen your grandfather's family since you were born, so you won't be able to recognize them this time. Luo Shuiyan's paternal family was a military general in the northwestern region, and they only rushed over once when Shen Miao was born. Afterwards, because they were separated by 1,000 li, they did not see each other in these years. Shen Miao's eyes drooped. In the last lifetime after Luo Shuiyan's death, the Luo family and the Shen family broke off contact. Shen Miao did not have a deep relationship with the grandfather's family, so she was not clear what kind of ending the Luo family would have. But thinking about it, with Mei Furin's ruthless methods, there would be a way to make Fu Xiuyi not let off the Luo family. After speaking some more until it was late, Luo Shuiyan then rushed Shen Miao back to her room to rest. After Shen Miao freshened up, she sat in front of the table and looked at the dancing flames and could not help but sigh. If she really wanted to follow Shen Xian to the northwestern region, then she had to settle everything in this half a year. Chapter 374. The only thing worth comforting was the matter of Pei Lang. She had always been very clear that the Shen family was like a big tree that attracted the wind, and it was not good to be involved in the matters of the palace. However, she was just an unmarried daughter and did not have the chance to come into contact with deeper things. Moreover, many things had changed in this life, so he could only let Pei Lang be a spy. Fu Xiuyi's temperament was suspicious and he would study a lot of things that were sent to his door, so it was inevitable that he would not investigate her. But 1 year later, Fu Xiuyi would take the initiative to recruit Pei Lang, and Pei Lang would push the boat with the current and it would be much easier. As for subduing Pei Lang, there was still a bit of luck involved. That year when Fu Xiuyi subdued Pei Lang, it was also because one of his subordinates had a friendship with Prefectural Magistrate Pei's residence. Thus he was able to find out about Pei Lang's background. At that time it was because Fu Xiuyi had settled down Luing that Pei Lang was ultimately used by him. The Pei siblings were people who were unmoved by force or persuasion. They had their own ideas. For example, Luing, after falling into prostitution, one could no longer see a trace of the daughter of an official's family. She was at ease being a prostitute, and perhaps recalling her original identity made her feel pain. As for Pei Lang, he didn't even think about revenge. He was content as a teacher. Luing was not willing to admit her own identity and was resentful towards the Pei family for abandoning her to protect her younger brother. When Pei Lang came forward, Luing would resist even more intensely. But Shen Miao gave Luing a docile way to live. To be able to control Luing was to be able to control the guilty Pei Lang. After a few years, Pei Lang, who had gone through many trials and tribulations in court, would be more mature, and when he saw Shen Miao's words today, he would feel that it was full of loopholes. However, Pei Lang had yet to become an official. No matter how smart he was, he still lacked experience. Young lady, it is better to rest early. Jingzhe smiled. Tomorrow one still need to follow Foreign to see the residence at the eastern side of the city. Shen Miao nodded. In this half a year, at least the family would be separated, and he would be able to start a new residence. However, she didn't expect that her plans couldn't keep up with the changes. On the morning of the second day, after Xin Miao had her meal, Luo Shuiyan's maid came over and said that after Xin Miao changed her clothes, she would go to the residence. After all, this was a residence that he would be living in the future. Whether it was comfortable or not, he would have to take a look before deciding. But before Xin Miao could dress up, someone came from the palace. She wanted Luo Shuiyan to make a trip to the palace, and the palace maid also said that if there was no problem, Xin Miao could also be brought along. Although he said so, it was almost like an order. Xin Xian and Xin Qiu's faces immediately darkened, and Luo Shuiyan was also a little confused. Even though she was a noble woman in the capital, she was usually not in the Ding capital and was not familiar with those furins in the circle of noblewomen. It would be a joke if the one who invited was a lady from the palace. No matter how she thought about it, Luo Shuiyan did not have much of a relationship with the women in the palace. Xin Xian and Xin Qiu thought further. Luo Shuiyan did not have any relationship with the females but was requested to bring Xin Miao along. The drunkard's intention was not in the wine. Could it be that they had some ideas on Xin Miao? Once it was about Xin Miao, they would be especially nervous. Xin Xian said, "It is better for me to accompany foreign to the palace." "What are you going to do?" Luo Shuiyan said, "I didn't invite you here and you think it's not troublesome enough. I will bring Jiao Jiao along." She hesitated for a moment. With so many people, one would not do anything out of line. Moreover, I am not a female without the strength to truss a chicken. She wanted to say that if there was anything wrong, one would not necessarily be at a disadvantage if one were to fight. Xin Xian nodded his head. "One think that the current situation is not that tense. You can rest assured and go." Luo Shuiyan pulled Xin Miao's hand and boarded the horse carriage that the palace arranged. She originally planned to go to the residence early in the morning, but because of this matter, no one knew if it was a blessing or a curse. Chapter 375. Xin Qiu and Xin Xian were at the residence's doors, and seeing the horse carriage leaving, they asked uneasily, "Father, mother and younger sister will be fine, right? I will make a trip to the Ministry of War." Xin Xian turned around. "You stay in the residence. If anything happens, you will be able to provide support." Xin Qiu nodded. In the carriage, Xin Miao's little face was taut, but there were all kinds of guesses in her heart. She didn't feel that she was in any danger. She didn't have anything on her that was worth scheming against. Moreover, she knew better than anyone about the ways of the ladies in the palace. Even if they had a strategy, it wouldn't be so brazen today. The imperial family cared about their reputation the most. If something happened to her in the palace today, the imperial family would be the first to be blamed. If it was the other way around. Xin Miao's gaze was heavy. The females in the palace did not have any relationship with Luo Shuiyan, but they summoned Luo Shuiyan to the palace to speak. Perhaps they wanted to inquire about something from Luo Shuiyan. The drunkard's intention was not wine, but what was it? The Xin family? Or was it Xin Xian? But why would she suddenly pay attention to Xin Xian? Xin Xian had been keeping a low profile in the capital these days and did not have any connection with Fu Xiuyi like in the last lifetime. Even if the imperial family wanted to suppress the Xin family, they would have to have a good reason to do so. Could it be that there was already a reason for that? Xin Miao was a little confused. Wanting Luo Shuiyan to bring her into the palace should be a warning. If anything were to happen, Xin Miao, her daughter, would not be able to protect her. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that it was possible. Xin Miao could not help but feel a little nervous. There were many things in this lifetime that were different from the previous lifetime, especially the big picture of Ming Qi. She tried her best to avoid and delay the tragedy of the Xin family, but it was inevitable that fate would go wrong. What was it this time? Luo Shuiyan saw that Xin Miao's expression was not good and thought that Xin Miao was afraid and said with heartache, "Jiao Jiao, do not be afraid, it is only entering the palace to talk to the ladyships. It'll be over soon. We'll come back to look at the house then." Xin Miao smiled faintly but was still somewhat absent-minded. When they reached the entrance of the palace, there was already a palace maid who was there to receive them. When she saw both of them, she led them in. On the way, Luo Shuiyan asked the palace maid who looked like a female official which consort had invited them. The female official smiled but did not answer, only saying that she would know when she arrived. At this time, in the palace's Radiance Hall, two beautiful women were laughing and chatting in the hall. The woman on the left had her hair combed into a fairy bun and wore a red palace dress embroidered with gold. She was gorgeous, and although she was smiling as she spoke, her eyes were somewhat absent-minded. She was extremely disrespectful to the woman beside her. Although she acted like this, the woman beside her did not get angry. Instead she replied with a smile. This woman wore an apricot-colored dress with plum blossoms on it. Her appearance was not as outstanding as the woman on the left, but she appeared gentle and polite, and also elegant. These two people were not others but the palace consorts that invited Xin Miao and her daughter to the palace today. The one on the left was Consort Su Xian and the elegant one on the right was Consort Dong Shu. It is fine that His Majesty wants us to invite Xin Furen over, but why also bring the young lady of the Xin family? Consort Su Xian was somewhat impatient, going for a long time and not coming back. It is really such a big face. The general residence is not a short distance from the palace. Consort Dong Shu smiled. Jie, do not be anxious. Consort Su Xianfei laughed. Mimi, you are used to being a good person. She suddenly thought of something and smiled mischievously. Speaking of which, that young lady of the Xin family had once admired His Ninth Highness. Could it be that you are very satisfied with her, that's why you protect her like this? Consort Dong Shu's expression slightly stagnated before she smiled. Jie really know how to joke. It is just that. Since His Majesty wants both of us to come over, it is better to do proper business. That fifth Xin young lady is only following her mother and in a while the palace maids will bring her out. Chapter 376. Bringing out Emperor Wen Hui's name, the domineering consort Su Xian could not say anything. Just as she was about to say a few sarcastic words, she suddenly saw her own female official coming in. Consort Su Xian asked, "Arrived?" The female official nodded her head and in a short while, Luo Shuiyan and Xin Miao walked in. After greeting the two females, Xin Miao followed Luo Shuiyan and stood at the side with her head lowered, not lifting it up. One could only hear a slightly sharp voice, "Xin Furen, this must be your daughter. Lift up your head and let Bengong take a look." Xin Miao paused for a moment and slowly lifted her head up to meet the two females' sizing gaze. When she saw clearly who the person sitting on the right was, her heart could not help but tighten and felt that the blood in her entire body was boiling. Consort Su Xian on the left was Prince Zhou and Prince Jing's consort mother and Consort Dong Shu on the right was Fu Xiuyi's birth mother. At this moment Consort Dong Shu looked over with a smile and said to Consort Su Xian, "Really a neat child. Clean and tidy, one can see that one has good fortune." Good fortune. Xin Miao only felt flustered in her heart. Consort Dong Shu looked at her with a gentle face and if one did not know, one would definitely put down the vigilance in one's heart because of her kind attitude. Consort Dong Shu was not favored as there were countless females around Emperor Wen Hui. There were those with background, talents, beauty and character. Consort Dong Shu however was gentle and slow, did not fight for anything and did not snatch anything. Just based on the word stable, she was able to sit in the position of the four consorts. On the surface, she was the one with the lowest status among the four consorts but Xin Miao knew that Consort Dong Shu was not a harmless female like her appearance. In the beginning when Xin Miao married Fu Xiuyi, Consort Dong Shu also praised that good fortune brings prosperity to the husband, but afterwards Fu Xiuyi's wings gradually grew and Consort Dong Shu treated her lukewarmly. When she returned from the Qin country, Consort Dong Shu who was the Empress Dowager was on the same side as Mei Furen. In Consort Dong Shu's eyes, she was also a chess piece that was used to rope in the Xin family and was a vulgar chess piece that could not be seen in public. Later when Fu Xiuyi abolished the crown prince, Consort Dong Shu was the first to step forward to help Fu Sheng up. She quickly lowered her head to hide the trace of hatred in her eyes. Consort Su Xian and Consort Dong Shu however thought that Xin Miao was shy and Consort Su Xian casually asked, "How old are you this year?" Replying to your ladyship. Xin Miao softly said, "This official's daughter is 14. 14. Consort Su Xian pondered for a while and smiled, "You will be married soon." This senseless sentence made Luo Shuiyan nervous as she was most worried about Xin Miao. And a female's marriage was more important to one's entire life. If Xin Miao's marriage was controlled by the people in the palace. Luo Shuiyan's expression was not good. Seeing Luo Shuiyan being so affectionate, Consort Su Xian laughed instead and said, "Xin Furen is so nervous. What? Are you afraid that Bengong will be a matchmaker for young lady Xin?" Luo Shuiyan hurriedly said, "I dare not." "Do not worry." Consort Su Xian said, "Even if Bengong really wants to be a matchmaker, Bengong will not randomly choose a couple. I will definitely ask young lady's opinion. Speaking of which." Su Xianfei looked at Xin Miao and smiled maliciously, "Xin young lady, do you have anyone in mind now?" To ask Consort Dong Shu if Xin Miao had anyone in mind in front of her, everyone knew that Xin Miao was once in love with Fu Xiuyi. This was to embarrass Consort Dong Shu in public. Consort Su Xian had always relied on Emperor Wen Hui's favor to be arrogant and despotic. Among the 4 consorts, Consort Dong Shu was the easiest to bully, so to be able to use Consort Dong Shu as a raft, Consort Su Xian was never tired of it. Many thanks to your ladyship's good intentions. This official's daughter does not have anyone in mind now, Shen Miao said as she hung her head. Consort Su Xian seemed to be somewhat bored and felt that Shen Miao had a wooden temperament and was not like the idiot in the rumors, otherwise she could make fun of it. She waved her hands, never mind. If there is none, then there is none. Chapter 377. Luo Shuiyan became more cautious. As long as it was related to Shen Miao, she would have to raise 120% of her attention to deal with it. Just as she was thinking, she heard Consort Dong Shu laughing from above. Furen need not be nervous. Today us 2 sisters invite you into the palace, in fact it is to talk about daily life with Furen. After a pause, she then continued, us 2 sisters have never been to the northwestern region before, and it is a story that Furen followed the general into battle. We are very curious about the northern region and came to invite Furen for a chat. Consort Dong Shu's voice was gentle and intimate, like the spring breeze that soothed one's heart. Luo Shuiyan did not relax, and instead Shen Miao became more suspicious. She obviously knew that there would be other intentions in entering the palace today, and perhaps it was Emperor Wen Hui who was here to inquire about something. Emperor Wen Hui deliberately looked for Consort Su Xian and Consort Dong Shu. Both of them, one was domineering and the other was gentle. With one hard and one soft working together, it was easy to make one confused and involuntarily speak. Shen Miao's heart was somewhat nervous. Many thanks to your ladyship's appreciation. Luo Shuiyan also smiled. It is just that the northern region is boring and one fear that your ladyship will not like it. No harm. Consort Dong Shu smiled. Since we invited you over, one would not be afraid of boredom. Her voice paused as she suddenly thought of something and looked at Shen Miao. Fu Xiui knew that the emperor wanted them to sound out Luo Shuiyan and also knew that Luo Shuiyan would bring Shen Miao along as a warning. Yesterday he had instructed her that if Shen Miao was present, Shen Miao must be sent away during the discussion. Fu Xiui was Consort Dong Shu's son, so naturally Consort Dong Shu would not doubt, but no matter what, she could not see what was worth guarding against this slightly wooden and timid young lady. Shen Miao's head hung down and one could not see her expression clearly. One only heard Consort Dong Shu saying, but it would be boring for a young lady to hear such interesting things. Tong Yao, bring 5th Shin young lady to stroll around the garden, and when she is tired, bring her to the living quarters to have some snacks and take good care of her. Even though Consort Su Xian was somewhat surprised, she thought that it was Emperor Wen Hui's idea and it did not affect her, so naturally she did not refute. Luo Shuiyan's heart was uneasy and it was best to place Shen Miao in front of her, but in the current situation, she also realized that the following conversation with the 2 consorts would not really be idle. At least, in broad daylight, these people did not dare to let anything happen to Shen Miao. Thinking like this, her heart was slightly at ease and she smiled at Shen Miao. Jiao Jiao, follow the female official to stroll around the garden. Mother will come and look for you after speaking to the ladyships. Shen Miao did not refuse, but her heart cried out that it was not good. Why did he send her away without any rhyme or reason? She could act coquettishly and refuse to leave, but that would be too deliberate. Why didn't they let others hear their conversation? Could it be that she had already aroused suspicion? The person who spoke was Consort Dong Shu. It was the first time Consort Dong Shu met her. Could it be that Fu Xiui was reminding Consort Dong Shu? This thought flashed through Shen Miao's mind. But she didn't say anything. She stood up respectfully and said goodbye to concubine Su Xian and followed Tong Yao out. Official Tong Yao led her to the garden. Gardens could be seen everywhere in the imperial palace. They were probably built for the imperial concubines and they were quite beautiful. It was just that Shen Miao did not have the mood to appreciate it. She was more familiar with every inch of land here than anyone else, and knew clearly which part of the garden was what kind of flowers grew, so how would she have any interest to listen? Official Tong Yao also saw that she was absent-minded and said, if young lady Shen is tired, this servant will bring you to the living quarters to sit. There are snacks there. Shen Miao nodded her head. Just as they walked halfway and saw the doors to the living quarters, a little eunuch ran over and said a few words to Tong Yao's ear in a hurry. Tong Yao then said apologetically to Shen Miao, the living quarters is the house in front. Young lady Shen should go in first. This servant will come over after sending the things over. Shin Miao nodded her head and did not haggle over it. That living quarters was right in front and there were guards everywhere in the palace, so there was no fear of anything happening. She herself had come here before and was very clear about it. Walking to the front of the living quarters, she opened the door and walked in. That door closed by itself with a pa sound. Shin Miao's heart quivered, and before she could react, a pair of hands covered her mouth from behind. Shin Miao did not even think as she bit down and bent her elbow to fiercely hit her back. She only heard a hiss sound behind her as she sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Her elbow was grabbed by someone and she was unable to move. A familiar voice sounded with some suppressed anger. "Shin Miao, are you a shrew?" Shin Miao was slightly surprised, and the person behind her had already released his hand. She turned her head and looked at the other person. Opposite, Xie Jingxing was touching his own hand and there was a slight anger in his expression. But what Shin Miao cared about was not this. It was different from his previous cynical and unruly romantic appearance. Today he was wearing a dark red official robe with fine cufflinks, long hat and green boots. His sharp and arrogant appearance was a completely different person from before. Shin Miao had never seen him like this before and was stunned for a moment. Xie Jingxing locked the door and turned his head to look at her with his arms crossed, with an appearance of wanting to settle accounts. But Shin Miao was not afraid of him and only frowned. "What are you doing here?" "Coming out from the palace, one thought that it might be you and came over to take a look." "It really is." Xie Jingxing said it in an incomparably relaxed manner. "The emperor summoned your father to the palace?" Shin Miao's heart jumped. "What do you mean?" Chapter 378. What do you mean? Shin Miao asked. Xie Jingxing would not say such words for no reason, so there must be some other meaning behind it. Xie Jingxing raised his eyebrows and looked at her. "Xin Yuan is Prince Ding's people." Shin Miao's heart was slightly shocked, but she did not speak. Before Xin Yuan's accident, he had a secret discussion with Prince Ding. Xie Jingxing said, "The Shen family is now like fire and water, so other than dealing with your father, what else could it be?" "Impossible." Shin Miao cried out involuntarily. Xie Jingxing's eyes stared at her as if he wanted to see through Shin Miao and asked, "Why?" Shin Miao's palms were slightly damp and there was a moment of confusion in her heart. The Shen family's accident was not in these 2 years, and the imperial family would delay dealing with the Shen family for a period of time because there was currently no justification for it. Shen Yuan worked for Prince Ding and both of them were extremely dependable people and would not take action if there was no absolute certainty. For example, in the last lifetime, she only knew that the second and third household also contributed, and Shen Yuan would definitely take out the evidence of rebellion at the end. But what time was it now? It was still too early for the imperial family to deal with Shen Xin, so why would Shen Yuan take action at this time? The evidence at this time should not be complete, and Fu Xiuyi chose to take action now? How did it become like this? Her expression was uncertain, and when she raised her head, she met with Xie Jingxing's thoughtful gaze. Shin Miao's heart quivered. Xie Jingxing was quick-witted, and one feared that he would be able to find out something from her expression. Thinking of this, she covered up her smile. "Shin Yuan is my second older brother. Why would he harm my father?" Hearing this, Xie Jingxing smiled instead. His smile had a deeper meaning. "Shin Miao, do you think I am a fool? Since little Xie Marquis told me all these," Shin Miao said seriously, "but how does His Highness Prince Ding want to deal with my father?" Xie Jingxing shook his head. Shin Miao did not hold much hope, and even if Xie Jingxing knew, there was no reason for him to tell her. The Xie family had dabbled in the Ming Qi structure, and if one were to carelessly help, one feared that one would get into trouble. Even if she was in Xie Jingxing's position today, she would not even give a reminder. It was just that. Shin Miao sized up Xie Jingxing's official robes and asked in puzzlement, "Why did you enter the palace?" She asked casually but did not know that her confident look made Xie Jingxing pause for a moment. In just a short moment, Xie Jingxing lazily said, "Enter the palace to request for commander." "Invite a commander?" Shin Miao was surprised for a moment and subconsciously asked, "Invite a commander for whom?" Xie Jingxing only smiled and did not speak. Shin Miao suddenly looked at him. "You asked to be the commander? North border. Xiongnu?" This time Xie Jingxing was surprised. "How do you know?" The matter of the Xiongnu in the northern borderlands was a secret. Before the edict was issued, Shin Xin might not even know about it, much less Shin Miao. Xie Jingxing had always been curious about where Shin Miao's eyes and ears came from, and since she even knew about the matters in the palace, he was even more surprised. Shin Miao stared blankly at him, but her heart was like a raging storm. In the northern borderlands, The Xiongnu had not retreated, but the terrain of the northern borderlands was complex and the people of the northern borderlands were ferocious and ferocious. A few years ago, Emperor Wenhui only fought in small skirmishes and was unwilling to confront them head-on. Afterwards the Xiongnu became more aggressive and Emperor Wenhui sent Xie Ding out for an expedition. The Xie family's army was ferocious but was completely annihilated on the battlefield. At the end of the same year, Xie Ding's corpse was wrapped in horse hide and the entire country mourned. In the spring of the second year, Xie Jingxing went out for an expedition on behalf of his father and was defeated like a landslide. He received the tragic ending of having his heart pierced by 10,000 arrows, skinned and air-dried before being hung on the city walls. Xie Jingxing died at the age of 22 and now he was only 19. Shen Miao's heart felt suffocated for a moment. It was impossible for the emperor to deal with the Xiongnu at this time and Xie Jingxing requested to be the commander. Xie Ding should not be aware of the matter at this time and looking at Xie Jingxing's appearance, he should have obtained the order. Chapter 379. Changed again. Changed again. It was obviously a matter of a few years but it was advanced. If Xie Jingxing went to war now, would it be the same ending as in the past lifetime? As for the Xie family, Shen Miao wanted to keep them to fight against the imperial power in the future, but no matter how much she changed, would some people's fate still follow the old track? Was this arrogant young man with red lips, white teeth and beautiful romantic features finally going to take the worst step? Xie Jingxing saw that Shen Miao's expression was strange and did not find it strange. His eyes slightly flashed and said, "You seem to be very worried?" Shen Miao did not have the mood to analyze such slightly teasing words as her heart was somewhat confused. She looked at him and said, "You lead the Xie family's army? Pay more attention to the Xie family's army and also pay more attention to the people around you." Shen Miao said word by word. In the beginning, her words were somewhat dry but towards the end, her expression gradually became serious. The wind and sand of the northern Jiang is strong and the armors of the soldiers are heavy. No matter what, do not take off the breastplate. In the previous lifetime, Xie Jingxing's heart was pierced by thousands of arrows and perhaps it would be better if he wore the breastplate. More importantly, Shen Miao felt that Xie Jingxing's death was too strange. How could a young general with outstanding battle tactics be defeated so miserably? In addition, she gradually understood the situation and knew that the imperial family had attacked the aristocratic families, so it was not possible that there were no imperial family people in the Xie family's army. And the tragedy of the Xie father and son might not be without the addition of a conspiracy. Shen Miao wholeheartedly thought about the overall situation but did not know that with her and Xie Jingxing's current friendship, it was not to the point of being friends. Thus these words that were full of concern seemed to be somewhat subtle. Xie Jingxing was also surprised by her and suddenly smiled as he approached Shen Miao and slightly bent his head. He was very close to Shen Miao but his pair of peach blossom eyes were smiling as he teased, "So concerned about me?" Shen Miao was immersed in her own thoughts and did not realize that he was already so close. She was suddenly startled and had not recovered from her own conjecture and was at a loss for a moment. Her eyes were clear and whenever she was at a loss, it was like a child that made one feel pity for her. Xie Jingxing slightly paused and a feeling of helplessness grew in his heart. He was originally ruthless and towards the Shen family he was only a chess piece in the chess game. He knew that Shen Miao's thoughts were deep and her methods were mysterious. She was definitely not a harmless unmarried female like she looked on the surface. But sometimes he felt that she was just a little girl who didn't understand anything. Bullying a little girl made him feel a little embarrassed. This shame was quickly thrown to the back of his mind. Xie Jingxing took a step back and said, "It is not a good thing that the Shen family army's momentum is too strong." Shen Miao answered, "The one who entered the palace today is my mother and the ones who summoned her were Consort Su Xian and Consort Dong Shu." When she spoke of Consort Su Xian and Consort Dong Shu, her expression was not respectful, as if she was talking about two ordinary people. Xie Jingxing was also used to it. He said, "Retreat." "Retreat?" Shen Miao asked. Xie Jingxing did not speak anymore. In the end he still gave Shen Miao a hint. If Shen Miao was smart she would understand his meaning. Shen Miao's eyes hung down and thought for a while before saying, "Many thanks." Xie Jingxing lazily waved his hand. No one knew what he was thinking. Shen Miao asked again, "Summon the marshal? When do we leave?" 10 days later. "So fast?" Shen Miao exclaimed. "What?" Xie Jingxing turned his head to look at her and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Can't bear to part." "Not at all." Shen Miao said expressionlessly, as such. Then one wished the little marquis to be victorious and return triumphantly. After receiving the reward, Xie Jingxing said without a care, at that time I will give you a little thing as a good luck. Chapter 380. Just as Shen Miao was about to speak, she saw Xie Jingxing pressing her waist and said, someone is coming. He then smiled at Shen Miao, farewell Shen. Jiao Jiao. He turned and flew out of the window of the room. This person walked out of the window as though he was walking through his own front door. Shen Miao was still in a daze when the door was pushed open and Tong Yao walked in. Seeing Shen Miao standing in the middle of the room, she asked curiously, why is Shen young lady not sitting? Shen Miao recovered to her senses and smiled before getting up and walking to one side to sit down. But her heart was still thinking about what Xie Jingxing said just now. Xie Jingxing's commander request was to set off 10 days later. 10 days later. Was it not exactly the same as 3 years later? 3 years later would also be at this time. Xie Jingxing would set off and then the Xie father and son of the Xie family would forever end in the history of Mingqi. The Xie family would be heading towards an inevitable ending like in the previous lifetime. What about the Shen family? What would happen to the Shen family? Xie Jingxing gave her a hint before he left, but that was not the ending that she wanted to see. If one were to retreat like this, one would be able to keep one's life, but it was only to keep one's life. Without the protection of power, peaceful days would become a luxury. The path of the previous lifetime made Shen Miao clearly understand one point. Only by standing in a higher position than the enemy, would one be able to truly control one's fate. However, Xie Jingxing's method was more than enough to defend but not enough to attack. What method should be used to break it? In the next few hours, Shen Miao kept thinking about this problem. The snacks on the table were not touched at all, the tea was not even drunk and she did not have the mood to look at those books. This made female official Tong Yao look at her frequently, not knowing how a young lady like Shen Miao could sit for an entire afternoon like an old man. Even those slow-tempered imperial concubines in the palace did not have this kind of patience. One did not know how long they waited until a little eunuch came to invite them. Female official Tong Yao then brought Shen Miao out and Luo Shuiyan was waiting for her at the door. When she saw Shen Miao, she barely squeezed out a smile and pulled Shen Miao out of the palace to return to the residence. Even though Luo Shuiyan tried her best to act as if nothing had happened, what kind of person was Shen Miao? She had long learned to observe one's words and body language in the inner palace and could see Luo Shuiyan's worries. She said, "Mother, what did they say to you?" Luo Shuiyan smiled, "Nothing much, just some matters of living in the Shaochun city. He probably hasn't been to the northwest before and wants to see for himself." Shen Miao asked, "Is it really like this? But if that's the case, why did he specially call Mother into the palace to talk for so long? Isn't that too strange?" Luo Shuiyan touched Shen Miao's head. "What is strange about this? The imperial concubines in the palace can't move around, so their days are a bit boring. Mother will talk to them about distant matters to relieve their boredom. They will also be a bit happier." Even so, Luo Shuiyan was still somewhat worried. Although she did not participate in court affairs, it did not mean that she was ignorant of the dangers of the court. Today she dealt with it carefully, but it was precisely because she talked with the two concubines about daily life that she was even more puzzled. There were no fools in the palace. Everyone was smart. But in today's conversation, it did not involve military affairs at all and did not even mention the Shen family army. Instead he only talked about the commoners of the Shaochun city, which made Luo Shuiyan puzzled. Those who fought had an intuition for danger. She obviously felt that danger was approaching, but did not know where the problem was. Luo Shuiyan felt somewhat depressed. But she was afraid of scaring Shen Miao and did not intend to talk about these matters with Shen Miao. Shen Miao also did not ask her again. When they returned to the residence, the sky was already nearing evening. Shen Qiu and Shen Xan had been waiting at the residence's doors, and upon seeing both of them return, they were relieved. Chapter 381. After the meal, Luo Shuiyan instructed Shen Miao to rest early before pulling Shen Qiu and Shen Xan back to the room to discuss the matter of entering the palace today. Shen Miao did not follow. She had already heard a lot of things from Luo Shuiyan's mouth, but what she could not understand was what did Shen Yuan give to Fu Xiu-yi. The oil lamp shone brightly in her eyes as Shen Miao sat at the table deep in thought. Jingzhi and Guyu were careful not to disturb her. Outside the window it started to drizzle. This was the first drizzle since the end of the year, indicating the arrival of spring. Spring was about to arrive and all living things were revived. It was obviously a new hope, but how could one walk out of the dark willows and bright flowers in the heavy ice and snow? Xin Miao closed her eyes. This night, there were also people in embroidered clothes walking in the night. When Xie Jingxing passed by the courtyard, he coincidentally met Xie Changwu and Xie Changchao. When both of them saw him, they immediately stopped and respectfully greeted him, eldest brother. Towards these two people, Xie Jingxing had always turned a blind eye to them, and it was the same today. When he lifted his feet and was about to leave, he was stopped by Xie Changchao. Xie Changchao was somewhat pleased with himself. Long time no see, eldest brother. One do not know what eldest brother is busy with. A few days ago there was a hunt and one wanted to go with eldest brother, but father made us follow to Lu Daren's official banquet, thus one could only regret not going. These days Xie Ding had been bringing Xie Changwu and Xie Changchao to his colleagues' banquets because everyone knew that Xie Ding wanted to bring his two sons into an official career. Speaking of which, Xie Changwu and Xie Changchao were Shu sons and their qualifications were not as good as Xie Jingxing's. If it was not for Xie Jingxing being frivolous and unwilling to enter officialdom, everyone knew that it would not be their turn. But because of Princess Yuqing, Xie Jingxing and Xie Ding were in discord for many years and the relationship between the father and son was like ice. How could it be repaired? Xie Changwu was more modest than Xie Changchao, but even so, his eyes could not hide the contentment. He said, eldest brother should also follow along. Eldest brother is proficient in both the pen and the sword and would definitely gain the favor of all the Daren. At that time it would be much easier to enter officialdom. Xie Changchao and Xie Changwu had already understood Xie Jingxing's temperament and knew that Xie Jingxing was naturally arrogant. The more he said so, the more impossible it was for him to enter officialdom. In terms of obtaining Xie Ding's favor, they were destined to be inferior to Xie Jingxing. In terms of literary and military strategy and even in terms of appearance, they were far inferior to Xie Jingxing. Now that they finally had a chance to suppress Xie Jingxing, naturally they could not wait to be cocky. When Xie Jingxing heard it, he looked at them with a smile that was not a smile and suddenly asked, very proud. Xie Changchao and Xie Changwu were surprised, but Xie Jingxing had already left. The disdain in the corners of his eyes fell into the eyes of the two of them. Looking at Xie Jingxing's fading figure, Xie Changchao said hatefully, what plaything, who does he think he is? Xie Changwu's expression was sinister, there will be a day when I will trample him under my feet. When Xie Jingxing returned to the room, there were already two people waiting. One of them was a middle-aged man with a full beard, while the other was a young man with a straight face. The bearded middle-aged man asked, Master, you really want to? Xie Jingxing sat down in front of the table and waved his hands. Xie Changchao and Xie Changwu. The younger one said, why not? At the end of the words, there was a hint of killing intent. No need. If we take action now, there will be complications. Xie Jingxing interrupted his words. Without me, Xie Changwu and Xie Changchao would not do anything to Xie Ding. As for Madame Fong, he sneered, keep her. Both of them bowed their heads in agreement. Xie Jingxing took out a booklet from his sleeve. That was the copy of the commander request that was presented today. Chapter 382. In the end he still had to make this move. The first ray of sunlight shone through the carved window onto the table. Xin Miao sat in front of the table without moving. Jingzhi carried a silver basin in and jumped in shock upon entering. Why is young lady up so early today? Xin Miao did not speak as Jingzhi walked over. The oil lamp in front of the table had already burned out, and on Xin Miao's fair face, there was a faint greenish black under her eyes. Jingzhi was surprised for a moment and exclaimed, could it be that young lady did not sleep for the entire night? Xin Miao shook her head and pressed her forehead tiredly. She sat there for the whole night. Xie Jingxing's hint made her puzzled and confused. She did not know what Xin Yuan gave to Fu Xiuyi and only knew that it must be bad news for the Xin family. And the word retreat was a move that she did not want the Xin family to make. How should he get out of this predicament? Jingzhi spoke with some heartache. No matter how worried young lady is, one should not torment one's body like this. Master and Madam will be heartbroken if they see this. Young lady, you should eat something first and rest. You don't look well. What if young lady falls down first? Xin Miao also felt that her stomach was rumbling, and after thinking for an entire night, her head was somewhat dizzy, so she said, bring some porridge over. I will sleep for a while after eating. Do not mention this matter to others. Jingzhi made an "ai" sound before turning and jogging out, treating it as going to the kitchen to bring Xin Miao's breakfast. Xin Miao stood up and wanted to use hot water to wash her face. Just as she was washing halfway, she suddenly heard footsteps outside the door and Jingzhe ran back. So fast. Shen Miao was a little surprised. There was still a distance from the small kitchen to here, and even if Jingzhe ran over, she would still need to wait for a while. Miss, something bad has happened. Jingzhe was somewhat flustered as she said, someone from the palace has arrived. Summon Master, Foreign and eldest young master to the palace immediately. The handkerchief in Shen Miao's hands fell into the basin. She calmed herself down and said, I'll go take a look. In the courtyard, the eunuch from the palace had received Emperor Wen Hui's orders and was talking to Shen Xen. These people would usually be more polite when they saw the formidable general. But today his attitude was not very clear. Sometimes, the attitude of the master could be seen from the attitude of the messenger. Obviously this trip to the palace was not a good thing. When Shen Miao came out, not only Shen Xian, Luo Shuiyan and Shen Qiu were in the courtyard, the people from the other households also came out. Even old Shen Foreign brought Shen Yuanbo out. It was just that looking at this look, old Shen Foreign did not show any concern and instead looked on coldly, as if she was afraid of drawing fire onto herself and avoided it. On the other hand, Shen Wan asked the eunuch, May I ask why His Majesty summoned Big Brother to the palace? The eunuch looked up at the sky. I am only acting on His Majesty's orders. I do not know His Majesty's intentions. Darren, quickly follow me into the palace. He urged Shen Xian to leave quickly. When Shen Qiu saw Shen Miao walking over, he was somewhat nervous and quickly pulled Shen Miao's hand. Younger sister, why did you come over? Seeing Shen Miao looking over, he quickly comforted her. Younger sister, do not worry. His Majesty only summoned us to the palace to discuss some military matters and will be back soon. When he returns, eldest brother will bring you to eat tanghulu. He was afraid of scaring Shen Miao but did not know that in Shen Miao's eyes, this look was even more suspicious. To summon Shen Xan, Luo Shuiyan and Shen Qiu to the palace, even though she was not brought along upon careful thought, the people brought along were the leading figures of the Shen family's army, so this matter was definitely related to the Shen family's army. Now that it was the Shen family's military power, it was a hot potato, and once it involved military power, one must be careful of everything. Chapter 383. At this time, if Shen Miao continued to show fear, not only would she not be able to help, it would instead burden Luo Shuiyan and the rest. Thus Shen Miao smiled. Really? Eldest brother must keep to his words. Seeing Shen Miao like this, Shen Qiu then let out a sigh of relief. Shen Qiu knew that Shen Miao was intelligent but did not want Shen Miao to be involved with the matters of the court. Moreover, in the court matters, it was never a person's worth, as there would be deaths and injuries at every turn and countless people would be involved, so how would it be easy to explain? Luo Shuiyan and Shen Xan also comforted Shen Miao. Jiao, just stay in the residence and do not go anywhere. Wait for father and mother to return, then we will go together to make new clothes for Jiao for the beginning of spring. Shen Miao also complied. She watched helplessly as the eunuch brought Shen Xian and entourage out of the residence. Chen Roqiu pulled Shen Wan's hands and said worriedly, Why would eldest brother and eldest Sa suddenly enter the palace? Did something happen? Shen Wan shook his head. Shen Gui said, Eldest brother is already in the limelight and does not know how to conduct himself in court. One fear that if something really happened, there would not be anyone to speak to. These words were somewhat meaningful. Shen Gui's meaning was that if something really happened to Shen Xian, the two brothers Shen Gui and Shen Wan would not send charcoal in the snow. Shen Miao sneered in her heart. She only heard Shen Yu timidly saying, If something happened to eldest Bo, it should be a very big matter. Will it implicate us by bringing them all away? How would it implicate Yuer? Shen Gui smiled. If it implicates Yuer, the first to bear the brunt should be little 5. Shen Gui's words were vicious. After the successive loss of his sons, Shen Gui's career was not smooth. He was originally jealous that Shen Xian's position was higher than his and his prestige was higher than his. Now that he saw Shen Xian's misfortune, naturally he was overjoyed and even hoped that Shen Xian's branch would be wiped out so that there would no longer be any obstacles in front of him. A trace of schadenfreude flashed in Shen Yu's eyes as she looked sympathetically at Shen Miao. Isn't fifth younger sister very pitiful? Shen Miao did not get angry but smiled instead and said lightly, The servants in the palace do not know His Majesty's intention, so it seems that both Shu have already understood His Majesty's intention. She looked at Shen Gui. Since second uncle is able to predict things like a deity, when this matter reaches the ears of His Majesty will appreciate second uncle's ability to understand others. It's rare to see someone like second uncle who can understand others. His Majesty can even be compared to the previous dynasty's official way. As these words came out, Xinhuan and Xingui's expressions changed slightly. What was the greatest taboo for an emperor? It was for his officials to randomly guess the emperor's intentions. Xin Miao's words were not to say that Xingui was very clear about Emperor Wen Hui's thoughts, so what was he planning? She even used official Wei from the previous dynasty to insinuate that official Wei was the emperor's trusted aide. Often, the emperor only needed a glance to know what the emperor wanted to do. When the emperor's position was unstable, he had worked together with official Wei to control many of the opposing ministers. But in the end, when the emperor was in power, he had given official Wei a death warrant. No monarch would like an official who could clearly understand one's thoughts. If one understood too clearly, there would be no reverence, and if there was no reverence, perhaps one day a knife would be placed on one's neck. This was the imperial family, the most suspicious. One sentence could decide a person's life and death. Xin Miao's words made Xingui's and Xinhuan's expressions change, but they dared not refute it. They were afraid that if these words were to be spread out and heard by Emperor Wen Hui, one did not know how much trouble it would bring to themselves. Both of them were secretly shocked, as they did not know where did Xin Miao learn the ability to pin such a big hat onto others with just one sentence. In the past, it was Mei Furin's usual tactic. At this moment, Xin Miao was also forced by Xingui's unrestrained mouth and did not really want to fight with them here. The most urgent matter was to think of how to solve this matter. Old Xin Furin had seen enough of the show and was not willing to let her son fall into a disadvantageous position, so she coldly snorted, "Will only bring trouble to the Xin family." She was still thinking about the matter of Xin Xian wanting to separate from the family, but once this matter came out, the matter of the separation would be delayed. Old Xin Furin even thought that if something happened to Xin Xian, they would not be implicated and it would only be the first household that would be implicated. Would not the first household's assets all belong to her? Thinking of this, her eyes revealed a look of greed. Xin Miao's heart was filled with disgust. This room of people had fully acted out what was called throwing stones at a person who was down. The Xin family was definitely on the list of despicable people in the world. Wan Yinyang pulled Xin Dongling's hand and hid at the back. She dared not say anything in this kind of situation. Even though Ren Wanyun was awake, she did not leave Kai Yin Yuan and did not appear today. Xin Dongling said softly, "But what would happen to Eldest Bo? Eldest Bo is not in the Ding capital all year round. Could it be that there would be other rewards because of the previous victory?" Xin Dongling's words were most likely to ease the atmosphere. Xin Yu was somewhat displeased with her words, and old Xin Furin also revealed an unhappy expression, but only Xin Miao was slightly surprised. Not in the Ding capital all year round? Yes, Xin Xian and wife and Xin Qiu had been fighting all year round in the bitter cold northwestern region and had just returned to the Ding capital. It was impossible to use the excuse of being in the Ding capital as an excuse. And yesterday Consort Su Xian and Consort Dong Shu were asking about the days in the Shaochun city. What was the use of asking about the days in the Shaochun city for? Xin Miao did not believe that the delicate females in the palace would be interested in the remote northwestern region. There must be a connection. Not in the Ding capital, what kind of crime would it be? Chapter 384. Xin Miao's mind was unsettled and no longer stood here entangled with the Xin family. She did not even turn her head back and quickly walked back to her own room. Outside, Xingui and entourage had seen enough of the excitement and wanted to inquire about the matter, thus they dispersed in twos and threes. Xin Yu followed behind Qin Roqiu and there was a trace of joy on her face. Yesterday she heard that it was Consort Dong Shu who saw Xin Miao and Luo Shuiyan. Xin Yu's heart was very uneasy. Consort Dong Shu was after all Prince Ding's consort mother, and if Consort Dong Shu had eyes on her, what would happen if she randomly pulled strings? Fortunately today it seemed that the first household was unlucky. Thinking of this, Xin Yu's footsteps became relaxed. It was Xin Dongling who was being held by Wan Yinyang, who looked at the courtyard thoughtfully before following back. The huge western courtyard became empty in a blink of an eye. Even Achi followed Xin Xian's guards back to the Xin family's army. Emperor Wen Hui suddenly summoned people into the palace, and naturally the Xin family's army was imprisoned. Fortunately Mo Qing was still around because Mo Qing was not in the Xin family's army yet. In the room, Jing Zhiguyu, Bai Lu and Shuangjiang were standing behind Xin Miao. Mo Qing stood by the door with his head hung down and a trace of solemnity appeared on his face. Even though Shen Dongling said that perhaps Emperor Wenhui would continue to reward Shen Xan, everyone knew that it was impossible. Shen Miao sat at the table with her brows tightly knitted, which made Mo Qing's heart slightly comforted. He was initially worried that Shen Miao would be at a loss of what to do after hearing the news, but now even though Shen Miao's face was solemn, she was not nervous at all. Shen Miao looked at the notes in front of her. The Shen family was then exterminated by Fu Xiuyi in one fell swoop. At that time she had tried to stop it, but it was Fu Xiuyi who, in front of all the civil and military officials, listed out the Shen family's crimes one by one until she was speechless. Even though one knew that it was all fake, but these fake evidence were so conclusive that it made one powerless to refute. That day in the throne room, the scenes of the past were like knives and chisels that were carved into her heart. That denouncing the Shen family was according to the length of time, day by day. Now it was the 69th year of the Ming Qi and she was reborn in the 68th year of the Ming Qi. In the things that Xin Yuan presented to Fu Xiuyi, the criminal evidence must be something that happened in the 68th year of the Ming Qi or before. In the 68th year of Ming Qi, what crimes did the Shen family commit? Shen Miao closed her eyes and some scenes flashed through her mind. She was wearing the Empress court dress and the phoenix hairpins on her head could not hide the embarrassment around her. The civil and military officials were agitated, Pei Lang was indifferent and Fu Xiuyi angrily threw the booklet at her face. A civil official was reading, in the 68th year of Ming Qi, the Shen family's officers and soldiers disobeyed the emperor's order and released the bandits, deceiving the monarch. Releasing the bandits without permission was deceiving the emperor. Shen Miao suddenly opened her eyes. She suddenly remembered that in the 68th year of Ming Qi, there was indeed a not a small matter that happened. Shen Xan went against the Shirong and defeated them, seizing 3 cities. Emperor Wenhui ordered that everyone in the cities be killed without mercy. To a general, massacring a city was the cruelest achievement. And in the Shirong city, other than the soldiers, most of the people were the elderly, the weak, women and children. These old and weak women and children were like the common people of Ming Qi, safe and sound, and the ones at fault were the Shirong soldiers. Shen Xan was not a person who liked to kill, thus in private he left the lives of those women and children. Other than the Shen family's army, no one else knew about this matter and the people of the Shen family's army were brought up by Shen Xan, so it was impossible for them to betray Shen Xan. In this there should be Shen Yuan's credit. Perhaps a long time ago, Shen Yuan had buried a hidden chess piece in the Shen family's army. It was just that after the crown prince was deposed, the entire Shen family's crimes were pursued one by one, and this crime of deceiving the monarch was not that important. However, in the hands of Fu Xiuyi, who had always been steady, to take it out at this time when the time was not ripe, it could only mean that the current situation made Fu Xiuyi feel a crisis, and the Shen family had become a variable. In this lifetime, because there was no entanglement between her and Fu Xiuyi did not stop Emperor Wenhui to let the Shen family stay for a few more years, and the imperial family finally had their eyes on the Shen family, this fat meat. Chapter 385. So the evidence that Shen Yuan handed over to Fu Xiuyi should be the crime of Shen Xan not acting according to Emperor Wenhui's order to massacre the city. This matter could be said to be big or small. It was just that in the current situation the imperial family was bent on taking back the Shen family's military power, so how would they let go of this opportunity? Things had become extremely tricky. Shen Miao clenched her fists and slowly calmed her emotions. Now it was not the worst time yet. Even though the imperial family wanted to deal with the Shen family, they only wanted to recover the military power. To move against the Shen family at this time, it would inevitably cause dissatisfaction from the other aristocratic families. The Fu family was cunning and would not do that. What should be done at this time? The few people in the room looked at Shen Miao's changing expression and were puzzled in their hearts. But they saw Shen Miao suddenly standing up. She said, "I want to go out of the residence for a while." Guyu was surprised for a moment. Young lady, to leave the residence at this time would attract gossip. Something happened in the family and one's heart is depressed. How about finding a friend to relieve it? Shen Miao's eyes turned cold. Go. Mo Qing naturally had no objection to Shen Miao's decision. Moreover, in his heart, he was convinced by Shen Miao and knew that Shen Miao had her own way of doing things. At this moment, seeing Shen Miao like this, his heart calmed down a little and said, "This subordinate will go and arrange." Seeing Mo Qing like this, Jingzhi and Guyu did not speak anymore and let Bai Lu and Shuangjiang stay in the residence to wait for news while they went out with Shen Miao. Shen Miao's actions naturally caused the people in the residence to be surprised, and when someone came to probe, she only said that she was going to look for Feng and Ning. Feng and Ning and Shen Miao were considered as friends, so it was natural for Shen Miao to look for Feng and Ning to complain about the first household of the Shen family. Thus no one stopped him. After leaving the residence, Mo Qing drove the carriage towards the Feng residence. After driving past the small alley and confirming that no one was following, Shen Miao then said, "Go to the Su residence." Su residence? Guyu was surprised for a moment. Which Su residence? Pingnan Count's Su family Suyu residence. Mo Qing, who was outside, was very familiar with the roads in the Ding capital and was even more clear about which noble residences were located. He did not need to ask for directions and turned the horse around to head in another direction. Jingzhi and Guyu wanted to ask but did not dare to. It was true that Shen Miao had an idea. But even they, as servants, knew that in the Shen family's court, the Xie family was one of the political enemies, and the Marquis of Lin and Xie family and the Count of Pingnan's Su family were grasshoppers on the same boat. Naturally, the Su family and the Shen family were like fire and water. Now that the Shen family was in trouble, why would they help their sworn enemy? But he probably wasn't asking for help. Jingzhi and Guyu anxiously thought. In the residence of the Count of Pingnan, there was still one person sitting in Su Mingfeng's room. That person's purple gold robe was overflowing with color, and there was a casual and lazy smile on his face. On the contrary, it was Su Mingfeng who had an anxious face. "What is going on? Why did you ask to be the commander?" "The Ding capital is too boring. Go to the northern Jiang to play," Xie Jingxing said. "Play?" Su Mingfeng looked at him and anger appeared on his usually cultured and refined face. "Do you know what kind of place the northern Jiang is? Currently no one dares to confront the Xiongnu, so why are you going to join in the fun?" Seeing that Xie Jingxing did not take his words to heart, Su Mingfeng slowed down his tone. "I know that your heart is not happy that your father brought Xie Changchao and Xie Changwu into officialdom, but there is no need to use this method to vent. This matter is not a small matter and is not a child's play. Even though you are highly skilled in martial arts, the northern Jiang's terrain is complex and you have never been there before. Jingxing, you cannot go." Su Mingfeng. Xie Jingxing laughed. "His Majesty had already given me the commander request. Do you think that I can still not go?" Su Mingfeng was surprised for a moment and a look of despair appeared on his face. The Emperor's words were like gold and jade, so there was no reason to go back on it. With the commander request in his hands, there was no leeway at this time. Even if Xie Jingxing changed his mind, he would still have to go. Chapter 386. Seeing Su Mingfeng like this, Xie Jingxing said, "Are you cursing me to have an accident or curse me to have an accident? Bastard." Su Mingfeng scolded and was somewhat angry. "Why did you not discuss this matter with me? What's the point of discussing it with you?" Xie Jingxing took the teapot at the side and poured some tea for himself to drink. "It is not bad for me." Su Mingfeng was angry but helpless at the same time. She knew that Xie Jingxing had a lawless temperament, and once he decided on something, even 9 bulls would not be able to pull him back. It was said that they were childhood friends, but now it seemed that it was as if his head was hot. Xie Jingxing did not tell him anything, and even if he did, it was only a notice. For example, right now, he was just here to inform him that he had obtained the commander's token. Once the time was up, he would set off. "Why do you want to go to the northern Jiang?" Su Mingfeng paced back and forth in the room. "Do you not want to live anymore? Do you know that if you win it'll be great, but if you lose? Your 2 Shu younger brothers would be the first to clap their hands." Su Mingfeng suddenly clapped his hands and stood in front of Xie Jingxing. "You are assured to leave them in the Ding capital? You are not afraid of what your father would say?" Speaking till here, she suddenly paused and looked at Xie Jingxing. "Does your father know about this matter?" Xie Jingxing shook his head. Su Mingfeng said, "You are so willful and Marquis Xie would definitely be furious when he knows about it. At that time, your 2 Shu younger brothers would stir up some gossip, and there is still a hidden yin yang in the residence. When you return from the northern Jiang, who knows what would happen to the residence? Xie Jingxing, are you really assured?" Su Mingfeng treated Xie Jingxing as a real friend, and his words were all for Xie Jingxing's sake. Xie Jingxing smiled and looked as if he did not want to talk about it anymore. "When I leave the capital, help me look after the princess residence." In the Ding capital, other than the Su family, Xie Jingxing had the most interactions with Princess Rong Xian of the princess residence. Going to the northern borderline now would take at least a year and a half, but at worst he did not know when he would be able to return. If Princess Rong Xi knew about it, she would definitely be sentimental. Su Mingfeng wanted to scold Xie Jingxing a few more words, but seeing that Xie Jingxing's expression sank, it was not good to say anything more. One heard Xie Jingxing said again, "Within these 2 years, it is best for the Su family to avoid the spotlight. You do not enter officialdom and just pretend to be ill." Su Mingfeng felt strange. What does this have to do with me? Didn't you say that as long as I become an official and don't meddle in military affairs, it would be fine? Just do what I tell you to do. Xie Jingxing glanced at him and stood up. "I am leaving." Su Mingfeng said, You are leaving just like this? What are you doing here today?" "Goodbye." Xie Jingxing shrugged his shoulders but suddenly heard a putong sound at the door. Su Mingfeng jumped in shock when he opened the door and a round dumpling rolled in. The dumpling was round and chubby. Su Mingfeng helped him up and patted the dust on Tuanzi's clothes before saying, "Ming Lang, why did you come over?" The chubby dumpling was not anyone else but the second young master of the Su family, Su Ming Lang. He saw that there was someone else in the room, and this person was Xie Jingxing. He first shrunk back in fright before hiding behind Su Mingfeng's back and pulled the corner of Su Mingfeng's clothes. "Eldest brother, older sister of the Shen family is here." "What?" Su Mingfeng did not understand what was going on and saw his substitute servant running over at the door, panting, "Young master, there is a young lady looking for you at the residence's entrance." When the words were said, Su Mingfeng was surprised for a moment before looking at Xie Jingxing. Xie Jingxing looked at him with a smile that was not a smile. Su Mingfeng coughed lightly, "Nonsense. How would I know any young lady?" Chapter 387. It is true. That servant hurriedly said, "It is said that it is the 5th young lady of the formidable great general's residence and is looking for you to discuss something." 5th young lady of the formidable great general's residence. Su Mingfeng was still sorting out this tongue twister when Su Ming Lang at the side had already jumped up. "It is older sister Shin Miao. Eldest brother, older sister Shin Miao is looking for you." "Shin Miao?" Su Mingfeng was stunned for a moment and Xie Jingxing frowned. Not to mention the Shen and Xie family, they had no dealings with the Su family. As for privately, Su Mingfeng and Shin Miao did not have any friendship. Shin Miao suddenly came to the door and Su Mingfeng was also confused. He asked Xie Jingxing, "Could it be that she is here to look for you?" "Older sister Shin Miao is definitely here to look for me." Su Ming Lang happily held his face. "Eldest brother, let us go and see older sister Shin Miao." "This." Su Mingfeng hesitated. "Go." Xie Jingxing suddenly opened his mouth and his gaze seemed to have a deeper meaning. "Just in your room." When Shin Miao brought Mo Qing into Su Mingfeng's room, she just happened to see Su Mingfeng's servant bringing Su Ming Lang out. The snow-white glutinous rice dumpling struggled to fiddle with it, but it was futile at the end. When he saw her, his eyes lit up and he excitedly waved his short hands. "Older sister Shen." Shin Miao stopped by his side and revealed a rare smile as she touched his head. "Why are you here?" "Eldest brother did not let me in." Su Ming Lang put on a long face. "Older sister Shen, are you here to see me?" The servant at the side coughed lightly and smiled apologetically at Shin Miao. "Sorry young lady Shen, young master is waiting for you inside." This was to cover up Su Ming Lang's words. Su Ming Lang was obviously very dissatisfied as he looked at Shin Miao. Shin Miao smiled. "I am here to look for your eldest brother to discuss some matters. Next time I will come to see you, I will bring you some sweet cakes to eat." Hearing that, Su Ming Lang immediately became happy and no longer struggled. He carefully instructed Shin Miao not to forget the agreement before leaving happily with the servant. Mo Qing, who was following behind, was somewhat surprised. Shin Miao was not a patient and kind person to strangers, and just now she treated Su Ming Lang with a good temper. If one did not know, one would think that Su Ming Lang was her son. Just as this strange conjecture appeared, it was suppressed by Mo Qing. Not to mention that the age difference between Shin Miao and Su Ming Lang was not that big. Moreover, Shin Miao was a young lady now, so how would there be a mother? Shin Miao pushed the door open and walked in. In the room, there was only Su Mingfeng sitting alone in front of a small table. Seeing Shin Miao entering and even bringing along Mo Qing, he was first startled but did not stop her and allowed her to enter the room. The servant hurriedly closed the door. Mo Qing stood in front of the door and did not move in case there were any accidents. Shin Miao walked straight to the opposite of Su Mingfeng and sat down. When she did all these, her entire person seemed incomparably natural. If it was in her own residence, of course there would be no problem. But this was her first time coming to the residence, and before this, she did not even have any interaction with Su Mingfeng. To be so calm in the face of a stranger, Su Mingfeng could not help but cast sidelong glances. Shen Miao was also sizing Su Mingfeng up. In all fairness, Su Mingfeng was a handsome youth. It was just that standing in front of Xie Jingxing, who was like a scorching sun, the brilliance was more or less overshadowed. In fact, Shen Miao knew that Su Mingfeng was not an ordinary son of an official and had some abilities. It was a pity that at the end the Su family was completely destroyed because of the matter of selling soldiers and horses. Su Mingfeng also lost his life in that disaster, and at the end the Su father and son's corpses were personally collected by Xie Jingxing. The relationship between the Su family and the Xie family could be seen. Chapter 388. It was because of this that the Su family and the Shen family did not have much contact. Su Mingfeng felt somewhat uncomfortable being probed by Shen Miao's gaze and lightly coughed. "Shen young lady, one do not know the reason for coming to the residence? My father, mother and eldest brother were summoned to the palace by His Majesty. Does young Master Su know why?" Shen Miao asked. Su Mingfeng was somewhat inexplicable. The matter of the Shen family had spread throughout the entire Ding capital early in the morning, and all the officials felt insecure. After all, as an official in court, once there was a little bit of trouble, it would be a huge matter. But what did the Shen family's mishap have to do with his Su family? "I do not know," Su Mingfeng answered. He really did not know what was the reason why Shen Xian was summoned to the palace. Everyone guessed that it was Emperor Wenhui who wanted to punish the Shen family, but no one knew what the charges were. "When my father was in the northwest region destroying the Shirong, His Majesty ordered a massacre, but my father did not comply." Shen Miao said, "So one think that His Majesty will punish my father for deceiving the monarch and disobeying military orders?" Su Mingfeng jumped in shock. It was not because of the charges that Shen Miao said, but because Shen Miao told him about it so easily. This matter could be considered as a handle in anyone's hands, and it was too late to cover it up, but Shen Miao actually told him so bluntly. Even though Su Mingfeng was intelligent since young, he did not know how to continue and could only laugh dryly twice before saying perfunctorily, "Then what can be done? So I want to ask Heir Su for help," Shen Miao said. Su Mingfeng was once again stunned. He thought about it and could not think of what kind of friendship did he have with Shen Miao, or what kind of friendship did the Shen and Su family had that was worth the Su family lending a helping hand. In a situation where he could not figure it out, Su Mingfeng secretly glanced at the folding screen. "Shen young lady is joking." He quickly retracted his gaze and looked at Shen Miao before smiling politely. "It is just that. What help can this one offer? Most likely Shen young lady has overestimated this one. Moreover, forgive this one for speaking rudely. This matter is complicated, and if one were to randomly help, one fear that one would invite trouble to oneself. One really cannot find a reason to bear the danger and be a good person." Su Mingfeng's words were said in a polite manner but mercilessly rejected Shen Miao's request. Su Mingfeng also saw it clearly that the Shen Miao in front of him had a straightforward temperament. He simply abandoned his usual roundabout ways and straightforwardly stated, "No." Hearing this, Shen Miao gently smiled. When she smiled, her pair of eyes were very clear, and there seemed to be some naivety. However, in the blink of an eye, her smile turned cold. She said, "Prince Su, although you are not an official, your father seems to be in charge of the military horses." Su Mingfeng slightly frowned and said, "Correct. Did your father tell Heir that there seems to be a problem with the military horses?" Shen Miao said. This time Su Mingfeng's brows wrinkled even tighter as he stared at Shen Miao. "What does Shen young lady mean by this?" Shen Miao smiled gently. "I heard that there are some small problems with the military horses recently, and a few of the military horses are sick. Medicine is ineffective?" Su Mingfeng tightened his grip on the teacup. Shen Miao's words were not false. These days Su Yu was extremely busy with this matter, and other than a few subordinates in the military horses and Su Yu who secretly told him about it, no one else knew about it. But it was impossible for the people in the military horses to tell Shen Miao. If it were to spread, Emperor Wenhui would punish them and everyone would not be able to bear the consequences, and it would be even worse. But how did Shen Miao know about it? Su Mingfeng heard his own dry voice. "Shen young lady? Where did you hear these false words from?" Chapter 389. Untruthful words? Shen Miao sighed, but there seemed to be a slight smile in her eyes. She got close to Su Mingfeng and whispered, Could it be that Heir Su is not afraid that this horse disease will eventually become a horse plague? Su Mingfeng's pupils suddenly widened. Horse plague. With the count of Ping Nan's cautious temperament and having dealt with military horses for a lifetime, it is impossible for him not to suspect this. Shen Miao pretended to be surprised. Why? Was it not told to Heir Su? Su Mingfeng gritted his teeth and did not speak. So you did not tell him? Naturally, Su Yu had told him that the horse disease that no medicine could cure was a precursor to the horse plague. A military horse needed a lot of money to feed, and once the horse plague broke out, the military horses would suffer heavy casualties. Not only was there a loss of money on the battlefield, without sufficient military horses, the army would not be able to fight at all. If the blame came down from the top, a light punishment would be losing one's black hat and a heavy punishment would be losing one's head. It was just that this horse disease came in a strange and tricky manner. Many veterinarians were found, but there was no solution. Recently they had no choice but to separate the sick horses, but there were still horses dying intermittently. If at the end it was uncontrollable and it really became a horse plague, one feared that it would be a big disaster. Xin young lady, what is your opinion? Su Mingfeng said bitterly, but as he spoke, he glanced at the screen without revealing anything. At this moment Xin Miao was not anxious. She grabbed an empty teacup on the table and poured a cup of tea for herself before taking a sip. When Su Mingfeng saw it, he wanted to say something, but after thinking about it, he swallowed it down and pretended to be listening attentively. I have a way to solve your horses, Xin Miao said. Su Mingfeng was surprised for a moment. Is this true? Fortunately, a veterinarian with superior skills and heard that he had solved the same horse disease. Once he is found, the death of the military horses can be easily solved. Su Mingfeng did not speak. Shen Miao picked up the teacup and took another sip before lightly saying, It is not too late to mend the pen after the sheep is lost. Heir Su, when the horse disease spreads and cannot be concealed, it would not only be the horses that suffer. Su Mingfeng gritted his teeth and looked at Shen Miao. Shen young lady specially sent a good strategy today, one fear that there is something else to say. His eyes flashed. Or perhaps you think that my Su family has a good plan to help the Shen family? Please tell me. Straightforward, Shen Miao praised. Su Mingfeng smiled bitterly. How was it that he was refreshed? It was obviously Shen Miao who was cunning. Previously he had said that the Su family had no obligation to wade into these muddy waters to help Shen Xan, so Shen Miao directly stated the terms of the transaction. It had to be said that Shen Miao was a person who knew how to grasp people's weaknesses. She took the matter of the military horses that the Su family was most worried about. This matter had not been spread, and even he and Su Yu spoke about it in private, so he did not know how Shen Miao knew about it. No matter what, he couldn't refuse such a condition. It was no wonder that Shen Miao did not please him and spoke so directly. She simply had a trump card in her hands. A deal was a deal. No one could take advantage of the other. I know that Count Pingnan knows many people in the imperial court. Compared to my parents who are always in the northwest, Count Pingnan's influence is much wider. I would like to ask Count Pingnan's help to gather all the friends and help my father to submit a memorial. Submit a memorial? Su Mingfeng's brows wrinkled. All to plead for General Shen? Shen Miao shook her head. No. I'll blame my father. Su Mingfeng was stunned. One think that Count Pingnan would not be willing to wade into these muddy waters. Shen Miao gently smiled. So how to persuade Count Pingnan will be handed over to Heir Su. It is just that Heir Su must not tell Count Pingnan about the matter of the military horses and must not mention me, otherwise this transaction will be over. Su Mingfeng did not understand. He looked up and saw that the young female in front of him still had the appearance of a young girl. Her brows were delicate and gentle, and when she smiled, there was some innocence and clarity, but when she did not smile, there was a coldness in her eyes which added a bit of majesty. And this kind of pressure was something that even Su Yu had never given Su Mingfeng this kind of feeling. I cannot stay for long. We'll have to trouble Heir Su to send a letter to my residence after making a decision. After the matter is done, I will definitely send it to the veterinarian's place. She stood up and bowed slightly to Su Mingfeng before saying, Many thanks. Su Mingfeng quickly stood up and said, Definitely. Shen Miao swept a glance at the screen before turning around and bringing Mo Qing out of the room. After Shen Miao left, Su Mingfeng then let out a sigh of relief. A person walked out from behind the screen. If it was not Xie Jingxing, who else could it be? You have heard it? Su Mingfeng said, This young lady of the Shen family is more unfathomable than imagined. Xie Jingxing raised his eyebrows and did not speak. Su Mingfeng's gaze landed on the table where the teacup that Shen Miao drank from was still there. The rim of the cup was slightly wet. Speaking of which, that is what you drank from. Su Mingfeng said, you. Xie Jingxing unceremoniously kicked him with his leg. Chapter 390. I-O. Su Mingfeng exclaimed, why did you kick me for? I also wanted to remind her just now but she drank so fast, so what can I do? Su Mingfeng sized Xie Jingxing up. Moreover, the one who suffered a loss is others and not you. What is there to haggle about? Xie Jingxing ignored him and sat down in front of the table before asking, is what she said about the troops true? Hearing that, Su Mingfeng's face became ugly and under Xie Jingxing's sharp gaze, he said with difficulty, correct. Why did you hide it from me? Xie Jingxing asked in a threatening manner. Su Mingfeng shook his head and smiled bitterly, only father and I discussed this matter privately and I did not speak of it to anyone else. It is even more impossible for father to do so. Who would joke about something that would cause one to lose one's black veil hat? I originally wanted to tell you after a period of time. But how would young lady Shen know about this matter? Could it be that they have acquaintances in the military horses? But the people in the military horses would not speak about this matter. Xie Jingxing glanced at Su Mingfeng. Even though Su Mingfeng was a talented person, he was protected watertight in the Su family since young and had not experienced any big storms. Speaking of which, the trump cards in Shen Miao's hands were endless and it was out of his expectations time and time again. Xie Jingxing gave Shen Miao a retreat strategy but did not expect that Shen Miao did not use his strategy at all. To unite with the Su family and other familiar officials to submit a memorial to Shen Xian and do the opposite, it could indeed solve Shen Xian's urgent situation. However, the emperor's mind was unfathomable and if Shen Xian was let off this time, the Shen family's army would have great power and one day the emperor would see it as a thorn in his eyes. One could hide for a while but not for a lifetime. It was just that. Did Shen Miao really not think of this layer? Xie Jingxing did not think so. Seeing that Xie Jingxing did not speak and his usually frivolous face had a frowning and pondering expression, Su Mingfeng also became nervous. He knew that even though this good friend looked casual, he understood the situation in court more thoroughly than anyone else. Su Mingfeng asked, why? Is there any problem? Xie Jingxing shook his head. What do you think? It is indeed highly possible for the horse disease to reach the horse plague. Moreover, this matter is of great importance and father is the commander in charge of the military horses. Once something happens, the Su family will be the first to bear the brunt. Su Mingfeng said, if Shen young lady really did not lie to me, I think that it is possible to try. Even though it is somewhat difficult to convince father, but I will try my best. Pausing, Su Mingfeng looked at Xie Jingxing. What do you think about this deal? Xie Jingxing raised his eyebrows. The biggest winner of the transaction is definitely not you, but you also did not suffer a loss. He looked at Su Mingfeng. Just do as she said. Su Mingfeng lowered his head and was somewhat hesitant. But to jointly impeach Shen Xian, she is not afraid of overreaching herself. Did you not discover? Xie Jingxing said with a smile that was not a smile. She understands the emperor's thoughts more clearly than you. Su Mingfeng did not speak but saw Xie Jingxing standing up. Su Mingfeng was stunned. Where are you going? Requesting the commander's order. Xie Jingxing returned to his previous lazy look. One must let the Marquis of Lin and take a look. Outside the main doors of the Xie residence, Shen Miao put on her bamboo hat and asked Mo Qing who was beside her. Just now in Su Mingfeng's room, did you feel that there was anyone else? Mo Qing was startled. One did not feel that there was anyone else present. Did young lady discover something? Shen Miao shook her head. Mo Qing's martial arts skills were outstanding and even he did not discover that there was anyone in the room, so there should be no one else. It was just that. Shen Miao felt somewhat strange in her heart. Why did Su Mingfeng keep glancing at the screen? Even though she did not have any martial arts skills, her ability to observe and observe was at the point of perfection. It was more than enough to deal with Su Mingfeng, this kind of immature youth. Chapter 391. Now that he thought about it, the two teacups on the table were a little strange. Shen Miao shook her head and threw the messy thoughts to the back of her mind. No matter if there was anyone behind the screen or who it was, she had already said what she wanted to say to Su Mingfeng, and with her understanding of Su Mingfeng, this matter should be successful. After sitting in the carriage, Guyu asked, Young lady, will eldest young master Su help master in foreign? Jingzhi and Guyu were outside and did not know what Shen Miao and Su Mingfeng were talking about and only thought that Shen Miao was asking Su Mingfeng for help. However, the relationship between the Su family and the Shen family had always been like that, so he was somewhat worried. Shen Miao nodded her head. I will. In his previous life, the entire Su clan was beheaded because of secretly selling soldiers and horses. Although they were still part of the Tian clan, they couldn't tolerate the Count of Ping Nan, an established aristocratic family, but they still had to put on a good show. Other than the evidence of selling military horses, there was another matter that was also recorded as a crime. At the beginning of the 69th year of Ming Qi, the military horses that the Count of Ping Nan Suyu was in charge of had an illness and even caused a small horse plague. It was just that the Count of Ping Nan found a veterinarian from the countryside to control the epidemic. Other than the confidants of the military horses, no one else knew about it. Therefore no one knew about it. Later on, when Count Pingnan's property was confiscated, this matter was also exposed. Shen Miao was still the Empress and had carefully looked through the dossier on the Count of Pingnan's crimes, thus she knew where the veterinarian was staying. In fact, even if Shen Miao did not look for Su Mingfeng today, Suyu would be able to find the vet to control the epidemic when Xiao Bo's horse plague spread. The reason why Shen Miao did not let Su Mingfeng tell Suyu about this matter was to make use of the time difference. Su Mingfeng used other reasons to request Suyu to submit the memorial, and she also used this condition, which was just right. It's just that. Shen Miao's face sunk. Before Shen Yuan died, he had given the evidence of the Shen family defying the emperor's orders to Fu Xiuyi, so it was definitely not complete. Fu Xiuyi actually started to deal with the Shen family now, and this made Shen Miao feel a trace of nervousness. The current her did not have a complete trump card to contend against Fu Xiuyi. The time was not ripe and there was no opportunity, but it really answered to Xie Jingxing's words, retreat. However, how to retreat was also a problem. To retreat was to retreat, and to retreat in order to advance was also to retreat. What she should be worried about now was how to get out of this unscathed after arranging everything. Because she could not go out for too long and arouse suspicion, Shen Miao quickly returned to the Shen residence. In the Shen residence, everyone saw her return and thought that Shen Miao had complained to Feng and Ning. Shen Xian and Luo Shuiyan did not show any signs of returning from the palace. Most likely Shen Gui and Shen Wan had said something, as the rest of the Shen family looked like they were watching a show. She was already used to the Shen family treating the first household as enemies, so Shen Miao did not even look at them and headed back to the western courtyard. Jingzhi and Guyu thought that Shen Miao's mind was heavy tonight and would most likely sit in front of the table for the entire night like yesterday. Who knew that Shen Miao actually went to bed early after washing up, causing the few maids to look at each other in dismay and became more worried for Shen Miao. Shen Miao laid on the bed and looked at the 4 scented sachets hanging on the carved bedpost before slowly closing her eyes. She had done everything she could. The only thing she could do now was to wait. Wait for the Su family to unite with the other courtiers and wait for Emperor Wenhui's suspicions to flare up. In the palace. In Shufang Palace. It was different from the other magnificent palaces, as Shufang Palace was considered simple. Even the decorations were just some flowers and plants or paintings. Consort Dong Shu was sitting on the soft couch listening to a tune. The one playing the tune was a young female with a round face and was not considered very beautiful, but the tune she played was rather lively. Consort Dong Shu listened with a smile. Consort Dong Shu was not considered very beautiful, and among the thousands of beauties, she seemed much more ordinary. Even though she was beautiful, she was gentle and did not have any temper. No wonder she was the most unremarkable of the 4 consorts. Chapter 392. At her side there was a young man sitting. He was dressed in splendid clothes and had a handsome appearance. His temperament was somewhat cold, but the smile on his face seemed to be somewhat cordial. He said to Consort Dong Shu, "This song is played well." This person was not anyone else but Consort Dong Shu's son, the 9th prince, Prince Ding Fu Xiuyi. Consort Dong Shu smiled as she looked at Fu Xiuyi and waved her hands. The person who was playing the song suddenly stopped. Consort Dong Shu smiled, "Played well? Take some money." The young lady who was playing the song had a flash of joy on her face and quickly carried the zither down. Everyone in Ming Qi's palace knew that the servants in Shufang Palace were the most comfortable, as Consort Dong Shu was a kind person and treated the servants very generously. For example, at this moment, one only needed to play a group and one would be able to get a generous reward. All withdraw. Consort Dong Shu swept a glance at the other palace people. When the palace people heard this, they also withdrew in a well-behaved manner. In a blink of an eye, there was only Consort Dong Shu and her son left in the middle of the palace. Consort Mother's method of training the servants is getting better and better. Fu Xiaoyi smiled. It is better to show favors than to make enemies. Consort Dong Shu said with a smile, how many times has Consort Mother told you? Yes. Fu Xiaoyi sighed. Unfortunately, with this son's position, it is much easier to make enemies than to show favors. Hearing this, Consort Dong Shu's smile faded a little and asked, these few days your imperial father is worried about the formidable great general's matter. Do you have confidence on your end? Consort Dong Shu had never cared about Fu Xiaoyi's matters, as the inner palace should not interfere in politics. Moreover, Emperor Wen Hui had 9 sons and all of them were not easy to deal with. It was better to hide one's incompetence than to show one's incompetence. Now that the time was not clear, Consort Dong Shu was not afraid of being a disfavored consort. Imperial father is concerned about the matter and naturally would not lift it up heavily or drop it down lightly. Fu Xiaoyi said, if I present the evidence, it will coincide with imperial father's intention and will only go smoothly. I know that you have an idea. Consort Dong Shu shook her head and said lightly, but Xiao Jiao, now the situation is tense, so you better be more careful. Do not claim credit and let them fight. It is not too late for you to take action after they are tired. This son will listen to imperial mother's teachings. Fu Xiaoyi quickly said. Consort Dong Shu smiled and suddenly thought of something. The last time Shin Furen brought Shin Miao into the palace, you told me not to let Shin Miao hear our conversation. What happened? The last time Luo Shuiyan and her mother entered the palace, Fu Xiaoyi had instructed Consort Dong Shu not to let Shin Miao be present. Afterwards, Consort Dong Shu let Tong Yao bring Shin Miao out. What kind of person does Lady Mother think 5th Shin young lady is? Fu Xiaoyi asked. Her looks are not bad. She should be a beauty in the future. However, his personality is too gentle, so he is probably easily bullied. Consort Dong Shu looked at Fu Xiaoyi. Previously heard that she was in love with you, but she does not seem to be as unbearable as the rumors say. Although she is not intelligent enough, she is not to the point of being an idiot. Fu Xiaoyi smiled faintly. Imperial Mother is such a picky person, yet you can't say anything bad about her? Consort Dong Shu was surprised for a moment. She looked generous on the surface, but in her heart she was a very picky person. Because Fu Xiaoyi had reached the age to look at a foreign and he was not bad himself. There were also high-ranking families outside that wanted to marry their daughters over. There were naturally a lot of virtuous females, but Consort Dong Shu could always pick out faults and felt that others were not worthy of her son. And in these words, even though she did not praise Shin Miao, there was no contempt in her words. If one thought about it carefully, there was even some bias towards Shin Miao. Among the young ladies of official families, it was the first time that Consort Dong Shu evaluated a person so generously. Chapter 393. So when Fu Xiaoyi reminded her, Consort Dong Shu was also stunned. She was obviously an ordinary young lady, how could she not say anything bad about her? But other than being a little dull, one really did not know what was wrong with her. No desire, no ambition, and her eyes were as calm as a married woman. Consort Dong Shu's heart jumped. This in herself, or rather her disguised self, was it not exactly the same? Consort Mother can also see it. Fu Xiaoyi smiled. This Shin young lady is a hidden expert. Consort Dong Shu looked at Fu Xiaoyi in puzzlement. You say that she is pretending? At such a young age, one can pretend other things, but one's temper cannot be controlled. Consort Mother. A strange light flashed in Fu Xiaoyi's eyes. I have seen her make a fool of herself in public and also saw her shameless expression of love. She was filled with killing intent on the drill ground and shot 3 arrows at the Kai family's gentleman until he could not get off the stage. Now you have seen her silly and dull look. Consort Mother think that with so many looks, which one is the real her? Consort Dong Shu's hand that was holding the teacup paused. How could a person have thousands of looks and each look was lifelike and each look was like one's own temperament? That disguise was too scary. What was even scarier was that she had just reached marriageable age. Fu Xiaoyi lowered his head. What he did not say was that at the palace banquet, Shin Miao looked at him with uncontrollable hatred in her eyes. That kind of hatred that went deep into the bone marrow was not the hatred that a young daughter would have when she could not love. That kind of hatred was like one's soul was trembling in anger and could not wait to tear him apart. There were many points that made one puzzled. Consort Mother, leaving the Shin family is also a variable. The current state of the country cannot be changed anymore. Fu Xiaoyi lowered his voice. Young lady of the Shen family, it is not as simple as we think. To cut the weeds, one must eliminate the roots, and it would be best to end it before it starts. So this time the formidable great general cannot escape from this calamity? Consort Dong Shu asked. That is not so. Fu Xiaoyi smiled. The Shen family is now the head of the aristocratic families, and if the Shen family is removed, it would only cause more variables. But after taking over the Shen family's power, the Shen family would gradually decline, and when the time is ripe, one can catch them all in one fell swoop. What if there is any change in the middle? Consort Dong Shu looked at him. The Shen family might have other trump cards, so what if they can safely pass through? If they find out that it was you who submitted the memorial, I'm afraid you'll be implicated. Fu Xiaoyi shook his head. It was clearly a friendly smile, but his eyes were ruthless, deceiving the sovereign and disobeying his superiors. This crime is already very big. No matter how powerful he is, he can't let the Shen family retreat. It's just that. He lightly said, this was originally a test of mine. Probe? Consort Dong Shu was somewhat puzzled. Fu Xiaoyi looked at his fingertips. That's right. Previously when Xin Yuan asked him to pay attention to Xin Miao, Fu Xiaoyi did not take it to heart. But after a series of things, including the extermination of Prince Yu residents and Xin Yuan's death, it made him gradually realize that what Xin Yuan said might be true. Xin Miao was an unmarried daughter, and no matter what, she would not be able to do such a big thing. There was only one possibility: there was someone behind Xin Miao. The person behind her was so capable that Fu Xiaoyi had no choice but to be on guard. This time something happened to the Shen family and only Xin Miao was left behind. Naturally it was his suggestion to Emperor Wen Hui. It was just that Fu Xiaoyi's aim was to see how this fifth Shen young lady of the Shen family, who had hidden so deeply that even he was played in the palm of her hands, would use any method to solve the problem. Who was her helper? But no matter what method was used, Shen Xian would not be able to retreat safely. Fu Xiaoyi clenched his fists. How could one spit out the fat meat that was in his mouth? Chapter 394. There was no doubt in the history books that the Shen family was destined to perish in Mingqi. Tonight in the residence of the Marquis of Lineage, it was not peaceful. In the innermost courtyard in the room, Xie Jingxing took off his outer robe and the door opened with a pa sound. The servant trembled as he stood at the door, afraid that he would implicate himself as he lowered his head and said, "Young master." This lowly one could not stop. The Marquis of Lin and Xie Ding stood at the door and was even angrier when he heard it. Stop? Try and stop me. I am your father. When did the master of the residence of the Marquis of Lin and change? Xie Jingxing, stand properly for me. Xie Jingxing casually swept a glance at Xie Ding and lazily threw his robe on the couch. He sat down on the chair and leaned back, putting on an air of a hedonistic son of rich parents. What is the matter for the Marquis to come here in the middle of the night? It was as if he was treating a stranger. Xie Ding was naturally angered to the point that he was in a complete mess. It was Xie Changwu and Xie Changchao who were following behind Xie Ding who revealed a look of indignation. But if one looked carefully, there was a glint in their eyes. Xie Changchao said, "Eldest brother, father usually do his best for you. How can you speak to father like this? There is no etiquette." "None of your business." Xie Jingxing spat out 4 words. Outside, the elegant, noble and arrogant little Marquis Xie was like a ruffian every time he faced Xie Ding and the other two. This made Xie Ding, who was a self-proclaimed, scholarly general, feel helpless. "Brat." Xie Ding did not notice Xie Changchao's livid face and said angrily, "What kind of commander request are you writing?" He slapped the paper in his hand and threw it at Xie Jingxing's face. Xie Jingxing took a look at the paper and raised his eyebrows. If the Marquis is not satisfied, let His Majesty write another one. Coming here in the middle of the night without sleeping is for this matter? Xie Jingxing, what exactly do you want to do? Xie Ding flew into a rage. Do you know what kind of place the northern border is? The commander request is not a joke. You have never commanded the Xie family army before and I have never taught you before. Do you know how to use them? When the words were said, Xie Changchao and Xie Changwu's eyes flashed with a trace of darkness. The Xie family army was the most valuable asset of the residence of the Marquis of Lin and was more valuable than the wealth and glory of the Marquis of Lin, and Xie Changwu and Xie Changchao also practiced martial arts. But Xie Ding never had the intention to let the two brothers take over the Xie family army, but groomed Xie Jingxing as the successor of the Xie family army. Even if Xie Ding brought the two brothers into officialdom, But once Xie Jingxing really used the Xie family army for himself, even if Xie Changchao and Xie Changwu struggled for a lifetime, it would be hard to reach Xie Jingxing's height. So what? Xie Jingxing's lips hooked up into a smile. His eyes swept across the place and there was actually a little bit of evil in them. After using it a lot, it becomes more convenient. No. Xie Ding flatly refused. Come with me to the imperial court tomorrow and make it clear to His Majesty that this commander-in-chief request cannot be accepted. Marquis. Xie Jingxing tilted his head and looked at him as if he was watching a joke. The commander-in-chief request was requested by me, and if I renege on it with His Majesty. If the Marquis wants to see me lose my head, just say it directly. There is no need to learn from others to beat around the bush. When he finished speaking, he looked at Xie Changwu and Xie Changwu with a smile that was not a smile. It was clearly saying that Xie Changwu and Xie Changchao did not have good intentions. Both of their expressions stiffened and Xie Changwu said, "Eldest brother, father also has good intentions. The terrain of the northern Jiang is complicated, and if something were to happen, not only your own safety would be difficult to predict, even father would be punished and the entire Xie family army would be shamed. You cannot only think about being in the limelight and not care about the future of the Xie family." The meaning behind his words was that Xie Jingxing was completely biting off more than he could chew and did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. He wanted to establish a career but did not know how much weight he had and would only be shamed if he went out. Chapter 395. Even Xie Ding couldn't help but frown. "Don't worry, little brother." Xie Jingxing retorted sarcastically, "Older brother, I will wait for you all to enter officialdom and establish your career in the court and have unlimited glory. At that time we will still have to rely on you to protect the Xie family. The Marquis will be very happy." Now Xie Changwu and Xie Changchao had just entered officialdom, and if one were to talk about walking to that step based on their abilities, it would take a long time. Xie Jingxing was mocking them for not having good aptitude and could only rely on the Xie family's relationship to climb up. "You." Xie Changchao was furious and was about to speak when he heard Xie Ding shouting, "Enough!" Xie Changchao and Xie Changwu immediately did not make a sound, but it was Xie Jingxing who revealed some impatience. "Have the Marquis finished speaking? If finished, then quickly leave. I want to sleep." "Jingxing," Xie Ding suddenly said tiredly, "after so many years, do you still hate me so much?" He hated her so much that he didn't hesitate to sacrifice his own life to leave the Marquis's mansion. Xie Ding was now in his 40s but could still be considered as a middle-aged man with a beautiful beard. Even though he was a military general, he was different from Shin Xian's coarse and forthright manner and had the elegance of a gentleman. When Xie Ding was young, he was already known as the Confucian general, and he could be considered handsome. Most of the Xie family had inherited Xie Ding's looks, and even Xie Changwu and Xie Changchao were considered handsome, but compared to Xie Jingxing, there was a huge difference. Princess Yuqing was gentle and elegant, and Xie Ding was also a gentleman like Jade when he was young, but he gave birth to a Xie Jingxing who had a flourishing appearance, and what was more flourishing was his character. He was frivolous, arrogant, and dissolute. There was simply no one in the world who could do anything to him. He didn't seem to care about anything and was so arrogant that he didn't put anyone in his eyes. With this kind of appearance and temperament, if he were to be placed in the history books, he would probably be considered a legendary romantic figure. But there was nothing anyone could do about it. For example, Xie Ding. Xie Ding's hair had already turned white. He said, "Jingxing, do you still hate me?" When he said this, Xie Ding's voice trembled. He usually hated Xie Jingxing, but at this moment he was like a father helplessly surrendering to his son. Hate what? Did he hate the fact that he had allowed Madame Fong to marry into the family back then, so that a woman with evil intentions could take advantage of him? Let Princess Yuqing die with hatred and let Xie Jingxing live in such a deformed house? He was clearly in the wrong first, but he was infatuated with her and refused to marry again. There was such an infatuated person who refused to execute Madame Fong. Doting on Xie Jingxing in every possible way, trying to use this to atone for her sins? The mistake had been made, but the person was not around. How could the sin be redeemed? Xie Jingxing glanced at him and his gaze sharpened for a moment. However, even if this once all-powerful general showed such fatigue, he was not moved. He had never hated Xie Ding, he just disdained him. Furthermore, Xie Jingxing said, "Marquis is thinking too much. How would I have that leisure time? I don't have the time to hate you." These words were too hurtful. When Xie Ding heard this, he unconsciously took 2 steps back, clutching his chest. His face was sorrowful and difficult to understand. It was Xie Changwu and Xie Changchao who were more and more delighted in their hearts. The deeper Xie Jingxing was injured, the more disappointed Xie Ding would be with Xie Jingxing. Only in this way, there would be a day when the two brothers could completely replace Xie Jingxing's position. Like this. Xie Ding said with difficulty, "Then you go to battle." His voice became lower. "I will explain to the Xie family's army that those people will assist you. You can take the armor in the residence and the heart-protecting mirror." Xie Ding seemed to have aged 10 years in one night as he looked at Xie Jingxing. "You promise more." Xie Changchao and Xie Changwu supported Xie Ding out. Before leaving, Xie Changchao smiled maliciously at Xie Jingxing. This younger brother will congratulate eldest brother for defeating the enemy and returning triumphantly. But he looked as if he could not wait for Xie Jingxing to die on the battlefield. After Xie Changwu and Xie Jingxing left, the doors of the room were closed and under the flickering lights, one did not know when a black-clad person appeared. The black-clad person said, "Master Xie Changwu and Xie Changchao, forget it." Xie Jingxing said, "Now that they are dead, the Marquis of Lin will not let me leave." The Xie family's army only listened to the Marquis of Lin and will not listen to Master's orders. The black-clad person said, "What does Master plan to do?" "Just a mere Xie family's army. Who would care about them?" Xie Jingxing was somewhat impatient. "How is the princess residence's arrangements?" Replying to Master, "The people placed are all in the dark to protect Her Highness Princess Rong Xen. Is Master not going to bid farewell to Princess Rong Xen? No need." Xie Jingxing waved his hands. "This will do." The black-clad person respectfully acknowledged before turning and retreating. In the dim lights, that handsome face with red lips and white teeth had lost its previous unruly and romantic look and showed some gentleness. Taking off the purple gold robe and only wearing a jade white inner robe, the youth's eyelashes were long and seemed to be looking at the fire, as handsome as a person in a painting. He lowered his eyes and smiled faintly. "Everyone in the world will hate me." Chapter 396. There was never a lack of new things in the Ding capital. As long as there was any movement the day before, the news would spread like wildfire the next day. If he were to implicate some famous person, he would naturally be talked about for 3 days and 3 nights. Some of them were discussing these things as a joke, but there were also some who truly felt that it was not worth it for the people they were discussing. In today's liveliness, the person they were talking about was the unparalleled formidable great general of Ming Qi. Quelling the Woku pirates, fighting the Xiongnu, fighting in the northwest all year round, not claiming credit, not being arrogant, with outstanding military achievements, protecting the country. He was talking about the Shen family of generals. Ever since old General Shen, the Shen family had relied on their illustrious meritorious service to win prestige among the common people of Ming Qi. It was a pity that out of the 3 sons of old General Shen, only the eldest Shen Xian inherited his mantle and continued to walk the path of a military official. Fortunately, a tiger father would not beget a dog son. Shen Xian did not disappoint the name of the formidable great general, and even Shen Xian's son, Shen Qiu, was a brave young general on the battlefield. Brothers fighting a tiger, father and son soldiers going into battle. Shen Xian did not put on airs in the army and charged at the forefront in battle. His union with Luo Shuiyan, the tiger daughter of a family of generals, was hailed as a legend of a generation. The common people of Ming Qi respected Shen Xian from the bottom of their hearts, and if there was anything bad, it would be that Shen Xian's daughter did not inherit any of her parents' excellence and was instead an idiot. But even if the daughter was an idiot, when Shen Xian was mentioned, the commoners would always support and chase after him. But now, with the accusation of deceiving the emperor, the people were all dumbfounded. It wasn't a small matter, nor was it a matter of one's house. The first thing he did was to deceive the emperor and defy his superiors. That was a serious crime that could result in the confiscation of one's house. Early in the morning, the officials of the court surrounded the entrance of the Shen residence, saying that they wanted to collect evidence. The commoners only knew that Shen Xian had committed the crime of deceiving the emperor, but they did not know what the crime was and how he had deceived the emperor. How would General Shen deceive the emperor? He's such a good person. Yes, the last time my child was naughty and startled Shen Furin's horse. Not only did Shen Furin not blame us, she even apologized to us. Could it be that your majesty is mistaken about such a good person? Hey, what mistake? I heard that this time, it's already a done deal. There's even evidence. Someone whispered, Even though one do not know what it is, one heard that His Highness Prince Ding personally reported it to General Shen. Your Highness Prince Ding? That's right. Think about it. His Highness Prince Ding would definitely not fake it. Perhaps it was because 5th Shin young lady was in love with His Highness Prince Ding and was humiliated. In order to vent his daughter's anger, General Shen did something that let His Majesty down. It is possible to say so. Poor General Shen's family, they were really harmed by that daughter. The voices of these commoners were not low, and Shin Miao stood at the residence's entrance and could clearly hear it. The people in the mansion all stood at the entrance of the mansion so that the soldiers could enter and search. Shin Yu pretended to be afraid as she hid behind Qin Roqiu and looked at Shin Miao sympathetically. 5th younger sister, how can these people say that about you? What does uncle's actions have to do with you? Shin Miao looked coldly at those fiendish-looking soldiers and smiled when she heard that. Once he was blinded, he would be branded as an idiot who adored Prince Ding for the rest of his life. It was really disgusting. Seeing that Shin Miao did not speak, Shin Yu thought that she had nothing to say and there was a proud look in her eyes, but she stood there without saying a word. After old Shin Foreign was sure that Shin Xen would not implicate her, she was relieved and put on an upright attitude of a matriarch and angrily rebuked. How can eldest lady do such a treacherous thing? My Shin family has been loyal for generations and there is no such shameless person. Simply throwing the Shin family's face. If the general was still here, he would not see eldest lady spoil the family's reputation. Chapter 397. When Shin Miao heard it, her heart moved and she looked at old Shin Foreign. What is grandmother saying? Father is also a member of the Shin family and the Shin family and father are connected as one. How can one not care about father at this time? Previously when father was praised by the emperor, did grandmother not say that it was the Shin family's fortune to have such a male? Words that are said are like water that is spilled. Did grandmother forget this time? When the commoners who were watching the bustle outside heard it, their gazes shot towards old Shin Foreign. The formidable great general had outstanding military merits and when he was bestowed by the emperor, old Shin Foreign did not say that. They were one family and should share prosperity and misfortune together. Why was it that old Shin Foreign's appearance was that one could only share riches and not trials and tribulations? Once one saw that others were in trouble, one could not wait to draw a clear line. What was wrong with that? Old Shin Foreign was also aware that everyone was looking at her with unkind eyes and flew into a rage out of shame but did not know how to continue and could only look towards Qin Roqiu at the side. Shin Gui and Shin Wan had gone to court and the only one who could take charge was Qin Roqiu. Qin Roqiu smiled. 5th older sister, how would old Foreign have the meaning that you said? Old Foreign was just angered. You also know that our Shin family has always been upright people and that deceiving the monarch. If the old general knew of it, he would also blame your father. For your father to do such a thing, would the Shin family be like this in the future? When old Shin Foreign saw Qin Roqiu's support, her foundation became firmer and she saw Qin Roqiu more pleasing to the eye. She nodded her head. Correct. Your father committed a mistake and one is not allowed to say it? Shin Dongling and Wan Yinyang stood at the side and since they did not have the authority to speak, they only quietly watched and did not speak. Shin Miao said, so to speak, could it be that grandmother wants to draw a clear line with my father and expel him from the Shin family before letting it go? When she said that, Qin Roqiu knew that it was bad in her heart. Before she could stop it, she saw old Shin Foreign's eyes lighting up and she said with righteous indignation, such an unfilial descendant, naturally one must be expelled from the Shin family. If grandmother is really so heartless, my father is still in prison and grandmother does not help to deal with it. Shin Miao's eyes hung down. Seeing Shin Miao bowing her head to show weakness, old Shin Foreign felt a burst of comfort in her heart. A few days ago, everything was not going well for her because of the first branch. The grievance in her heart was swept away at this moment. The more carefree she was, the more righteous her tone became. The Shin family has been loyal for generations and even if one were to bear the infamy of being heartless, this old one would still make this decision for master. This kind of person cannot enter my Shin family's ancestral hall. From today onwards, Shin Xian and his family will be expelled from the Shin family. Old Shin Foreign was speaking carefreely but did not see Qin Roqiu's face change in color. Even though it was natural to draw a clear line of relations but for old Shin Foreign to do it so clearly, it was really too stupid. In the eyes of the commoners were not fools and would not stand on the side of the Shin residents. Thinking of this, Qin Roqiu smiled apologetically to Shin Miao. 5th older sister, old Foreign does not mean this. It was only because he was angered by his eldest brother that he said that. Fifth lady, after a few days, when old Madame's anger subsides, she won't be like this anymore. Xin Yu somewhat did not understand why her mother would say that. Was it not good to let old Xin Furen drive Xin Miao out? Now that Xin Xian and the rest were carrying the crime of deceiving the monarch, even if they were to rely on their years of meritorious deeds to avoid death, it would be hard to escape punishment and they would definitely be in dire straits. To drive out this dire family, perhaps they would not even have a place to stay. Just thinking about it made one happy. Third, Xin need not say any more. Xin Miao said loudly, since old Furen values the Xin family's reputation so much that she does not even place familial affection in her eyes, then what is there for me to fear? It is better to separate from here and be at peace with each other, so as to not spoil the Xin family's reputation. She said it sarcastically, it is just that it would be difficult to move in such a short period of time. When the Lord Army is done searching, I will pack my luggage and move out once father and mother return. I will not tarnish the Xin family by a single bit. Chapter 398. She spoke angrily. At first glance, she seemed like a proud young lady who had been forced to speak indiscriminately. However, if one listened carefully, there was no room for negotiation at all. Xin Xian and wife were people who loved their daughter dearly. If they knew that in the time that they entered the palace, their daughter was forced to the point where she was almost swept out of the Xin family, one feared that there would be a score to be settled. The surrounding commoners were in an uproar. They never expected to see such a good show here. It was just that old Xin Furen's attitude was really displeasing, and on the contrary it was the fifth young lady of the Xin family who was called an idiot. She was delicate and pretty but was forced to such a situation. One could not help but feel sympathy and lean towards Xin Miao's side. Chen Roqiu was secretly shocked and looked at Xin Miao without speaking, as it was too late to say anything now. To quarrel in front of so many commoners within half a day, the entire Ding capital would know about this matter. Even though it was said that the Xin family and Xin Xian had drawn a clear line of relationship and it was the Xin family who benefited, but Chen Roqiu had a faint uneasy feeling in her heart. Xin Miao had been leading everyone by the nose. No matter if it was to let old Xin Furen say that Xin Xian was expelled from the Xin family, or now everyone's sympathy was biased towards Xin Miao's side. But why did Xin Miao want to do that? Why did it look like Xin Miao borrowed old Xin Furen's words to urge Xin Xian to get rid of the Xin family? Chen Roqiu could not help but think of the first household separation from the family a few days ago. Naturally, old Xin Furen was not willing to let the first household leave with the treasures, but Xin Xian and wife's decision could not be changed. At that time they agreed to look at other residences, but who knew that such a thing would happen? He thought that the separation of the family would be left unsettled. He didn't expect that it would be brought up again. Moreover, under the watchful eyes of so many people, it would be impossible for him to go back on his words in the future. Old Xin Furen was dissatisfied with Chen Roqiu helping to intercede for Xin Miao, but after seeing that Xin Miao did not know what was good for her, she said that there was not a trace of relationship with the Xin family before she was satisfied. With a cold snort, he ignored the disdainful gazes of the commoners outside and went in with his servant girl. Chen Roqiu hesitated for a moment before holding Xin Yu's hand and followed in. Wan Yinyang also wanted to follow in but saw Xin Dongling release her hand and walked straight to her side. Fifth sister. Xin Dongling called out to her. This seemed to be the first time Xin Dongling called her after leaving the courtyard. Xin Miao's eyes hung down and lightly answered, third older sister. Fifth sister, don't worry. Xin Dongling looked soft and weak, but her smile was warm. First uncle will definitely be fine. Eldest uncle is not a person who will deceive the monarch. The truth will eventually come to light. Xin Miao's expression did not change and said, many thanks to third older sister. Xin Dongling then smiled and turned to the stunned Wan Yinyang's side and pulled her towards the door. Young lady, Jingzhi came over and asked, what is third young lady's meaning? Just now with Xin Miao's arrogance and willful ruckus, it almost indicated that her relationship with the rest of the people in the Xin residence was broken. This Xin Dongling came to express goodwill. Was she not afraid that old Xin Furen would blame her? Xin Miao did not speak and looked at the back view of Xin Dongling and Wan Yinyang leaving and shook her head thoughtfully. Inside the door, seeing that there was no one around, Wan Yinyang whispered, Linga, what happened to you just now? How dare you express goodwill to fifth young lady? If old Furen saw it, return and tell your father. Xin Gue was also not pleasing to the eyes of the first household, so it would be strange if Xingui would be happy when Dongling rushed to please the first household. Do not worry, Yinyang. Dongling smiled, they will not be able to fight against fifth younger sister. What? Wan Yinyang was startled. Dongling pursed her lips and pulled Wan Yinyang forward. Do not ask any more. Let's go back. Such a big matter happened to the Shen family that even the commoners were alarmed, so naturally the previous court's anger was quite heavy. Chapter 399. In the throne room, Emperor Wenhui sat on the dragon throne and his face was so gloomy that water could drip out. Looking at the crowd of officials in the hall, he threw the booklet in his hands at the nearest official's face. That official's face was hit by the booklet, but he did not dare to say a word and immediately knelt down. Shen Xian and wife had not left the palace since Shen Xiu entered. Thus the outside did not know what happened, but the officials were well aware that Shen Xian and wife were obviously detained by Emperor Wenhui. Why would one detain an official? This was something that one did not even need to think about. This official had a problem and the emperor wanted to deal with him. This kind of simple logic was something that all the officials understood. Generally speaking, it was better to keep silent. But today Emperor Wenhui's expression was somewhat strange. Count of Pingnan, you speak. Emperor Wenhui called out. The Count of Pingnan, Suyu's body quivered and the other officials started to look at him. Suyu thought of the words that Su Mingfeng said to him last night and no longer hesitated. He took out a booklet from his sleeves and respectfully handed it to the eunuch beside the emperor, who then handed it to Emperor Wenhui. Replying to your majesty, this official also think that the formidable great general's action is presumptuous and did not put the imperial family in his eyes. Pleading your majesty to punish Shen Xian and execute his 9 generations. Execute his 9 generations? It was still alright for those officials who had good relations with Suyu, but when those officials who did not have any political relations with Suyu heard it, their eyes were filled with surprise. All along, the Count of Pingnan had always been gentle in the court and could be considered as a good person, who knew that the moment he opened his mouth, he would want Shen Xian's life. These words were too heavy. Emperor Wenhui's hand trembled as he took the booklet and his eyes stared at Suyu. Suyu raised his head and had an impassioned look. Reporting to your majesty. The Marquis of Lin and Xiading, who had been silent all along, also said, Shen Xian has his own troops and even dared to defy your majesty's orders. One feared that he already had the intention to rebel. This official also agrees with Su Daren's words to execute the 9 generations of the Shen family. Everyone's eyes looked towards Xiading and Suyu. Everyone knew that the Su and Xia families had a close relationship and the Shen family and these two families had a clear distinction. Now that something had happened to Shen Xian, the Su and Xia families were like grasshoppers on a rope. They would definitely jump up and step on them a few times before they would be satisfied. Emperor Wenhui's eyes were cloudy and uncertain. Originally, he was extremely satisfied with the evidence that Fu Xiuyi sent over. He had been eyeing the Shen family, this fat piece of meat, covetously, but he had not been able to find an opportunity. With Fu Xiuyi's evidence, no matter what, it was a very simple matter to take back the Shen family's military power. Who knew that early in the morning when this matter was mentioned in court, the ministers all expressed that Shen Xian would be severely punished. Shen Xian had been fighting in the northwestern region all year round and did not have a deep relationship with these officials in court. Emperor Wenhui had long expected that there were many people who thought that Shen Xian was wrong, but he did not expect that it would be to this extent. But there were very few who pleaded for Shen Xian. The emperor's heart was full of suspicions, and if there were many officials that interceded for Shen Xian, Emperor Wenhui would most likely suspect that Shen Xian was privately close to the officials. But if there were more people who impeached Shen Xian, Emperor Wenhui would be more at ease with Shen Xian. An official who had a rebellious heart would not set up so many enemies for himself. If one were to say that these officials impeaching Shen Xian made Emperor Wenhui hesitate, then the Count of Pingnan and the Marquis of Lin An's 9-clan execution made Emperor Wenhui suspicious. The Shen family, Su family and Xia family were all thorns in Emperor Wenhui's heart. Not to say how these officials were, but just based on the prestige and military power that these large clans had, it would make Emperor Wenhui sleep uneasy. How could the side couch allow others to sleep soundly? Emperor Wenhui did not allow the existence of a family that was above the imperial power. Chapter 400. And the Su and Xia family were ropes that were twisted together. It was fortunate that the Shen family and these two families were like fire and water, otherwise they would really become a big trouble for Emperor Wenhui. If it was really as what the Su and Xia families said, and the Shin family's 9 clans were exterminated, then within the Mingqi's lands, there would no longer be any power that could contend against the Su and Xia families. If he allowed the Su and Xia families to grow stronger, his throne would become even more unstable. For the first time, Emperor Wenhui felt that it was difficult to dismount the tiger. He only wanted to take back a part of Shin Xian's military power as the Shin family could still keep Su Xia in check, but now there was no one who was willing to speak up for Shin Xian. Emperor Wenhui only felt that his head was hurting. He asked slowly, 9 familial extermination? Normally, the officials would be able to see that the emperor's expression was not right. However, Xie Ding did not know what was wrong with him today. He stiffened his neck and said, yes. Emperor Wenhui closed his eyes, and when he looked at Xie Ding again, it was as if he was looking at Xie Ding's wolf's ambition through his skin. Su Yu was a little worried, but he didn't show it on his face. He still looked like Xie Ding's words made sense. Finally, a junior general stepped out and said, even though General Shen had acted willfully and recklessly this time, but the crime does not warrant death. Previously you had also made great contributions to the court and can atone for your crimes. His Majesty is benevolent and hoped that the Shen family's army has been fighting on the battlefield for many years, protecting the country and giving a lenient sentence. This young general had a good relationship with Shin Xian. He probably saw that the situation here was disadvantageous to Shin Xian, so he couldn't stand it anymore and spoke up for Shin Xian. Emperor Wenhui had been waiting for the person to say these words, but one did not know if it was because Shin Xian's popularity was too bad that no one spoke. When this young general opened his mouth, Emperor Wenhui's eyebrows stretched out and said, beloved official is right. Even though General Shen is guilty this time, he had made meritorious services in the past. If one were to say that the 9 generations of one's family were to be executed, it would seem that Jin do not remember old feelings. Your Majesty, you mustn't. Su Yu quickly knelt on the ground. General Shen can even do things like deceiving the emperor, one does not know what will happen in the future. Xie Ding also hurriedly said, yes, yes. Your Majesty, please reconsider. The more both of them said so, the more suspicious Emperor Wenhui felt. He did not even look at the both of them and spoke to that young general, or rather to the entire court's civil and military officials. When old General Shen was alive, he also accompanied the late emperor through life and death. The Shen family had been loyal for generations. The formidable great General Shin Xian used to be incomparably brave, and returned after defeating Shi Rong at the end of the year. It could be considered as atoning for his crimes. Zhen is not a tyrant, I will implicate the 9 generations. Shin Xian's family are innocent. Your Majesty is wise. The young general hurriedly knelt down again. Emperor Wenhui waved his hands and said, it is just that Shin Xian is like this, so Zhen still want to punish him. Pass down the orders to take back the Shin family's military tally and punish Shin Xian's salary for 1 year. The Shin family's army will only be allocated to the front for him to transfer, and the rest will be merged into the imperial army. Everyone gasped, and their gazes were a little strange. One could say that Emperor Wenhui was cruel, but he did not harm the lives of the Shin family. It could be said that Emperor Wenhui was gentle and wanted to snatch the tiger tally from the start. The tiger tally commanded the 3 armies, and to a military general, if the tiger tally was taken away, it meant that the soldier had lost his life on the battlefield. And the front of the Shin family's army were just some insignificant cookery soldiers, but the proper Shin family's army was merged into the imperial army. That was to say, the troops that Shin Xian had trained for so many years were all used as wedding clothes for the imperial family. The ministers were all distressed. No wonder Emperor Wenhui was so generous in his words. Emotions were already grasping the other's lifeline. Even if Shin Xian escaped this calamity, this formidable great general would only be left with an empty shell, so what kind of deterrence was there? To keep the reputation of the Shin family, it was only to check and balance the other aristocratic families. Chapter 401. After Emperor Wenhui finished speaking, he waved his hands in annoyance and said, end of court. He turned around and flicked his sleeves. Following his words, it would not be long before Shin Xian and wife who were under house arrest and Shin Qiu would be released from the palace. It was just that at that time, one did not know if Shin Xian and wife would be able to rejoice when they were stripped of their military power. Emperor Wenhui flicked his sleeves and left the officials looking at each other in dismay. No one had expected that such a grand and spectacular matter would be handled so simply. Could be said that it was simple. Quietly one would become a lone commander. Would Shin Xen be so angry that he would curse one's mother? Su Yu patted the soil on his knees and stood up. Coincidentally he saw that Xie Ding had also tidied up his clothes. He walked over to Xie Ding and whispered, "What happened to you just now? Why did you suddenly speak?" Even though Su Yu had obtained Su Mingfeng's words and promised to report against Shin Xen, he did not want to get his good friend involved in this muddy water. The situation that the Xie family was facing was more complicated than his, and if one was not good, he would implicate the Xie family. Su Yu really wanted to blame himself to death. So Su Yu informed the matter to his colleagues that he was on good terms with but did not tell Xie Ding. He did not expect that today Xie Ding would actually follow along with his words and was almost angered by Emperor Wenhui. Xie Ding shook his head. "From what you said, I know that you have other ideas. Since you want to help Shin Xen, then I will conveniently help, but it is only to help you." Xie Ding was an old fox that had been in the court for many years. Compared to Shin Xen who only knew how to fight, Xie Ding was better at the interests of the court. He could see that Su Yu was doing the opposite to help Shin Xen, so he took the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. Hearing this, Su Yu was somewhat helpless. He felt that his good friend's casual character was the same as Xie Ding's son, Xie Jingxing. Thinking of Xie Jingxing, Su Yu was suddenly surprised. "Oh yes, I heard from Ming Feng that Jingxing requested for the commander's position. Is it true? Ming Feng also know about it?" Xie Ding shook his head and sighed. "Yes, it is true. Could it be that Jingxing is crazy?" Su Yu said incredulously, "The northern Jiang is not a place to play around. Old Xie, are you really not worried? What's the use of me not being at ease? What's the use of not being at ease?" Xie Ding was helpless. "When have I ever been able to interfere with something he has decided on? Now I only hope that he is safe. This is all my fault and only I can pay for it now." "Actually, this isn't your fault." Hearing this, Su Yu felt a little sad. One wrong step after another. All these years, Xie Ding had been tormented because of what happened in the past. His conscience was uneasy, and his son was not close to him. As an outsider he felt sad, and Xie Ding felt even worse. He diverted the topic. "Heard that the report on Shin Xian's crimes was submitted by the 9th Prince, Prince Ding. Why do I not see him today?" "It seems that His Majesty sent him to the Ministry of Works to inspect." Xie Ding frowned and said, "When he learns of this, I wonder what he will think." "What else can I think?" Su Yu sneered. "I've already taken everything I want. It doesn't matter if I keep those heads or not." This was the first time Xie Ding had seen Su Yu like this. He was somewhat surprised and asked, "That's right, you still haven't said why did you suddenly help Shin Xen? When did you have a friendship with the Shin family?" Su Yu looked at the people who had walked far away, and when there was no one around he then whispered to Xie Ding, "AI, how is it me? It is my son Ming Feng. He told me at night that the current Shin family is just an opening for His Majesty, and after the Shin family, it would be inevitable that it would be my Su family." The matter in court quickly spread throughout the residence. Emperor Wenhui left Shin Xian's entire family alive and only gave orders on their positions, which made the commoners sigh that the imperial family was still very benevolent. Not only that, seeing how Emperor Wenhui was so lenient to Shin Xian, everyone guessed that Shin Xian's prestige had not decreased and his weight in the imperial family's heart was quite heavy, so it seemed that it was not as bad as the rumors. The layman would watch the bustle while the expert would see the artistry. The commoners did not understand, but the officials could see it clearly. Without the military power, the Shin family was like a tiger without its teeth. It had an empty appearance and no longer had the prestige of the past. In the Shin residence, Shin Gui and Shen Wan were talking about the matter. Even though it was not as severe as they had imagined, they were very satisfied with the military power being taken back. This meant that Shin Xian's reputation and prestige was much lower than theirs. In the western courtyard, when Jingzhi told Shin Miao the news, Shin Miao had just finished her lunch. "Young lady." Jingzhi looked at Shin Miao's leisurely appearance and her heart calmed down before asking, "Young lady is not worried at all. Is it that? Actually, without military power, it is not as bad as what the outside say." Shin Miao wiped her mouth with a handkerchief. "No need to be afraid. If it is yours, one would not be able to run away, and if it is not yours, one would not be able to snatch it." Chapter 402. On the day that Shin Xian left the palace and returned to the residence, Shin Miao personally went to the city walls outside the palace to receive him. The rest of the Shin family were naturally dissatisfied with this ending, especially old Shin Furen. She thought that Shin Xian would be unlucky this time and did not think that Shin Xian's life would be spared. But hearing that Shin Gui told her what it meant for the military power to be confiscated, old Shin Furin became happy again. Shin Xian, who had his military power confiscated, at least in terms of influence in his career, he could no longer be compared to Shin Gui and Shin Wan. Old Shin Furin was short-sighted and did not think that the Shin family was now one. When one looked at the Shin family from the outside, naturally they would look at Shin Xian's reputation. With the loss of Shin Xian's reputation, how would the Shin family be as awe-inspiring as it was in the past? But old Shin Furin most likely did not care. In her heart, the Shin Gui and Shin Wan that she gave birth to were many times stronger than Shin Xian. If it was not for the old general's favoritism, how would Shin Xian have today's results? Since Shin Gui was in dire straits, it was not bad to take this opportunity to expel Shin Xian's branch from the Shin family. It was just that how this family would be divided was also a clever method. In the Shin residence, old Shin Furin had the idea of separating from the family, but Shin Miao did not put it in her heart at all. Since things had reached such a stage, it was better to go according to what she had thought before. It was one thing for the emperor to take back the military power, but the Shin family without the military power was indeed nothing to fear. If they continued to stay here, the Shin family would have a lot of enemies and eventually Shin Xian's branch would be forced into a desperate situation. Still need to retreat. Without any reason, Shin Miao remembered Xie Jingxing's warning to her that day. This retreat word was indeed the only way out for the Shin family. He could see the key point with one glance. The carriage stopped at the corner of the palace wall so that it would not be seen by others. Adding insult to injury, those colleagues of Shin Xian who did not agree with him on politics and those who were watching the bustle would not necessarily be guarding the palace doors. Shin Miao was clearer than anyone else what kind of conduct the Fu family had. They wanted to put on a broad-minded attitude but secretly planned to let the other party suffer losses. Shin Xian had an illustrious reputation, and now that his tiger tally had been taken away from him, many people would be happy to see this desolate appearance. Shin Miao had suffered a lot of losses in her previous life, and in Mingqi she did not have any face left. She could endure the humiliation herself but could not endure her family being treated like this. They could only stop the carriage here and wait for Shin Xian to come out and take them away. Just as he was thinking, he heard Mo Qing's low shout from outside, "Stop!" A gust of wind blew in and Shin Miao's eyes blurred as the curtain of the carriage was lifted and there was one more person in the spacious carriage. Guyu cried out in fright and Jingzhe covered her mouth. Mo Qing's somewhat flustered voice sounded, "Young lady." Shin Miao looked at the person opposite her. On top of the carriage, the young man was dressed in a dark red official robe. His peach blossom eyes were flirtatious, and his thin lips were slightly curled up. His originally serious and upright official robe looked beautiful and delicate in it, making people unable to take their eyes off him. Mo Qing, withdraw. Shin Miao reprimanded in a low voice. But Mo Qing's voice tightened through the curtain of the carriage. That person's action was too fast and he could not stop it at all. It was absolutely impossible to let a stranger and Shin Miao in the same carriage. You cannot beat him. Shin Miao calmly said to the outside before looking at Jingzhe and Guyu, both of you should also go out. Guard the side of the carriage. Jingzhe and Guyu had seen Xie Jingxing before and knew that Xie Jingxing and Shin Miao had some friendship, but it was unclear to what extent the friendship had reached. To say it was intimate, both of them would occasionally oppose each other, but to say it was enemies, how would Shin Miao be so lenient to the enemy? But with a few experiences, Jingzhe and Guyu also expected that Xie Jingxing would not harm Shin Miao. Shin Miao was so arrogant to let Xie Jingxing stay in the carriage, so it should be to confirm this point. Jingzhe and Guyu did not say anything and got off the carriage. Chapter 403. In an instant there were only Xie Jingxing and Shin Miao left in the carriage. Heard that the Marquis of Lin and spoke out to help in court yesterday. Many thanks to little Marquis. Shin Miao said. Xie Ding helped Suyu to impeach Shin Xian. On the surface it was an impeachment, but in fact it was giving Shin Xian a way out. It was alright if others could not see it, but Shin Miao believed that with Xie Jingxing's skills as an old fox, it was impossible for him not to see it. Sure enough, when her half-true and half-false words came out, Xie Jingxing's lips hooked up into a smile and lazily leaned back as he loosened his arms. It is the Marquis of Lin An's own idea and has nothing to do with me. Shin Miao looked at him and smiled. Then little Marquis came uninvited to my carriage. Is it not to hear my thanks? She purposely emphasized the words my carriage. It was obvious that she was very angry with Xie Jingxing for doing this kind of uninvited things. Xie Jingxing stared at her. You intend to let Shin Xan retreat to the northwest region? Luo family? Shin Miao's heart jumped and she looked at Xie Jingxing without speaking. She was thinking like this. Xie Jingxing had given her a retreat route, but she did not want to passively retreat like this. She had not even played this game of chess in Mingqi, so how could she lose the initiative now? Her ambition and her revenge had not even started, and if she was to be suppressed, naturally it would not do. It was not a big deal to have the military power confiscated. What Shin Xian's side valued the most was not the tiger tally that the Fu family thought, but their ability to lead troops into battle. To be able to bring out one Shin family's army, it did not mean that one could not bring out another Shin family's army. And in the currently confiscated military power, Shin Yuan's people had already mixed into the Shin family's army, and that was also Fu Xiuyi's people. It was too tiring to lead such an army and guard against people shooting arrows from the back at any time. Unless one led another clean army. Starting over, the Shin family's military power was gone, but Luo Shuiyan's maiden family, the Luo family, still had it. It was just that the Luo family's military power was not as good as the Shin family's, and the matter of defending the border was not good enough. Thus it did not attract the attention of others. Shin Miao had the idea of the Luo family. She wanted to turn the Luo family into another Shin family's army, a trump card that no one knew about. Wasn't the Fu family worried all day that Shin Xan would raise his army and rebel? She would show it to the Fu family. It was just that, this kind of secretive thought was actually exposed by Xie Jingxing's sharp eyes. When her thoughts were exposed, the moment of panic made Shin Miao's face flash a trace of embarrassment. If Xie Jingxing knew of her thoughts, this person, the tragic hero who had left a thick and colorful stroke in the history of Mingqi, what would he do? Threaten her? Tell on her? Or kill her? However, he probably wouldn't have such a chance. What kind of person was Shin Miao? She had experienced the most difficult times in her previous lifetime, and even if she was momentarily shocked, she would quickly suppress the emotions in her heart. She thought that Xie Jingxing was about to leave for the northern borderline, and if this trip to the northern borderline was to follow the route of the previous lifetime, Xie Jingxing would die. He would end up with 1,000 arrows piercing his heart. The deadline of 10 days was almost up. Fate was a hand that could flip the clouds and rain. Xie Jingxing's hands and eyes were omnipotent. So what if his mind was treacherous? In the end, he would not be able to escape that ending. Shin Miao looked up at Xie Jingxing. Xie Jingxing was really good looking. In the previous lifetime, when Shin Miao stayed in the 6 palaces, she had seen a lot of talented and handsome youths. Even Fu Xiuyi, whom she had been pining for, did not have this kind of grace. Long eyebrows that slanted to the temples, a high nose bridge, thin lips that were slightly raised but very rosy. His smile always had a bit of evilness. His handsomeness was somewhat overbearing, with a clear outline that was hard and cold, but he had a pair of dark and bright peach blossom eyes. When he looked at people, he was affectionate but ruthless, giving an illusion of gentleness. Chapter 404. It was just that under this person's cynical and unruly appearance, only one knew what kind of black heart he had. Xie Jingxing was still a youth and had a youthful handsomeness and heroic spirit, but today he was wearing a dark red court robe which made him look more mature. Fu Ming once read a section of Mingqi Xie family's history and lamented, "A young talent, an eternal character, to die young, the sorrow of Mingqi." One could see the high evaluation of Xie Jingxing. When Shin Miao really noticed Xie Jingxing, it was already later and she only saw him from afar at the palace banquet. She vaguely felt that he was a very good-looking young man, but Fu Xiuyi's attitude towards him was not warm. Today Xie Jingxing was still a miserable youth. Who would have thought that it would not be long before this handsome smiling youth would lose his life on the battlefield? There was an additional trace of pity in Shin Miao's eyes. Being reborn, she was not a good-hearted person, but Fu Ming and Wan Yu had praised him before, so there was an additional trace of appreciation. Her uncertain and sometimes vigilant and sometimes sympathetic gaze made Xie Jingxing somewhat inexplicable. Suddenly he thought of the first time he saw Shin Miao at the entrance of Guangwen Tang. Shin Miao also used such a pitiful expression to look at him. Xie Jingxing asked thoughtfully, "You pity me?" This person was simply better at observing one's words and body language than her. Shin Miao secretly thought in her heart, but a smile floated on her face. What qualifications do I have to pity others? Xie Jingxing made an end sound as if he felt that what she said was reasonable. But he suddenly reached out to lift the curtain of the carriage. This was a remote place and no one would come over. Lifting a corner of the curtain of the carriage, one could see the high palace walls. Shen Miao's gaze could not help but be somewhat distant. She had lived in the palace for so many years and was reborn, but she was still unable to escape this fate. But she did not regret it. What was the purpose of living? The dead could no longer be revived. Living was naturally to take revenge. Shen Miao looked carefully as if she wanted to engrave every piece of the palace walls in her eyes. When Xie Jingxing saw it, his lips curled up. You want to live in? Shen Miao was slightly startled. If you want to live in, I can help you, Xie Jingxing said. His tone was inexplicable, but his smile seemed to hide something deeper. When the time comes, how will you thank me? If little Marquis is able to burn down this palace, perhaps I will be endlessly grateful to you, Shen Miao answered. Xie Jingxing raised his eyebrows in surprise. I thought you wanted to be a noble person. I want to be a noble person. Shen Miao turned her head and looked at him with a sarcastic smile, but not the kind of noble person that you are talking about. They are nobles who are even nobler than nobles. You want to be the Empress? Empress? Shen Miao's eyes were slightly absent-minded. She also wore court attire and had a full head of phoenix hairpins. During the coronation ceremony of the Emperor and Empress, the scene was boundless, the officials knelt down and the common people cheered. She was the mother of the world. At that time she thought she had everything she wanted. But now it seemed that the higher one climbed, the more painful the fall would be. Empress? It was just an empty reputation. It is easy to be an empress. Xie Jingxing plainly said, it is difficult to be an emperor. The winds and clouds of Ming-Chi were gathering and the 9 princes each had their own merits. Even the crown prince's position was not very stable. Who knew which hand the imperial seal would fall into in the future? For a noble family to marry their daughter to a prince, was it not a gamble for one's future? Riches were sought in danger and greed was a human's instinct. A general success was built on the bones of 10,000 people. The winner was king and the loser was a bandit. Since a female had chosen the wrong person, naturally she had to follow. Xie Jingxing casually said, who did you choose? Chapter 405. He was asking her which prince she favored, which one did she want to marry, and which one did she want to support. Little Marquis, who do you think has a better future? Shen Miao asked back. Looking at one's physiognomy, no one has a future. Xie Jingxing's words were horrifying to hear. What about you? Then look for someone with a future. Then what do you think of me? Xie Jingxing raised his eyebrows and asked. Most likely his words were to tease Shen Miao as he was not serious about it. Little Marquis also does not have a future. Shen Miao looked at him seriously. Xie Jingxing was choked by Shen Miao's words. Even though he was not angry, he was somewhat displeased. He thought that all the females that he had met adored him and all the males that he had met were afraid of him, but Shen Miao did not adore him nor was she afraid of him. She even kept stroking the tiger's fur. Was he too kind to Shen Miao? So it made Shen Miao feel that he was a person with a good temper? What exactly does little Marquis want to say? If you are done, then quickly leave. Shen Miao impolitely asked him to leave. It would not be good to be seen and misunderstood by others. Misunderstanding? Xie Jingxing's eyes flashed with a smile as he deliberately said softly, what misunderstanding? A lecher taking advantage of a young female from a good family. Shen Miao did not even blink as she answered neatly. She could see that Xie Jingxing was shameless in the matter of despising etiquette and rules. Even though Xie Jingxing had seen all kinds of orioles and swallows, he was somewhat dizzy from Shen Miao's valiant words. He coughed twice and sat up straight. He did not tease Shen Miao anymore and said, retreat to the northwestern region and the faster the better. The longer it drags on, it would not be good for Shen Xian. Shen Miao looked up at him as she did not expect that Xie Jingxing would remind her of such a sentence. After all, she did not want to go up against Xie Jingxing, and it was already very good that Xie Jingxing did not have any hostility towards her. Many thanks. Xie Jingxing said, it would be best if Shen Xian could leave the Ding capital before I set off. Shen Miao was somewhat helpless. That would also need to succeed. Not everyone had the same ability as Xie Jingxing. Shen Miao always felt that the background that Xie Jingxing relied on did not seem to be the residence of the Marquis of Lineage, and was even above the residence of the Marquis of Lineage. But in Ming-Chi, other than the imperial family, what else was there that was more powerful than the residence of the Marquis of Lineage? And the imperial family and Xie Jingxing were now opposing each other. Shen Miao could not guess. Xie Jingxing paused for a moment and suddenly lifted the curtain of the carriage and flew out. He came and left quickly, and before Shen Miao could react, she heard someone calling from outside, "Foreign master, eldest young master." Shen Miao lifted the curtain of the carriage and saw Shen Xian and wife and Shen Qiu walking over from the corner of the city gates. When she saw Jingzhi and Guyu, she was surprised for a moment. Shen Miao looked around again and did not find any trace of Xie Jingxing. She thought that this person was very alert and his skills were good. To appear and disappear so mysteriously, he could be the ancestor of the gentleman on the beam. Luo Shuiyan saw Jingzhi and walked over quickly, just in time to see Shen Miao jumping down the carriage. After not seeing for a few days, Shen Xian and wife and Shen Qiu had become a lot more haggard. Shen Miao had seen the imperial family's methods before. Sometimes when one had not decided on how to deal with a person, house arrest could wear down a person's willpower. Shen Xian's family were all martial people and had firm willpower, but to leave Shen Miao in the residence, it would inevitably make one think more. Luo Shuiyan took a few steps forward and pulled Shen Miao's hands to size her up. "Jiao Jiao, was there anyone who made things difficult for you these few days?" Shen Miao shook her head. Luo Shuiyan then gave a sigh of relief. Shen Qiu asked, "Why did younger sister not stay in the residence and ran over here?" "Heard that father and mother returned to the residence today and feared that there would not be a horse carriage, thus came over to receive." Shen Miao smiled. Chapter 406. Shen Xian moved his lips, wanting to say something, but in the end he didn't say anything. He knew that there were a lot of people watching the show, and Shen Miao's action was to avoid the eyes and ears of others, and it was very considerate. It was just that he had promised to protect his wife and child, but now his tiger tally had been snatched away by someone else. How could he not feel depressed? He silently boarded the carriage, and Luo Shuiyan did not want Shen Miao to worry, so she also pulled Shen Miao into the carriage. Jingzhi and the rest sat in the carriage at the back, and there was only Shen Miao's family in the front carriage. "Mother, what did His Majesty say?" Shen Miao asked. Luo Shuiyan hesitated for a moment, then smiled and said, "It's nothing. It's just a misunderstanding." Shen Miao said, "The tiger tally was taken away, how can it be a misunderstanding?" Shen Qiu was surprised for a moment and subconsciously looked at Shen Xian. Having the tiger tally taken away, the one who was the most angry should be Shen Xian. He also did not know where the mistake was. The only possibility was that there was a problem within the Shen family's army, otherwise who would know about the matter of disobeying orders and massacring the city? Actually, there is nothing wrong with the tiger tally being taken away. Luo Shuiyan tried to comfort Shen Miao as she was afraid that Shen Miao would feel uneasy. He said, "Even without the tiger seal we can still fight. Your father is still a general. We will be the same as before." Shen Miao's eyes hung down as Shen Xian and Shen Qiu looked at her worriedly. In the past, Shen Miao was somewhat arrogant and willful, but that was because she had the backing of the formidable great general. Once there was no backing, it was normal for this noble young lady to not be able to accept it. "Is it still going to war?" Shen Miao softly said, "Bring the frontline people to war and bring the cooks to war?" Luo Shuiyan and Shen Qiu were instantly stunned. These days they were used to Shen Miao's gentle and obedient manner, and when they suddenly heard such a sharp question, it was somewhat unbelievable. Shen Xian's face turned livid. The pride of a general was not to be trampled on by anyone. Emperor Wenhui spared his life but gave him a deep humiliation which made him feel worse than killing Shen Xian. "Of course we can still fight without the tiger tally, but your majesty can always send another deputy general, assistant general, military officer, and supervisor. When you give orders, you have to look at other people's faces. When you mobilize the three armies, you have to use other people's talismans. Isn't the title of general just an empty shell?" Shen Miao raised her head and her pair of eyes were incomparably clear, as if she was speaking the most ordinary household words. But who had seen such an overbearing Shen Miao before? Perhaps Shen Qiu had seen it before, but Shen Xian and Luo Shuiyan had never seen it before. Moreover, he was directly talking about the matters of the imperial court. Shen Xian clenched his fists but still comforted. "Jiao Jiao, father will clear his name and the Shen family army will eventually return to father's hands. Jiao Jiao, your identity will not change." Shen Xian's entire life was based on his military achievements, and he believed that in Ming Qi, other than Xie Ding, no one could be as brave as him. A treasured sword was not afraid of being hidden too deeply. There would come a day when it would be unsheathed again. But how long do we have to wait? By that time, Would the Shin family army who had already become the imperial army still be loyal to father? Even now there are spies under father's command. In the future, who can guarantee that there won't be more? Hearing this, Luo Shuiyan's expression turned solemn as she asked, Jiao Jiao, who told you these words? Shin Miao was able to know that Shin Xian's tiger tally was taken away and was also able to know that the Shin family's army was placed in the imperial army because these were things that everyone knew. But the matter of there being a traitor in the Shin family's army was something that was not heard from the outside. Those who were able to say such things to Shin Miao would at least have done some research on the matters of the imperial court. Luo Shuiyan was afraid that Shin Miao was being used by others. Shin Miao shook her head. I am not a fool. I might not really not know about the things that others do not tell me. Shin Qiu said, younger sister is very smart. On the matter of Prince Yu, Shin Qiu could see Shin Miao's ability. He knew that Shin Miao's vision was not like that of an unmarried young female. She was exceptionally ruthless but could see it clearly. Chapter 407. It was rare for Shin Qiu to say such things, so Shin Xian frowned and asked, Jiao Jiao, what exactly do you want to say? Since the Shin family army is no longer ours, then there is no need for the Shin family army. How about giving up? Shin Miao's words were shocking. Jiao Jiao. Luo Shuiyan stopped her words and suddenly felt that her tone was too harsh and quickly softened. The Shin family army was brought up by your father and there are countless of subordinates. How is it easy to say to give up? It is because of the friendship of comrades on the battlefield. Impossible. Then what is father prepared to do? Shin Miao asked back, continue to endure silently like this? Enduring silently might be able to wait for a good opportunity, but if one were to be suppressed by others, at the end there would be nothing left. Shin Xian stared at Shin Miao, as if he had never known this daughter of his before. There was a thoughtful expression on his face as he asked, what does Jiao Jiao think should be done? The east side is not bright but the west side is bright. Shin Miao's eyes were astonishingly bright. Father can lead the Shin family army well, why not lead other armies well? Shin Xian was surprised for a moment before he laughed and caressed Shin Miao's head, as if Shin Miao's words made him much happier. He said, indeed a young lady that has not grown up. In this world, how would there be so many soldiers for others to lead? At the end there was a faint sadness in his words. The Shin family army was like a child that Shin Xian had raised up, and now the pain of losing a child, how could words be used to describe it? Shin Miao smiled faintly, then what about the Luo family? Shin Xian's smile abruptly stopped. Luo Shuiyan and Shin Qiu thought of something at the same time and their eyes landed on Shin Miao. Shin Miao said unhurriedly, in Wei's hands there is still a group of scattered soldiers. Even though it cannot be compared to the previous Shin family army, there are still a lot of them. If slowly trained, it may not be the next Shin family army? Luo Shuiyan's maiden family, the Luo family was a family of generals, but it was a declining family of generals. It was true that there were soldiers under them, but after Shin Xian was stationed in the northwestern region, the Luo family soldiers in the Shaochun city disarmed and returned to the fields. Even though they still had the name of soldiers, they took the rations and did not do anything. After so many years, they were no different from ordinary people. How can this be? The Shin family had been loyal to the monarch for so many years and serving the monarch was an instinct. Shin Miao's words could even be said to be disgraceful. Keeping his own soldiers in a place unknown to the emperor. Luo Shuiyan said, Jiao Jiao, this is not a joke. She did not know how to explain to Shin Miao how taboo the imperial family had towards the generals who held the army. Shin Miao was just a young lady, so how could she understand? It was Shin Qiu who spoke very little that opened his mouth. Younger sister wants to use the Luo family's army to replace the Shin family's army? It cannot be considered as a replacement. Shin Miao gently smiled. It is just that father is a general after all and cannot have no one by his side. Naturally there must be followers. Since that is the case, what is the difference between the Shin family's army and the Luo family's army? With the Luo family's army, wouldn't it be good to have one more chip to protect oneself? She described her rebellious words as self-protection, which at least made it sound less frightening. Luo Shuiyan felt that Shin Miao's words today were somewhat inconceivable, and when she looked up, she saw Shin Xian's tightly knitted brows, as if he was seriously thinking about Shin Miao's words, and felt a headache. Shin Xian looked at Shin Miao and deliberately guided Shin Miao's words. What Jiao Jiao said sounds very good, but the Luo family's army is far away in the Shaochun city. How do we go over? That would have to depend on father's decision. Shen Miao smiled as she looked at him. Perhaps father can try and explain to his majesty to retreat to the northwestern region and be willing to go to the Shaochun city to defend and set off today. Shen Xian and the three of them were stunned again. The Shaochun city was a small city at the northwestern border and was thousands of mountains and rivers away from the Ding capital. If Shen Xian really made this request, anyone would think that it was because the tiger tally was taken away and this formidable great general was disheartened that he would be stationed at the small border. As for the prestige of the formidable great general, it would be slowly drowned out by history. Shen Xian's tiger eyes stared. This is retreat. No. There would be talented people appearing in every generation, and it was good to hide one's capabilities and bide one's time, but Shen Xian was no longer a youthful youth. He was already past his 20s, and if he was not used and there was no suitable opportunity to return, even if the Luo family's group of people were trained, he could only stay at the border. It was probably the most tragic thing in the world to be a hero past his prime before his ambition was fulfilled. Talented people would be born in every generation, and it was good to keep a low profile, but Shen Xian was no longer a green youth. He was already past his 20s, and if he was not used, there would not be a suitable opportunity to return. Even if the Luo family's people were trained, they could only stay at the border. It was probably the most tragic thing in the world to be a hero past his prime before his ambition was fulfilled. Retreat in order to advance. There is a saying in the art of war. Father, what are you afraid of? Shen Miao did not give in at all. That pair of clear and indifferent eyes that were facing them, for the first time showed a provocative look, afraid of being unable to recover after a setback, afraid of retreating again and again until there is no more retreat, or afraid that time is fleeting and it would be difficult to stand out? These few words made Shen Xian's heart tighten. Not only Shen Xian, Luo Shuiyan and Shen Qiu were also stunned. Shen Xian watched Shen Miao attentively, and he suddenly discovered that this delicate and soft-looking daughter seemed to have inherited the tenacity and arrogance in his bones. Moreover, Shen Miao chuckled, within 2 years, His Majesty will definitely summon father back to the capital. The day we enter the capital is the day we flourish. Chapter 408. The lights in the western courtyard of the Shen residence were also brightly lit throughout the night. Shen Gui and Shen Wan wanted to inquire about it, but Shen Xian directly let his trusted aide guard the courtyard doors so that not even a mosquito could fly in. Trying to find out what was said was easier said than done. In the room, Shen Qiu poured a cup of tea for Shen Miao and said, "Younger sister, speak slowly." Regarding military matters, the Shen family had Shen Xian, Luo Shuiyan and Shen Qiu, but Shen Miao never seemed to have anything to do with these matters. A pampered young lady who was far away in the Ding capital. Perhaps she did not even know the layout of the aristocratic families in the Ding capital. The matters of the military were treacherous and difficult to distinguish, and the forces involved were not as simple as it looked on the surface. Even officials could not differentiate clearly, much less Shen Miao. But when Shen Miao said it, she said it so logically that Shen Xian and wife could not help but raise their eyebrows. Abandon the Shen family's army and pick up the Luo family's army. Luo Shuiyan said, but the Shen family's army are all elites and the Luo family's army. Speaking of the troops that her father had led before, Luo Shuiyan was somewhat sad. How can it be compared to the Shen family's army? Although the Luo family army is scattered, it is important to be clean. Shen Miao said, there is already a traitor in father's Shen family army, and to bring such a troop to war, who knows if one would be stabbed in the back. As soon as he said this, the three of them fell silent. Everyone did not want to see a traitor among the soldiers who had been by their side through thick and thin, and who had single-handedly raised them up. Shen Xian said, I also thought about what Jiao Jiao said. Shen Qiu and Luo Shuiyan looked at Shen Xian at the same time. At this moment Shen Xian's suspicion from before faded away, and when he looked at Shen Miao, there was admiration in his eyes. If one is indecisive, one would definitely suffer from chaos. But what did you mean when you said in the carriage that you would summon me to the capital within 2 years? Correct. Shen Qiu also turned his head to look at Shen Miao. How did younger sister know that His Majesty would summon father back to the capital within 2 years? Who would be able to guess the emperor's thoughts? When Shen Miao said those words, it seemed to have some meaning. Luo Shuiyan suddenly became nervous. She was thinking about the long term, and the person who could understand the emperor's mind would definitely be someone around Emperor Wenhui. Could it be Prince Ding? Prince Ding and Xin Miao's past matters had been exposed, and Luo Shuiyan's greatest worry was that Xin Miao would be dragged into the muddy waters of the fight for the throne between the princes and be used as a bargaining chip for no reason. Xin Miao's eyes hung down. Within 2 years, Emperor Wen Hui would naturally summon Xin Xan back to the capital. Because of the Ming Qi's tribute, there was the Qin country in the north and the Great Liang in the west. Thus the Ming Qi, which was caught in the middle, was in a precarious situation. At that time Emperor Wen Hui's health was not very good. The crown prince was bedridden, Prince Zhou and Prince Li fought till their heads were broken and bleeding, and Fu Xiuyi's hidden big net was gradually spread out. Xin Xan was a loyal general and would definitely be used by Emperor Wen Hui to deter the enemy countries. Just like in the previous lifetime, even if the imperial family was still suppressing the Xin family's army at that time, they still left a line, and Xin Xan would be squeezed dry by the imperial family to the last drop of oil. It was just that these words could not be said to the outside. Xin Miao gently smiled as she faced the different gazes of the few people. I only had a very realistic dream. In the dream, within 2 years, father would make a comeback and the formidable great general's name would not be disgraced. These words were actually somewhat perfunctory, but Xin Miao said it gently, and her pair of eyes were so clear that even if one did not believe it, their heart would soften by half. Whether one could be recalled back to the capital within 2 years, this was something that no one could say clearly. But whether it was 1 year, 2 years, or 3 or 4 years, it was indeed the best way to retreat to the northwestern region at this moment. Not only was it to make a comeback, it was also because the fight for the throne was currently at an intense time. If the Xin family were to stay in the Ding capital, even if they did not have military power, they would still be implicated. It was this logic to retreat bravely in the face of a crisis. Before achieving success, one must first protect one's family. Chapter 409. This was what Xin Xian thought. He smiled as he looked at Xin Miao. Since Jiao Jiao said that it is a dream, then the dream will definitely come true. Father believes you. He did not intend to delve into the reason at all. The words "father believes you" almost made Xin Miao cry. In the beginning she wanted to marry Fu Xiuyi no matter what, and Xin Xan actually tried his best to stop her. It was only after she threatened to kill herself that Xin Xan finally relented. The proud general, who had been giving orders all his life, revealed a dejected and helpless expression. He said, "Since you have chosen him, I believe you." So he pushed the Xin family to a dead end. Xin Miao closed her eyes and the tragic past disappeared. She said, "If father really believed what I said, then tomorrow one will request His Majesty to retreat to the Shaochun city." Tomorrow? Luo Shuiyan was surprised. Why so urgent? It is precisely because you are in such a hurry that His Majesty will think that father was dissatisfied with having the tiger tally taken away and acted in a fit of pique. I won't think too much, Xin Miao explained. Xin Xiu still wanted to say something, but Xin Xan ordered, "Then do it." Xin Xan. Luo Shuiyan was somewhat anxious. After all, these were all important matters. Even though what Xin Miao said was somewhat reasonable, but to make such a hasty decision was too sloppy. Xin Xan shook his head. "You and I have been on the battlefield for many years, but we are not as clear as Jiao Jiao." He looked at Xin Miao and there was some complexity in his eyes. Finally he stretched out his hand and rubbed Xin Miao's head. "If Jiao Jiao is a male, how many people in the world can be compared?" Xin Miao looked at him quietly. What she said today was something that an unmarried girl would never be able to think of. What kind of person was Xin Xian? Even though he was a boorish person, it did not mean that he did not have a brain. One feared that he had long seen the suspicious points on her. It was just that Xin Xian did not expose it. Even if he did, Xin Miao would not tell Xin Xian the secret of his rebirth. Perhaps this was the unconditional trust between relatives. Just like how Xin Xian had always been on her side in her previous life. The Xin family will be fine. Xin Miao promised. Father will present the report in the morning court tomorrow. Xin Xian smiled and pulled Luo Shuiyan up. Foreign should also rest early. Luo Shuiyan wanted to say something, but when she saw Xin Xian's expression, she suddenly shut her mouth. She had followed Xin Xian for so many years and Xin Xian was naturally full of confidence. She had never seen such a heavy expression before. He was supposed to be a hero revered by the people, but he was going to be stripped of his military power and had to defend a small place at the border. No one was more aggrieved than Xin Xian at this moment. For the first time, her face softened as she supported Xin Xian. "All right." It was Xin Xiu who was lagging behind and looked at Xin Miao wanting to speak but hesitating. Finally he could not help but said, "Younger sister, you want father to rebel?" Among the Shin family, Shin Xiu was the clearest about the hostility in Shin Miao's bones. Prince Yu of the first rank coveted her, so she did not leave a single person in Prince Yu residence alive. The Jing family schemed against her and now she ended up dying without a complete corpse. The emperor had taken away the Shin family's tiger tally and Shin Miao's seemingly retreating action. Was it really just to protect herself? Eating the monarch's salary, one must be loyal to the monarch. Shin Miao smiled lightly. The Shin family has always been loyal to the monarch and love the country, so how would such a thing happen? Eldest brother better not think too much. If the walls have ears and were to be heard by others, one fear that you and I will be in trouble. Shin Xiu paused before saying, "That would be the best. Younger sister. Do not do silly things." He then turned and walked out of the room. Shin Miao slowly sat down on her seat. She really wanted to rebel, but how to rebel without leaving behind a bad reputation was also a big matter. The most urgent matter was naturally to avoid disaster. But when she returned, she would definitely send a big gift to the Fu family. Chapter 410. One could only hope that the Fu family could swallow it. The matter of Shin Xian being stripped of his military power was lively for a day in the Ding capital, and on the second day, it was covered by new rumors. There were new things happening in Mingqi every day and such a scene was not new. But on the second day, it was still Shin Xian's matter that was being discussed in the streets and alleys. It was said that on the second day after the formidable great general Shin Xian's military tally was taken away, he handed a memorial to Emperor Wen Hui in front of all the civil and military officials, proposing to bring the remaining frontline troops and the scattered Shin family guards to retreat to the Shaochun city. The once illustrious great general was going to defend a small place at the borders. Others felt that it was inconceivable and Shin Xian himself felt even more aggrieved. To feel aggrieved but to take the initiative to submit a memorial, it was obvious that he was dissatisfied with Emperor Wen Hui's punishment and made the decision in a fit of pique. The storyteller in the restaurant explained the matter clearly and logically, saying that Emperor Wen Hui's expression changed on the spot in the throne room and threw the memorial at Shin Xian's face. One did not think that Shin Xian was still stubborn and stubbornly requested to retreat to the Shaochun city. Would the emperor tolerate one's pique? Even if one had great meritorious service, it would be useless. Did you not want to retreat to the small place at the borders? Good. Very good. Then you go and defend. Thus the entire Ding capital knew that the formidable great general would be leaving the capital for the Shaochun city tomorrow. Almost everyone in the restaurant was talking about the matter. Some people felt that Shin Xian did the right thing. The formidable great general had become a commander without an army and would be aggrieved to stay in the Ding capital. It was better to go far away and avoid getting tired of it. Some people however felt that Shin Xian was held up too high and did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. It was obvious that he had deceived the emperor first and was lucky to keep his life, but he still dared to throw his face at Emperor Wen Hui. If it was not for Emperor Wen Hui's benevolence, if it was another ruler, one feared that he would have given a heavier punishment. In Kuai Hualu, Ji Yushu held his chin and looked at Gao Yang. What do you think this Shin Xian's intention is? To abandon the Shin family's army in the Ding capital? If that is the case, then one really have some boldness and is not a reckless martial artist. Gao Yang sighed. To retreat bravely in the face of a crisis, not everyone can do it. After drinking a mouthful of tea, Gao Yang then said to Xie Jingxing, who was silent at the side, "Why are you not speaking?" Xie Jingxing was interrupted and recovered to look at both of them. The Shin family moves too fast. Fast? Ji Yushu was somewhat puzzled. Xie Jingxing played with the teacup in his hand as a faint smile appeared on his lips. Pointing out a path to Shin Miao was to let the Shin family have a way out, but one did not expect that the Shin family's hands and feet would be so fast. He had just been stripped of his tiger tally yesterday, and today he went to the imperial court to ask for permission to withdraw. Shin Xian was a person who sought stability, and to be able to make Shin Xian make such a choice in such a short period of time, Shin Miao must have said something to him. Emperor Wen Hui let Shin Xian pack up and leave the capital. On the surface it was to embarrass Shin Xian, but he did not know that his thoughts were completely seen through by a little girl from the Shin family. If one knew about it, one did not know what kind of feeling one would have in one's heart. Xie Jingxing had a feeling that in this game of chess in Mingqi, Shin Miao would perhaps occupy a position that could lift something heavy as if it was light. It was just that. For him who was about to leave the capital, This did not have any meaning. "You Shu will leave the capital with me," he said. "Gao Yang, I will leave the rest to you." Jiu Shu touched his nose and showed some excitement. "All right. Third older brother Xia. The pastries that the chefs here make are just too unpalatable. It is still third older brother's chefs that are good. At least one do not need to starve." Gao Yang rolled his eyes at him and said coldly, "The entire Ding capital has been eaten by you. Since when do you starve?" Finishing, he changed into a serious look and said to Xie Jingxing, "Do not worry. Leave this to me." Chapter 411. Xie Jingxing nodded his head. The same news naturally spread to other places. The Shen family was a large family in the Ding capital, and there were many colleagues who had dealings with the Shen family. Just because of Shen Xian's prestige, there were many officials who wanted to curry favor with him. But when the wall is down, everyone pushes it, and when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. When the person leaves, the tea cools. This time Shen Xian was obviously demoted and left the capital. When he went to the crowded Shen family's residence, other than a few families who were on good terms with Shen Xian, there was no one else. Shen Miao made a trip to Guangwentang. To leave the Ding capital, naturally she could not go to Guangwentang. Some time ago, because of Shen Miao's change in temperament, the students in Guangwentang were somewhat afraid of her. But seeing that the Shen family's military power was confiscated, there were unscrupulous faces that ridiculed her. It was just that Shen Miao did not even turn her head as she walked over, as if she did not hear anything, which made those noble children feel bored. When Feng Yanning saw her, she cried and grabbed her sleeves. "What to do? Shen Miao, when will you return after this trip?" Shen Miao was somewhat at a loss with Feng Yanning's tears. In all fairness, in the previous lifetime, because of her stupidity, the noble females in the Ding capital were not willing to be associated with her. In this lifetime, she had a cold heart and did not deliberately try to attract anyone's liking. This Feng Yanning accidentally became one of her friends. Even though her temperament was a little arrogant, she did not have any bad intentions. Sometimes looking at her age, Shen Miao would think of Wan Yu. She comforted, "He will return not long later." "Liar." Feng Yanning sobbed, "I heard from father that this time General Shen had angered His Majesty. Now that His Majesty is angry, how could he return so quickly? Shen Miao, you have to write to me. By the time you return, will I be married?" Shen Miao almost laughed out, but when she saw Feng Yanning's red eyes, she could not laugh anymore. She was clearer than anyone else about the Feng family's ending and Feng Yanning's ending. Even though the Feng family would not fall after 2 years, but... She patted Feng Yanning's shoulders. "It is all right. I will be able to see the day you marry." Feng Yanning still wanted to say something but saw Pei Lang walking in with a book. Pei Lang was dressed in green as he stood on the stage. His gaze landed on Shen Miao and paused for a moment before saying, "Shen Miao, come with me." If Shen Miao were to leave Guangwentang, it was only right for her to bid farewell to Pei Lang. Everyone did not feel that there was anything wrong. Feng Yanning unwillingly released Shen Miao's sleeves and allowed Shen Miao to follow Pei Lang out of the academy. Pei Lang brought Shen Miao to the triangular courtyard of Guangwentang. The teachers of Guangwentang all lived in the residences in the academy, and this was Pei Lang's own residence, so no one else could enter. He pushed the door and walked into the nearest study. Shen Miao followed in and closed the door at the right time. "You're leaving?" This time, Pei Lang didn't beat around the bush as usual and asked directly. Shen Miao nodded. Pei Lang's expression changed and he hesitated for a moment before saying, "Lu Ying's matter? Young lady Lu Ying has already been settled." Shen Miao interrupted his words. "She is living very well in the embroidery shop. Her double-sided embroidery is outstanding, and in the future it would be good to rely on her skills to make a living as an embroidery mother. Perhaps she would be able to take in a few disciples." Pei Lang's expression gradually relaxed. Shen Xian's entire family was about to leave the capital, and he was afraid that Lu Ying's matter had not been settled. He had relaxed but saw Shen Miao staring at his eyes. "Then how is the matter that teacher Pei has considered?" Pei Lang was startled. The matter that Shen Miao was talking about was naturally the matter of him being a spy by Fu Xiuyi's side. That day at Kuai Hua Lu, Pei Lang had already expressed his attitude, but as to how to proceed, he needed to think further. Hearing that, Pei Lang frowned. "What do you want to say?" Chapter 412. 2 years. Shen Miao said, Within 2 years I must return to the capital. At that time Teacher Pei must become His Highness Prince Ding's aide and the most dependable one. Pei Lang smiled, but there was some anger in his smile. Shen Miao, aren't you overestimating me? I'm just a poor scholar and do not have anything. Even if I managed to sneak into His Highness Prince Ding's side, how would I be able to obtain the most dependable reputation? Teacher need not belittle yourself. Teacher is a 1,000-li horse and naturally there will be Bo Lu who appreciates you. Shen Miao smiled gently. If one is not a 1,000-li horse, one must see oneself as a 1,000-li horse in order to let Bo Lu appreciate. She lowered her voice and looked at Pei Lang provocatively. If teacher cannot do it, you guess how about I tell the story of Prefectural Magistrate Pei's residence to young lady Lu Ying and say that the person who made me do all these was teacher? Does teacher think that young lady Lu Ying would be moved to tears? Pei Lang was flustered. Shen Miao's words were clearly a threat, threatening that if he could not be Fu Xiuyi's left and right arm, then she would tell Lu Ying about these things. Lu Ying already had resentment towards the matter of that year, and if she was told that he was the one who arranged it, Lu Ying might return to Bao Xiang Lu in a fit of anger. Pei Lang said, I have never seen such a vicious and cunning female like you. The young female in front of him did not have any difference in age and would not respect him as a teacher. Pei Lang even had an illusion that Shen Miao was always suppressing him. Her provocations and threats seemed to contain some kind of inexplicable resentment, making Pei Lang somewhat embarrassed. Who would have thought that the seemingly gentle and delicate young female would have a heart that was even more terrifying and cold than the matrons in the house? Teacher must be joking. The ways of the world are difficult and one is only struggling to survive. Shen Miao smiled modestly, as if she was a disciple who was being admonished by a teacher. Her hands quietly took out an item from her sleeves and reached into Pei Lang's sleeves to hand it over to him. Pei Lang was startled for a moment as the soft fingertips rested on his wrist, but after a slight touch, it moved away as if it was a butterfly spreading its wings to fly. For some strange reason, Pei Lang actually had an impulse to keep her, but it was only for a moment before he sobered up and pinched the letter-like thing in his sleeves as he looked at Shen Miao in puzzlement. If teacher is free, naturally you can take a peek at the embroidery manor where young lady Lu Ying is at. In addition, there are some other matters that the top hope teacher will follow in to do. Shen Miao said. Pei Lang's body stiffened and instead of being angry he laughed. Shen Miao, you want me to be your puppet? A scholar has the pride of a scholar. Sir, you are so knowledgeable and have such a lofty and unyielding character. I admire you very much. If it were any other scholar, I would definitely not use such methods. Shen Miao raised her head and looked at Pei Lang's somewhat angry expression, but her lips raised. But does teacher still have a choice? It is all right if teacher is not willing to do it. Even if separated by 1,000 mountains and 10,000 rivers, I naturally have ways to tell stories to young lady Lu Ying. She smiled gently, but her tone was sharp. Pei Lang felt an indescribable anger burning in his heart, and he felt inexplicably aggrieved. In front of Shen Miao, he did not have any dignity as a teacher. Every time he felt that he wanted to get angry, but when he saw Shen Miao's complacent look, he could not get angry. Pei Lang even thought that in the previous lifetime he owed Shen Miao something, and in this lifetime Shen Miao came to collect the debt? He suppressed the humiliation in his heart and said, Can one meet your requirements by doing according to the top's instructions? I believe in teacher's ability. Shen Miao looked down. On that letter, it was the things that Fu Xiuyi would do in the next few years. Fu Xiuyi looked like he did not have any ambition on the surface, but he was secretly recruiting knowledgeable people. As for what kind of means to recruit and unearth intelligent people, no one was clearer than Shen Miao. Pei Lang was not an ordinary person, and as long as he revealed a little bit of his talent, naturally Fu Xiuyi would pick him. Chapter 413. And to get Fu Xiuyi's attention, one needed to plan step by step. In the entire letter, Shen Miao did not mention what she wanted Pei Lang to do and only told Pei Lang about the opportunity to get close to Fu Xiuyi. How to get Fu Xiuyi's trust would depend on what Pei Lang did. This was also the greatest trust that Shen Miao could give to Pei Lang. In the previous lifetime, Fu Xiuyi and Pei Lang were on the same boat, and now she was the first to discover this horse and even left a mark on it. She also let Fu Xiuyi have a taste of being betrayed by a close person. She swept a glance at Pei Lang and her heart suddenly felt somewhat apprehensive. The matter that was instructed was done, and she did not want to speak more with Pei Lang before turning around to leave. Shen Miao. It was Pei Lang who called out to her. He hesitated for a moment before finally spitting out 2 words, "Take care." Shen Miao was somewhat surprised but only lightly said, "Many thanks," before leaving. Only Pei Lang was left standing at the same spot and his eyes were somewhat complicated as he stared at Shen Miao's back. When Shen Miao left Pei Lang's courtyard, she saw a soft white dumpling standing in the garden outside the academy. When he saw her, his eyes lit up as he ran over and cried out in surprise, "Older Shen's sister." Su Ming Lang rolled over like a dumpling. Shen Miao. In fact, Su Ming Lang was already over 10 years old this year, but one did not know if it was because the Su family had raised him too well that he was different from Su Mingfeng's mature older brother. Su Ming Lang looked more childish than a 5 or 6-year-old child. He ran a few steps before panting. Shen Miao walked in front of him and held his plump arms. "What is the matter? Older Shen sister, you are leaving?" Su Ming Lang puffed and puffed for a while. "Can I obediently wait here for you to return?" Shen Miao was stunned for a moment. When everyone here knew that Shen Xian was going to the Shaochun city, the first thing they said was, "When will you return or will you not return?" Everyone felt that once Shen Xian left, perhaps he would stay in the Shaochun city forever. Su Ming Lang's first sentence was to wait for her return, as if he was certain that Shen Miao would definitely return to the Ding capital. Shen Miao found it interesting and tapped his forehead before deliberately teasing him. "Who said that I will definitely return? Perhaps I will not return." "Will not." Su Ming Lang raised his head and vowed, "Older sister will definitely come back." Shen Miao tilted her head and looked at him. When Su Ming Lang said those words, his eyes were firm and there was no trace of doubt. She asked, "Why are you so sure?" "Older brother Xie said that in less than 2 years, you will definitely come back." Su Ming Lang said excitedly. "Brother Xie?" Shen Miao's mind turned. "Xie Jingxing?" Even though father and eldest brother felt that after eldest sister's family left, they did not know when they would return. Father also said that General Shen had angered His Majesty this time, and one feared that His Majesty would not recall General Shen in this lifetime. Su Ming Lang's childish words carried no harm and did not pay attention to whether his words would hurt Shen Miao or not. He only cared about himself and said, "But when older brother Xie came to see eldest brother, he told eldest brother that General Shen would definitely return to the capital within 2 years. Xie Jingxing could actually guess her thoughts so accurately? Shen Miao's heart was somewhat frightened. Even though older brother Xie is a bad person and bullied me, bullied my eldest brother and bullied my father. But the words that he said were all true. This was the first time Su Ming Lang spoke so quickly as if he was trying to prove something as he continued. He said that you will come back, then you will definitely come back? Older sister Shen, you will come back, right? As he spoke, his eyes were filled with hope. Shen Miao suddenly thought of Fu Ming and her heart softened as she smiled. What he said is right. I will come back. That is great. Su Ming Lang jumped up and said word by word with his short fingers, then I will wait here for older sister to come back. When older sister comes back, I will treat older sister to candied haws, small dough figurines, steamed sugar cakes. Shen Miao could not help but laugh again. When she was together with Su Ming Lang, it seemed that some of the hazy emotions would be swept away in an instant. It was as if time had become carefree. She said, you just listen to your father's words. It is just that. Regarding the matter of me coming back, the words that you said to me today must not be said to other people. If other people were to hear these words, they would parrot the crowd, and when it was passed to Emperor Wen Hui's ears, he might be able to detect some clues. It was fine if there was only one person in this world who knew the thoughts in her heart, but if there were too many people who knew, it would not be good. Su Ming Lang saw Shen Miao's solemn expression and immediately said obediently, understood. I only told older sister and will not tell others. He then whispered to Shen Miao, older sister Shen, but you cannot tell this to older brother Xie. It was me who eavesdropped. If older brother Xie knew that I eavesdropped, he would beat me up again. In the eyes of the second young master of the Su family, the elegant and noble little marquis of the Xie family was an out-and-out black-hearted bandit. Shen Miao said, all right, I will not say. Chapter 4:14. Shen Xian's household started to pack their luggage overnight, and the most amazing thing was that before they left, they forced old Shen Furen to separate from the family in front of the Shen family. That day when Shen Xian and wife were summoned to the palace, Shen Miao's dispute with old Shen Furen at the residence's doors eventually fell into Shen Xian's ears, and naturally Shen Xian was unable to restrain his anger. The timing to throw stones at a person when they were down was too good that he did not even bother to maintain his face. Luo Shuiyin was even angrier at herself for being blind and treating this family of hoodlums with sincerity. Even though Shin Xian's military power was taken away, he was still a courageous person. When he was really stubborn, even 9 bulls would not be able to pull him back. The clan head would not be able to rush over, but the clansmen would still be there. Before old General Shin left, he hoped that this family would live in harmony, but at the end it still fell apart. Old Shin Furin brought out the skills that she had when she was a songstress in the marketplace and occupied more than half of old General Shin's residence and fields. Shin Miao did not stop this at all. After so many years, because it was not managed well, those shops and fields were not as pleasing as before, and it would be a burden to keep them by one's side. Moreover, they were about to go to the Shaochun city and these things were useless. Shin Xian was not lacking in money as the emperor had bestowed a lot of rewards every year. Old Shin Furin originally thought that in the public accounts books, the whereabouts of Shin Xian's money had already been cleared clean, but did not know that at the last moment, Shin Miao actually found another account book from who knows where. It clearly stated the money that Shin Xian had handed over to the government all these years, as well as the money that Shin Xian had supplemented himself. In front of the clansmen, these could not be denied, and no matter what, old Shin Furin had to spit out some. Shin Miao's thoughts were simple: no matter how much she could get back, even if Shin Xian and Luo Shuiyin did not even bother to look at these worldly possessions, it was good to disgust old Shin Furin. Old Shin Furin was really disgusted, to the point of falling sick, and Shin Rochio was very angry in her heart. Now that Ren Wanyun did not care about the matter and she was the one managing the household, there was not enough money, and Shin Xian even took back a portion of it. In the future, if things were not going well, one feared that old Shin Furin would take it out on her. Shin Yu was also angered. These days she could only watch helplessly as Shin Rochio was overwrought over the matter of money. Shin Yu's high and proud character that was previously raised had also changed. Originally she did not put money in her eyes, but now she felt that she wanted to fight for it. It was not good to say anything in front of the clansmen, so he looked at Shin Miao and pretended to be worried. One do not know when fifth younger sister will return from this trip. One heard that the Shaochun city is lacking in supplies, and it would be bad if the food is not good in the future. It is better to bring more money over. These words were faintly discernible ridicule of Shin Miao going to a bitter and cold place. Luo Shuiyin was about to get angry, but she saw Shin Miao lightly smiling. Correct, but the prices in the Ding capital are very high. In the future, without His Majesty's bestowment, second older sister must not spend as extravagantly as before. Her eyes landed on Shin Yu's wrist and smiled. After all, in the future father will not give you a bracelet. Shin Yu was surprised for a moment and looked at the bracelet on her wrist before her face flushed red. That bracelet was none other than one of the bestowments that Shin Xian received. Originally Shin Xian's bestowments were confiscated and Shin Yu would pick some good-looking jewelry from it. Who knew that when she said those words, Shin Miao would directly say that the bracelet that she was wearing was Shin Xian's. Was this not slapping her face in public? But this bracelet was extremely precious and Shin Yu was not willing to take it off and return it to her. Shin Miao seemed to see her thoughts and smiled gently. Older sister must not return this bracelet. There is no logic in taking back something that is given out. One do not know if there will be such a good bracelet in the future. Chapter 4:15. At this moment, even Shin Wan, who was standing at the side without saying anything, had an ugly expression on his face. The meaning of Shin Miao's words was that it was impossible for Shin Wan to obtain such a good reward based on his own ability. Shin Wan would never be able to reach Shin Xian's level in his entire life. He pulled down his face and looked coldly at Shin Miao before saying to Shin Rochio and Shin Yu, "Go back." He did not look at Shin Miao again before leaving. Since Shin Xian had already left the capital and his military power had been confiscated, there was no longer a need to put on an act of pretending to be brothers. Shin Wan would never look at those who did not have any value. Shin Gui also cupped his hands towards Shin Xian with some pride and said, "Eldest brother, this younger brother will withdraw first." The figure that brushed his sleeves and left seemed to have some arrogance. When Wan Yinyang saw this, she quickly pulled Shin Dongling and followed up. She had been acting like a little girl for decades and did not change because of the changes in Kaiyun Yuan. Shin Gui was a person who could not keep his cool, and in his career he relied on flattery to climb up. In terms of talent, he could not compare to his son Shin Yuan, and in terms of temperament he was not as tenacious as Shin Wan. He was also heartless, and as long as he obtained a bit of sweetness, he would forget the bitterness he had suffered and was nothing to be feared. Shin Qiu was so angry that he said, "What kind of people are they?" Shin Miao gently smiled but did not answer. Not to mention Shin Wan and Shin Ruoqiu, but for Shin Gui's branch within 2 years Shin Yuan Bo would die from smallpox. Shin Gui had already been drugged by Ren Wanyun and would not be able to have any more children in this lifetime. So what if he had money, power and beauties? He didn't even have anyone to inherit his family business. There were 3 ways to be unfilial, and having no descendants was the worst. At that time, old Shin Furen would only urge her 2 sons to quickly spread the branches and leaves. Did Shin Ruoqiu think that she would be able to sit back and relax? Evil people will be tortured by evil people. Leave this mess to the Shin family and let them clean it up themselves. When the matter of Shin Xian retreating to the Shaochun city reached Prince Ding Fu Xiuyi's ears, Emperor Wenhui had already approved it. At this time Fu Xiuyi naturally could not say anything else. The more he said, the more suspicious it would be. It was just that Shin Xian's sudden appearance made him feel strange. He could see clearly that after so many years, even though Shin Xian was a martial artist on the surface, he was not an impulsive person. Even if he was indignant that his tiger tally had been taken away, he would not have hurriedly submitted a memorial and left the capital the next day. Involuntarily, Fu Xiuyi remembered what Shin Yuan had reminded him before. "Your Highness, don't underestimate my 5th sister." But at that time Fu Xiuyi did not take this sentence to heart. But now, for some reason, it resurfaced in his mind again. For Shin Xian to suddenly make this decision, could it be that Shin Miao was adding fuel to the fire? But how would a pampered young lady of the Ding capital take the initiative to go to such a cold place like the northwestern region? Fu Xiuyi sensed that something was wrong, but he could not tell what was wrong. He only felt that things should not develop like this. The advisor beside him asked, "Your Highness, are you worried about the formidable general?" Even though there was a change in the situation, but the Shin family's army had already dispersed and the tiger tally was taken back, so the formidable great general's role was not much. "Your Highness can rest assured and show off your skills." Fu Xiuyi recollected his thoughts and lightly responded. Even though Shin Xian had deviated from his plans, he was after all not an important chess piece. If it was an important chess piece in the beginning when Shin Miao was in love with him, he could be used. But one did not know what happened afterwards, and that little bit of love dissipated, making him lose the opportunity to pull the Shin family onto his boat. But it was considered as a sigh of relief. If he really married Shin Miao, even if he had the Shin family's military strength, he would still be ridiculed by everyone. Fu Xiuyi was extremely proud in his bones, so how would he allow himself to have such a stain? Now those hypotheses were scattered along with Shin Xian's family leaving the capital. He said, "Go and recruit more people these days." Chapter 416. The advisor was stunned for a moment before cupping his hands in acknowledgement. Fu Xiuyi shifted his gaze. Since the game had already begun, the day of conquering the world was just around the corner. It was imperative to recruit more talents in the shortest time possible. Shin Xian left the capital early the next morning. When he left the capital, it was early in the morning and the sky was not even bright. Shin Xian had sneaked away. One reason was that he did not want to make things difficult for those colleagues that he had good relations with. If they were to send him off, it would be equivalent to going against Emperor Wenhui. The heart of an emperor was temperamental. It would not be good if he vented his anger because of this. Secondly, the Shaochun city was thousands of mountains and rivers away from the Ding capital. Thus the earlier one traveled, the earlier one would arrive. However, even if they galloped at full speed, it would still take them more than half a year to arrive. Even though Shin Xian was taken in by the Shin family's army and only the frontline people were left, he still had a group of confidants in private. In addition to Shin Qiu's subordinates, Mo Qing and Qi, he was not afraid of encountering any danger. Their journey had been pretty good. Luo Shuiyan and Shin Xian were initially worried that Shin Miao's body would not be able to withstand such a long journey and feared that she would feel uncomfortable in the middle of the journey. Who knew that Shin Miao did not even utter a single word of tiredness. Even Shin Xian kept on praising, "Jiao Jiao is indeed my daughter." Which female family in the Ding capital would have such tenacity? Luo Shuiyan rolled her eyes at him but felt even more guilty towards Shin Miao. She was a pampered girl, but she had to follow them and suffer hardships. Jingzhe was holding on to the curtain of the carriage. Because it was her first time traveling far, she was somewhat surprised. One moment she pointed at the birds in the sky, The next moment she pointed at the hares in the forest and screamed. Seeing Shin Miao's calm look, she asked curiously, "Why does young lady not find it fresh? These things can't be found in the city." With that said, Guyu also knocked on Shin Miao's face and probed, "Young lady, look at it and there is not a bit of nostalgia." Luo Shuiyan, who was sitting in the carriage, was stunned. To leave the hometown that one had lived in for more than 10 years and go to a place that one had never heard of. The Shaochun city was definitely not as prosperous as the Ding capital, and one was unfamiliar with the people and the place. Any young lady would at this time show their attachment and reluctance to leave their hometown. However, Shin Miao was very calm from the beginning to the end. Sometimes she even looked a little lively. Brisk. What was there to be happy about leaving one's home? Feeling Luo Shuiyan's gaze, Shin Miao was slightly surprised for a moment before smiling. Looking at the scenery outside the carriage, she said, "Father, mother and eldest brother are by my side, what is there to miss? Even if one were to stay in the Ding capital, one would not have any relatives and it would not be considered as a home?" Hearing this, Luo Shuiyan's heart ached. Thinking that she had seen the ugly faces of the Shin family when she came back this time. For so many years she had thrown Shin Miao into that family and thought that she was living well, but now it seemed like a big joke. Shin Miao most likely did not treat those people as family, otherwise she would not have said such words. Thinking of this, Luo Shuiyan pulled Shin Miao into her embrace and said guiltily, "Correct. In the future Jiao Jiao will be together with father, mother and eldest brother. No one would dare to bully you." Shin Miao nestled in Luo Shuiyan's embrace and lowered her eyes to hide the trace of coldness in them. How could this be the first time he had to leave his hometown and travel alone? In her previous life, when she went to the Qin state as a hostage, the mountains were high and the rivers were long. When she brought along her trusted maids, how many of them died in foreign lands? The scenery at that time was just like now. It was obviously very blurry, but one could clearly remember the feeling of that moment. From the Ding capital to the Qin country and from the Qin country back to the Ding capital, both roads were very bleak. It was a pity that she thought that she was doing it for the sake of righteousness and for the common people of the world, but did not know how ridiculous and lame she was in the eyes of everyone. Chapter 417. Now she did not leave alone, and when she returns she would not be alone. The mountain road was long and unknowingly the sky had turned dark. Because it was a mountain road, there were no inns on the mountain and one could only lodge at a farmer's house. Fortunately, that farmer's family had a warm-hearted temperament and warmly received everyone. They even cooked a lot of food and wine. Because they had to hurry on with their journey, Shin Xan and the rest did not dare to drink alcohol as they were afraid that drinking would cause trouble and delay the next day's departure. It was Shin Miao who did not know if it was because her mood was good or because the plum blossom wine that the farmer's family brewed was sweet and intoxicating that after drinking a few cups, her cheeks turned into a peach color. Why did Jiao Jiao drink so much? Luo Shuiyan initially did not notice, but when she saw it clearly, she could not help but turn pale with fright. Seeing Shin Miao's hand supporting her cheek with a drowsy look, she quickly reached out to check her head. Most likely older sister does not know the power of this wine. The female owner of the farmer's family smiled. The plum blossom wine that we brew ourselves has a sweet taste, but the after effect is strong. Our family's girl often drinks too much and would be drunk. But one would be fine after a sleep and would not feel dizzy the next day. For need not worry. Luo Shuiyan then felt relieved. Shin Qiu looked at Shin Miao's somewhat drunk look and felt it was funny, did not think that younger sister would also get drunk one day. Really interesting. When Shin Qiu returned this time, he saw a calm and gentle Shin Miao. She was so mature that Shin Qiu would sometimes have the illusion that Shin Miao was the older sister. Sometimes he would miss the Shin Miao of the past. Even though she was willful and impolite, she still had the temperament that a young lady should have. Now looking at her appearance, it made Shin Qiu recall the Shin Miao of the past and unknowingly felt some familiarity. Brat. Shin Xan kicked Shin Qiu. Your younger sister is already drunk to this extent and you still make trouble. Shin Qiu quickly stuck out his tongue and pretended to be afraid as he begged for mercy. The whole family, including the farmer's family, were all lively and happy. Where was the disappointment and helplessness of leaving one's hometown? Shin Miao's hands supported her chin as she squinted at the scene in front. Even though this plum blossom wine was intoxicating, she was still somewhat sober. He was indeed very happy today. Everything went according to the plan. In fact, other than letting Shin Xian stay away from the whirlpool of the Ding capital, It was also because there would be a smallpox outbreak in the Ding capital in a year's time. Even though nothing happened in the previous lifetime, she was not willing to let her family take any risks at all. Staying away from the Ding capital meant staying away from danger. Even if he wanted revenge, he had to protect his family first. The lively dinner lasted until late at night before dispersing. The enthusiastic owner of the farm arranged enough rooms for the few of them. Originally Luo Shuiyan wanted to share a room with Xin Miao, but Xin Miao insisted on staying in the room next to the wall of the farm and even had to sleep alone. It was a separate room and it was far away from the others. If they moved in, they would be separated from Luo Shuiyan and the others. Xin Xan initially felt that it was not good, and if there was danger, he feared that he would not be able to rush over to rescue, but he did not know what was wrong with Xin Miao that she insisted on staying in that room even though she was drunk. When the mistress of the farmer's family saw this, she smiled and said, "Sister, you probably want to see the flowers outside the wall. The flowers are very beautiful under the snow and all young ladies like it. For need not worry. Even though our place is small, there are no bandits or robbers. If you are worried about sister, it is alright to set up a tent outside and find a few more guards." Only then did everyone realize that when they opened the window of the house against the courtyard wall, they could see a large snow-white garden. There were still winter plum blossoms in the garden that had yet to wither. Under the clear moonlight, the shadows of the blossoms swayed on the snowy ground. It was a very beautiful scene. Shen Qiu was angry and funny at the same time and pinched Xin Miao's nose. "Delicate bag. No wonder you are called Jiao Jiao. You are drunk and still looking forward to a place with good scenery." Chapter 418. Luo Shuiyan hit down Xin Qiu's hand and said angrily, "Do not move around." She then looked at the somewhat confused drunk Xin Miao and shook her head, "Not willing to sleep with me and still want to sleep at such a far place. Let Mo Qing, Qi and the rest set up a tent outside the courtyard for the night. Jingzhi and Guyu will come out after serving young lady to change." This farmer's house was not like the previous residence in the Ding capital, as there was a bedroom and an outer room that allowed Jingzhi and Guyu to sleep on the small couch in the outer room. Luo Shuiyan and Shen Xan were not harsh people, and there was no reason for Jingzhi and Guyu to sleep on the floor to serve Xin Miao. Thinking that this farmer's house was not big and with Qi and Mo Qing and the rest guarding outside, there would not be any problem. Jingzhi and Guyu helped Xin Miao to change her clothes and washed her face before leaving the house. Mo Qing, Qi and the rest who had set up the tent in the courtyard also prepared to take turns to keep watch. Jingzhi and Guyu went up to warn them again before leaving. In that beautiful little room, there was only Xin Miao left alone. And Xin Miao, who was supported by Jingzhi to climb up the couch, suddenly climbed up from the couch. The aftereffects of the plum blossom wine finally surged up at this moment, and Xin Miao's clear eyes were in a state of chaos. She swayed as she stood up and wanted to walk towards the window, but she stumbled and almost knocked into the corner of the table and fell down. In the darkness, a pair of strong arms held her up and one could vaguely smell the faint fragrance of the other party. A familiar voice sounded beside her ears with a hint of ridicule, "He actually pouncing onto another's body." Xin Miao took the opportunity to wrap her arms around his waist to make herself stand more stable, but did not realize that this action of hers made the latter's body stiffen. After a moment there was a "chi" sound and a flame sprang up. That person did not know where to find a match and lit the oil lamp in the room. The windows of the farmer's house were all wooden carvings. Those were real wooden carvings, and there was not even a layer of white paper. Even if there was a lamp in the room, one would not be able to see it from the outside. Thus the few people in the courtyard did not notice any abnormalities in the room. Under the blurry light, he was able to see the man's facial features clearly. Snow-white fox fur coat, dark red embroidered clothes, red lips, white teeth, a pair of black eyes like peach blossom. The embroidered clothes in the night had a graceful bearing. If it was not Xie Jingxing, who else could it be? Xin Miao was surprised for a moment and said, "Xie Jingxing?" When she said this, her body became heavy and she accidentally leaned against Xie Jingxing, almost hugging him. Xie Jingxing frowned. "Such a strong smell of alcohol, how much did you drink?" He looked at Xin Miao and said with some disdain, "I sent you off with good intentions, but who knew that I would meet a drunkard? You're the one who's drunk." Xin Miao immediately retorted, "Alright, you know me and still talk back to me. It seems that you are not drunk," Xie Jingxing said as he helped Xin Miao to the couch. Then he brought the lamp closer to him. Under the dim light, Xin Miao was wearing a plain white inner garment and her hair was disheveled as she looked over ignorantly. It was completely different from her usual astute and calm appearance, and she really had the appearance of a delicate and pitiful young lady. Xie Jingxing thought for a moment and finally could not hold it back and fiercely pinched her face. Shen Miao glared at him angrily. It was rare to see her with such a childish look, and Xie Jingxing felt that it was interesting. He only thought that Shen Miao was drunk, and as the saying goes, wine spits out the truth. Perhaps he would be able to ask something. Who am I? Xie Jingxing. Shen Miao quickly answered. Know what kind of person Xie Jingxing is? Shen Miao stared at him and slowly frowned but did not speak. Xie Jingxing felt that she was looking at him strangely and thought that this girl was cursing him in her heart. Who knew that Shen Miao suddenly smiled and said, "A wonderful and stunning character." Chapter 419. Xie Jingxing. He stared at Shen Miao thoughtfully and asked, "Are you pretending to be drunk?" The little marquis of the Xie family, a young talent, an eternal character, a heroic age. The words at the back gradually became softer, as if she could not remember. Xie Jingxing initially had some suspicions, but when he saw that Shen Miao did not seem to be pretending, he felt somewhat strange and raised his brows. "Did not think that in your heart, you are so satisfied with me." He leaned closer and teased, "Could it be that you admire me?" Shen Miao reached out and pushed his head away. Xie Jingxing was somewhat speechless. If it was on normal days, it would be very interesting to tease Shen Miao. But now that Shen Miao was so drunk that even the eternal character evaluation came out, it would be very boring to tease her now. He said, "Originally wanted to see you one last time. Since you are this drunk, forget it. Let us part here." He was about to leave after speaking, but who knew that with a plop sound, Shen Miao fell from the couch to the ground again. Xie Jingxing first wanted to help Shen Miao up, but then stopped and crossed his arms at his chest as he stood calmly at the side. He watched Shen Miao struggling on the ground, and after admiring for a while, he then said, "One should really let you see your current appearance." Shen Miao was dizzy from drinking and her body was soft, so how would she be able to stand up? She flopped on the ground for a long time, but to no avail. Xie Jingxing finally could not stand it anymore and mercifully helped her up before sitting on the couch. He then heard Shen Miao saying, "Li Gonggong Bengong want to see the fireworks." In the quiet night, Shen Miao's words were exceptionally clear. Li Gonggong Bengong want to see the fireworks. The charcoal fire in the room seemed to have solidified. Xie Jingxing's originally curled lips slowly lowered down, and his pair of peach blossom eyes were no longer filled with a romantic smile. He slightly squatted down and his line of sight was at the same level as Shen Miao, who was sitting on the couch. It was a gentle action, but his eyes gradually turned cold. He said, "What did you say?" Shen Miao opened her eyes and looked at him. Under the warm light, her eyes became clearer, and in those clear eyes, there was a hint of drunkenness, which made the young and inexperienced young lady suddenly have a few more womanly charm. She delicately and haughtily stretched out a hand, as if to place it on the hand of a palace servant. She ordered, "Eunuchly, I want to see the fireworks. Go and call the crown prince and princess over." "Crown prince? Princess?" Xie Jingxing stared at Shen Miao in front of him. When he smiled, he was as moving as the spring flowers and autumn moon. When he didn't smile, he was as dangerous as a silent abyss. Anyone who looked at him would feel like they were being mocked. He looked at Shen Miao, and as he looked, he suddenly chuckled. Even though there was a smile on his face, there was no trace of a smile in his eyes. He gently hooked up Shen Miao's chin, and when he did such a lecherous action, it was graceful and natural, so gentle that it made one drown in his dark eyes. He asked, "Shen Miao, do you want to be the Empress?" Shen Miao blinked at him and said, "That was originally mine." "Yours?" "Bengong's." Xie Jingxing slowly tightened his fingers, and Shen Miao frowned in dissatisfaction as she felt pain on her chin. "Little girl, you already have the ambition to be the Empress at such a young age." His tone was unclear, but his eyes were dangerous. "A woman with ambition is the most beautiful. But you are still not a woman." Shen Miao also looked at him. Under the bright moonlight, the snowy shadows, the swaying plum blossoms, the two people facing each other. It should have been a romantic scene with beautiful flowers and full moon, but the atmosphere of danger and ambiguity was overwhelming, mixed with probing and danger. She was like a young lady who was raised pampered. If it was an ordinary female, when she grew older, she would only worry about marrying a good husband. But she had been patiently planning step by step, scheming against the world behind her back. Even though one had guessed that she had ambition, but when one really heard it, one could not help but be surprised. Chapter 420. That little girl was covered in thorns. From an idiot to a chess player, from the eye-catching daughter of a general's wife to a noble daughter who had lost her power, it seemed that she had never changed. It was this docile yet ferocious gaze that was filled with nobility and pride. She was born with the bearing of someone who had been in a high position for many years. Her words, "Uniquely, I want to go see the fireworks," were long and lingering, like a bell ringing in the quiet night, ringing in people's hearts. Even if it was a dream, her aura could be said to be that of an empress. Right now she was still a little girl. After a few more years, her beauty and elegance would be hard to conceal. Perhaps she would really have the bearing of a motherly model of the world. Xie Jingxing slowly released the hand that was holding Xin Miao's chin and glanced at her with difficulty. Pausing, he was about to get up and leave but heard Xin Miao muttering, "Xiao Lizi, go and bring Bengong's cloak over. Bengong is cold." In an instant he changed from eunuch Li to little Li. Xie Jingxing's originally complicated emotions were stirred up by her and he did not know whether to laugh or cry. He asked, "You order me?" Cold. Xin Miao looked at him aggrievedly. Xie Jingxing took a deep breath and suppressed the thought of picking Xin Miao up and beating her up. He took off his cloak and threw it on Xin Miao. Xin Miao wrapped his cloak and gave him a smile. "Later Bengong will reward you with a few bolts of satin." His favor was boundless. Xie Jingxing looked at her expressionlessly. "Many thanks for Nyang Nyang's love. This official will take his leave." Just as he was about to leave, Xin Miao grabbed his sleeve. The Xin Miao tonight was too abnormal. Xie Jingxing had never dreamt that the drunk Xin Miao would be like this. He thought that he could take advantage of the drunkenness to bully Xin Miao, but in the end, it seemed that he was the one being bullied. The dignified young master of the Xie family was being ordered around like a eunuch. Eunuch Li? Little Li? Xin Miao pulled Xie Jingxing's sleeves and pulled him down until Xie Jingxing squatted down and was at eye level with her before she was satisfied. She released her hand and grabbed Xie Jingxing's collar. Xie Jingxing was baffled by Xin Miao's actions. One could only hear Xin Miao muttering to herself. Originally in the previous dynasty, when the princess was widowed, the male attendants were kept. Since His Majesty doesn't treat me well, I'll treat it as my husband's death and find a male companion. When Xie Jingxing heard the first part of the sentence, he couldn't understand it, but when he heard the latter part, he found it unbelievable. He stared at Xin Miao. "In your dream, is it a disfavored and crippled empress? It's not falling out of favor." When Xin Miao heard it, she glared at him. Xie Jingxing nodded his head and said lazily, "Cursing the death of one's husband after falling out of favor. You must be the poison empress. But you look really good." Xin Miao suddenly said, "Are you the new gigolo?" Xie Jingxing, that princess of the previous dynasty, found a handsome male, and Bengong had seen the portrait before, but felt that he was not as beautiful as you. Xin Miao said, "If you follow Bengong, Bengong will ensure that you will not have to worry about food and clothing in the lower half of your life." Xie Jingxing was initially shocked by Xin Miao's words of gigolo, but when he heard the latter sentence, he was completely stunned. This is being treated as a male pet? He was still in a daze when he saw the hand that was grabbing his collar suddenly exerted strength, and there was a soft thing that stuck to him. The cold little mouth licked his lips, and after a nibble, a mouthful of sweet plum blossom wine came to his face. "From now on you are Bengong's person." Xin Miao released her hand and looked at him with a dignified smile. When Xie Jingxing recovered to his senses, he only had one thought. He wanted to strangle this female in front of him. But just at this moment, a whistle was suddenly heard from outside. That was the signal given by his people. Mo Qing and the rest had noticed the movements. Xie Jingxing gritted his teeth and glanced at Xin Miao before flying out. Achi opened the door but saw that there was nothing inside. He scratched his head and said, "There is no one. Most likely there was a mistake." Mo Qing frowned. In the snow where the plum blossoms were swaying, there was a bit of uneasiness on the dark red-robed handsome youth's face. When the middle-aged man beside saw the situation, he could not help but ask, "Master seems to be somewhat uneasy. Just now what happened inside?" He only went to bid farewell to the young lady of the Shin family, so why was there something wrong when he came out? The meaning in the red-clad youth's eyes was unclear. "Tai, I look like..." What? Tai was puzzled. "Like what?" "Forget it." He gritted his teeth and replied, "Go." Chapter 421. In the early morning of the second day, the sky had just brightened when Jingzhi and Guyu came over to help Shen Miao wake up. When they entered the room, they saw Shen Miao sleeping on the couch and the blanket was missing and her body was covered with a fox fur coat. Both of them suddenly turned pale with fright. Yesterday when she left, she did not leave behind any fox fur coat, so where did this fur coat come from? Jingzhi woke Shen Miao up, and after Shen Miao woke up, she was also at a loss when she saw the fox fur coat. Even though the after effect of the plum blossom wine was strong, it was like what the female owner of the household said, one would not feel dizzy the next day. It was true that one's head was not dizzy, but one was unable to remember anything that happened last night. She did not even know why she wanted to stay in this room alone. Guyu took that snow-white fox fur coat and said, "Young lady, where did this fox fur coat come from?" Shen Miao took the fox fur coat and shook her head. "Young lady's clothes boxes are all here. Could it be that young lady was drunk and dug it out from the boxes?" Jingzhi asked tentatively, "But why is it that it is the first time seeing this fox fur coat?" They did not think in any other direction. After all, Shen Miao was perfectly fine staying here and there were guards guarding outside last night, so nothing had happened. It was just that this fox fur coat came out of nowhere. Shen Miao said, "Take it out and ask the farmer if it is their family's." Upon seeing the owner of the household, the owner shook his head when he heard it. "Our family does not have such a good fox fur. Most likely elder sister had misremembered." Shen Qiu took the fox fur coat and said, "This fox fur coat does not look like an ordinary item. Younger sister, where did this come from? One fear that it is worth a lot of money. The workmanship also looks gorgeous, but the tailoring is not very good. One feel that it is too big for you to wear." Shen Miao took the fox fur coat and her heart was very puzzled. She really did not remember when she had such a cloak. But hearing that Shen Qiu said that it was worth a lot of money, she naturally took it back and lied without a change in expression. Thinking about it, it seemed that it was bought in the Ding capital. "Jingzhi, keep it." Jingzhi was thinking hard about when did Shen Miao bought the cloak, and when she heard her say that, she did not bother to ponder and immediately said yes before keeping the cloak into the box. Shen Miao shook her head. No matter where did the cloak came from, but in this trip to the Shaochun city, one feared that there would be a lot of places that needed money. Now that Shen Xian was not like the past, if there was a day where he was stretched to make ends meet, he could still exchange this cloak for a lot of money to spend. Thinking of this, those messy conjectures became dispensable. Time always passed very quickly. The different state of mind determined the different scenery one would see. Even though the Shaochun city was far away and the road was filled with high mountains and meandering rivers, it was bumpy and muddy. Even though they were travel-worn, Shen Miao did not say that she was tired. Those soldiers in the front of the Shen family's army who were regarded as burdens, followed Shen Xian's remaining trusted aides, and because of the hardships they shared along the way, they became closer to everyone. Leaving the capital in the second month of spring, at the beginning of August, she finally arrived at the Shaochun city. The Shaochun city was located at the border of Mingqi and was a very small city. If one were to talk about the highest official in the city, it would be the garrison general Luo Sui, Grand General Luo. All along, Luo Sui had been protecting the people of the Shaochun city to live and work in peace and contentment, but because it was too far away from the Ding capital, everyone was well aware that this kind of job was not a good one. In addition, after so many years, the Luo family's army was almost scattered, and the Luo family only had some prestige in the Shaochun city. When the guards at the city gate saw Luo Shuiyan taking out the Luo family's identity token, they were suddenly in awe and sent someone to pass the news to the Luo family. The Shaochun city was only such a big place, and when the Shen family brought a group of people into the city, it was immediately noticed by the surrounding commoners. One after another, they went forward to inquire and found out that it was the Luo family's married daughter who brought her family over. Immediately there was a wave of liveliness. Chapter 422. Jingzhi quietly lifted the curtain of the carriage and looked at the outerwear before saying to Shen Miao, "Young lady, this is the Shaochun city." Shen Miao glanced outside. The Shaochun city was not as unbearable as what the noble females in the Ding capital said. Even though it was a small place at the borders, it looked lively. It was just that the sandstorm was a little strong. Because of the sandstorm, the women's skin was slightly darker, and they were not as delicate as the women in the capital. Perhaps it was because of the open culture of the people, They were all lively and quick-witted. Some of them even looked a little mischievous, making people feel that they were full of vitality. There were peddlers and stalls along the streets, so there was no shortage of goods. The more Jingzhe looked, the happier she became, and the original apprehension was swept away. Young lady, the Shaochun city and the Ding capital are not much different. Does Jiao Jiao like it here? Luo Shuiyan asked uneasily. What she was most afraid of was that Xin Miao would not be used to living here. Luo Shuiyan grew up in the Shaochun city, so of course there was no problem. Xin Qiu and Xin Xan were military generals who had been on the battlefield and would not say anything more. She was just a spoiled daughter that she needed to worry about. Xin Miao smiled. It's good here. Only then did Luo Shuiyan feel relieved. She smiled and said, let's go to your maternal grandfather's house. You haven't seen your grandfather since you became a governor. You have 2 uncles, 3 older brothers and 1 older sister. They're all good people. I'm sure they'll like you very much when you get there. Luo Furen died early and Luo Sui had been a widower for so many years. The Luo family had 3 siblings and Luo Shuiyan was the youngest. When Xin Miao was born, the Luo family came all the way to the Ding capital to see her once. But after that, because the Shaochun city was too far away and one could not leave this side, Xin Miao and the Luo family had never met before. In the previous lifetime, Xin Miao's impression of the Luo family was also very vague, and now that she heard Luo Shuiyan saying it, she also smiled. At this moment, many people had already gathered in front of the Luo family's gate. There were commoners who came to watch the show, and of course there were also people from the Luo family. Luo Sui stood at the very front, and behind him were 2 middle-aged couples. Behind the couple were 3 youths and a young girl. The youths all had upright features and were awe-inspiring. Although they were still young, they had the demeanor of a valiant general. The girl's skin was a healthy wheat color. She had a pair of almond-shaped eyes and a small diamond-shaped mouth. One look and you could tell that she was a shrewish person. She pulled the youth beside her and asked, "Big brother, what kind of person do you think my cousin is?" The young man who was stopped by her had a good temperament. He said warmly, "He should be a good person." "What do you mean by, not bad? Can't you make it clearer?" The young girl was unrelenting. "Is she pretty? You see those Ding capital young ladies that came to our Shaochun city? Each and every one of them are very beautiful, but their temperament is so delicate that it makes one feel disgusted. Moreover, the official's young lady that came to the Shaochun city as a guest last year said that she knew Biao's younger sister. She lowered her voice, but because of her crisp voice, it could still be heard. One heard that Biao's younger sister's reputation in the Ding capital is not good." "Tanner." A loud shout interrupted the young female's words, and it was Luo Sui who opened his mouth and stared fiercely at that young female called Tanner. The young female quickly straightened her body and stuck out her tongue and no longer spoke. She did not speak, but a slightly younger and more lively lad came over and pulled Tanner's hand, saying, "Grandpa is so biased. This cousin has not come yet, but he is already protecting her like this. I want to see what kind of person this Biao's younger sister is." Shen Xan had been fighting in the northwest region all year round and would pass by the Shaochun city whenever he went to the northwest border, thus he would come over every year. Xin Qiu and the Luo family also knew each other. If one were to say that the person that the Luo family was most interested in was Xin Miao, whom they had never seen since she was born. The world was so big that it could be said that it was big, but it could also be said that it was small. In the Shaochun city, there would occasionally be some officials who were demoted or passing by, so they would know a thing or two about the rumors in the Ding capital. What kind of person was Xin Miao? Regarding the rumors of the idiot D daughter, it was also famous in the Shaochun city. Chapter 423. Hearing of one's reputation was not as good as seeing. Today one could finally see it. There were so many commoners surrounding outside, and speaking of which, the majority of them wanted to see what Xin Miao looked like. Just as this young female and that youth were whispering, a line of horse carriages slowly came over, and the ones riding at the front were Xin Xan and Xin Qiu. Behind them was a group of soldiers. "Father." Xin Xan got off the horse and Xin Qiu quickly followed up and ran to Luo Sui with a smile. "Why Zhu?" Luo Sui's gaze swept across the father and son pair before landing on the horse carriage. After all, it was not nice to see too much, as Luo Sui wanted to see his own granddaughter the most. A slightly plump foreign with a friendly smile said, "Youngest Gu and Jiao Jiao should be in the horse carriage. One fear that they are tired after walking for such a long time." Just as the words were spoken, one saw the curtain of the horse carriage being lifted and Jingzhe and Guyu helped Luo Shuiyan down. Luo Shuiyan then reached out to the horse carriage and a young female came down. That young female bent down from the horse carriage and when she raised her head, a pretty face was revealed. When she turned her head back, Luo Shuiyan was already holding her hand and walking forward. "Jiao Jiao, let us go home." The young female called Tanner opened her mouth but did not speak. The Shaochun city was windy and dry, thus the young females had dark skin and it was rare to see fair skin, not to mention such a white and juicy young female. That young female's brows were very delicate and because of her snow-white skin, it was even more picturesque. Black eyebrows, black eyes, a small nose and rosy lips. However, the most surprising thing was her temperament. She was held by Luo Shuiyan and looked like a very delicate young female, but under Luo Shuiyan's valiant and heroic bearing, she did not seem as weak as the iris flower. Instead she looked more dignified and noble as if she was the leader. The surrounding commoners and the Luo family were somewhat dumbfounded. One's bearing was important when looking at a person, but a woman's aptitude was the most important and beauty was secondary. This Shen family's young female's aptitude was more captivating than her appearance. She followed Luo Shuiyan step by step until she was in front of Luo Sui. Luo Sui was tall and had deep eyes and a high nose. Compared to Shen Xian's boorishness, he appeared more serious and unreasonable. He frowned as he stared at Shen Miao. With such a cold look, if it was a young lady with less courage, she would have been scared to tears. Moreover, Shen Miao looked like a delicate and noble young lady from the Ding capital, so everyone thought that she would be scared out of her wits. Tanner and the young man beside her raised the corners of their mouths to watch the show. Shen Miao raised her head and looked at Luo Sui. Her brows relaxed and her body was soft. Apparently she was not nervous because of Luo Sui's reaction. Her eyes were calm and she even smiled slightly. That kind of attitude of a superior towards a subordinate actually made Luo Sui stunned for a moment. The attitude of the superior towards the inferior? The Luo family in the Shaochun city was in existence like the Lord of the Earth City, so how could there be someone in a higher position? After Luo Sui was stunned for a moment, he suddenly laughed out loud. When she smiled, the nervous people around her were all shocked. Luo Sui patted Shen Miao's head and shouted energetically, "Girl, why did not call me?" "Grandfather," Shen Miao answered meekly. Luo Shuiyan heaved a sigh of relief. Luo Sui and Shen Xian were different. Shen Xian pampered Shen Miao to the heavens, but Luo Sui was a strict father since young. Even she herself had some fear of Luo Sui when she was young. Now that Luo Sui was older, he was not as dignified as before, but the habit of scaring young ladies had not changed. She was afraid that Shen Miao would be scared, but fortunately Shen Miao's reaction was not that big. Faintly, Luo Shuiyan's heart was somewhat proud. Shen Miao's attitude made Luo Shuiyan sigh of relief, but at the same time, it made the surrounding people somewhat surprised. The young ladies from the Ding capital did not seem to only know how to cry and live extravagantly, and seemed to have some courage. Tanner was unconvinced as he whispered to the young youth, "Must be pretending not to be afraid." Chapter 424. The oldest youth with the best temperament looked at Shen Miao thoughtfully and did not speak. Luo Shuiyan then pulled Shen Miao forward to introduce her. Other than Luo Sui, the Luo family had two other sons and they were Shen Miao's two Jiujio, Luo Lianing and Luo Liantai. Luo Lianing's wife was Madame Yu, a gentle and honest woman. He gave birth to two sons, Luo Ling and Luo Sa. Shen Miao's second Jiushu, Luo Liantai's wife was Madame Ma. Her maiden family did business and was shrewd, giving birth to a pair of siblings. The elder sister was called Luo Tan, and the younger brother was called Luo Qian. Luo Ling was Shen Miao's eldest Biao older brother. This Biao older brother was 18 this year and had a gentle and honest temperament, exactly the same as Madame Yu. When he saw him, he would greet him gently and politely and was a very considerate person. And second Biao older brother, Luo Sa, was 17 years old and also Luo Ling's younger twin brother. He looked at Shen Miao and snorted coldly before ridiculing, "Young lady of the Ding capital, can she withstand the sandstorms of the Shaochun city?" He was kicked by Luo Lianing. That Luo Tan was 16 this year and had some suspicions towards Shen Miao. Her attitude was not warm and was more curious. Luo Tan's younger brother was the same age as Shen Miao and kept sizing Shen Miao up. He had a round face and was somewhat picky. After greeting the Luo family circle of people and recognizing them, Luo Sui let Luo Shuiyan bring them to the residence first. The Luo residence was a place where a large family lived together, and they all lived in harmony and love. The Shen family was settled in the courtyard that Luo Shuiyan had before she was married, so they could stay there. When the servants went to tidy up the room, everyone talked in the hall. After the initial excitement, it was time to get down to business. The Luo family and the Shen family were different. When the Shen family was in the Ding capital, because Shen Gui and Shen Wan took the path of civil officials and was different from Shen Xian, naturally there would not be any discussions in court. In addition, they weren't blood relatives to begin with, and there was a layer of separation between them, so these private matters were even less likely to be brought up. The Luo family was different as they were all one family. Not only Luo Lianing and Luo Liantai could listen, Luo Ling and the other juniors could also listen, and even the females could listen. After Shen Xian's family came, they naturally wanted to listen to it. Yin'er, what plans do you have for the future after returning to the Shaochun city? Luo Sui asked. Shen Xian had previously written a letter to inform about the matter of his tiger tally being taken away and retreating to the Shaochun city. It was just that they were too far away at that time to discuss it. Now that they were right in front of him, he had to ask about it. Luo Shuiyan smiled and said, "Why does father ask like this? Since one came to the Shaochun city, naturally one should live well here." Regarding the matter of reviving the Luo family's army, Luo Shuiyan and Shen Xian still did not know how to tell Luo Sui. With Luo Sui's inflexible character, he would need some grinding. Third younger sister. It was Luo Lianing who opened his mouth. He glanced at Shen Xian and hesitated for a moment before asking, "But the Shen family army was taken in just like that. Is there really no turning back?" They were generals, so they understood the significance of an army to a general. Shen Xian had been on the battlefield for so many years, and it was not easy for him to suddenly be an idle ordinary person. If it was them, they would also be indignant. Shen Xian cupped his hands and said, "Eldest brother, rather than complaining, it is better to let nature take its course. The Shaochun city is also very good. I also want to spend some time at the place where Shuiyan lived." Hearing that, Luo Sui looked at Shen Xian a few more times and the serious expression on his face eased up a little. "It is rare that you have changed your temperament." Everyone was clear about Shen Xian's fiery and straightforward temperament, so for him to say such peaceful words was indeed out of everyone's expectations. Shen Miao looked at the Luo family's different expressions and suddenly asked, "Grandfather, one heard that there are 2 Jew at the Shaochun city's border." Chapter 425. As soon as these words were spoken, the surroundings instantly became silent. A moment later, Madame Ma reacted. She was a straightforward person and said with a smile, "Jiao Jiao, don't be afraid. Those Turks are outside the city and don't dare to come in. Even if they come in, our Luo family soldiers can chase them away. They've been safe and sound for so many years. There's nothing to fear." Shen Qiu also thought that Shen Miao was afraid and softly comforted. Jianyang said correctly, "Jiao Jiao need not be afraid." Shen Miao's eyes drooped down. The Shaochun city was a small place at the borderlands, and in the borderlands, there would always be nomads invading. The Turks in the east were one such group. These Turks were physically strong and had capable horses, making them extremely fierce in battle. If they were to fight with real swords and spears, Ming Qi's side would be at a disadvantage. But because the Shaochun city was easy to defend and hard to attack, coupled with the Luo family's prestige, these 2 Jew dared not advance and only dared to harass at the borders. Every year from August to October, the grasslands where the 2 Jew lived would be dry, and the 2 Jew would come to the Shaochun city to snatch things. All he had to do was chase these small fights away. The commoners were used to this, so they didn't take it to heart. But Shen Miao remembered that in this year, a major event happened in the Shaochun city. She nodded her head and nonchalantly said, "The Luo family army is as brave and fierce as father's Shen family army. In that case, if the 2 Jew were to attack the city, one feared that they would be able to resist." Luo Sui's expression stiffened, and Luo Lianying's and Luo Liantai's expression did not look good either and could be said to be somewhat embarrassed. When there was no opponent, the Luo family would not be able to cope with such a huge expenditure of troops and horses. Moreover, Emperor Wen Hui in the Ding capital simply did not care about the Shaochun city, thus after so many years, the Luo family's army was no different from dispersing. The officers and soldiers went home to farm or do business. The Luo family army that was left behind was just a bunch of loose traders. Other than going to the border every year to intimidate the Turks, he basically did nothing else. Comparing the Luo family's army with the Shen family's army was simply slapping the Luo family's face. Luo Sa immediately turned hostile and looked at Shin Miao with anger. What do you mean? Luo Ling quickly pulled him back and looked at Shin Miao warmly. Second younger brother's words are too serious. Biao younger sister must not lower herself to second younger brother's level. Those from the Ding capital are indeed different. Luo Tan's mouth twitched. We've lived here for so many years without any problems, but cousin is always afraid of this and that. Don't worry, the Turks will not enter the city. It's already been so many years, Shin Miao gently smiled. What if one enters the city? Luo Tan did not expect that Shin Miao would refute and could not help but be surprised for a moment. Luo Sui, who was sitting on the high seat, did not speak. The Luo family's education of the younger generation was like this, to let them fight for themselves and discuss on their own. There were some things that one would only be able to find out more by exploring on their own. The elders just watched quietly from the side. Shin Miao's words just now had some meaning, but since Luo Sui did not speak, it was not good for Luo Lianing and the rest to speak, so they could only watch the younger generation speak. How can he enter the city? Luo Tan angrily retorted. Those Turks only want some rations and tools. Once the 10th month is over, the drought will be over and they will not dare to act recklessly. After entering the city, we still have to fight. How can it be that easy? Shin Miao's expression did not change as she lightly said, only food and tools for more than 10 years. Don't you feel that it is too easy to satisfy? Everyone was surprised for a moment. Luo Qian's age was similar to Shin Miao and he asked curiously, Biao youngest sister, what do you mean? If it was me, I would not be so satisfied. Shin Miao replied warmly, there are brave soldiers, strong horses and retreating grasslands. All of these, as compared to the scattered soldiers in the Shaochun city and the broken weapons, are much better. Why not fight for it? If one does not fight, it is because one is not familiar with the route to the Shaochun city. But after exploring for more than 10 years for such a small city, even if one only comes once a year and only goes to one place every time, the map can be drawn out. She tilted her head and smiled. When two armies confront each other, one side is fully prepared but do not take action. Is it because of the rules that have been observed for so many years and must be abided by? Who said it? Chapter 426. For a long time no one in the room spoke. The two Jew did not have any ambitions towards the Shaochun city, and every time because of the lack of supplies, they would snatch things and everyone was used to it. Who knew that Shin Miao's words today from another aspect, an aspect that they had never thought about before, awakened them from their dreams. Not bad, the Turks had everything, so why couldn't they have ambition? If the two Jew wanted to take over the Shaochun city, how could the people in the Shaochun city resist? Luo Sa's expression also slowly changed. He looked at Shin Miao and even though his tone was still not good, compared to the anger just now, it had eased a lot. He said, then what do you want to say? I see that the Luo family's army is not as tightly gathered as the Shin family's army. Shin Miao said it politely. How was it not as tightly gathered as the Shin family's army? It was obviously a plate of loose sand. Seeing the flash of pain in Luo Sui's eyes, Shin Miao smiled gently. When one was young, one had heard from mother about the heroic bearing of Waizu leading the Luo family's army into battle. Waizu had never thought of restoring the glory of the Luo family's army? The glory of the Luo family army was restored once again. Everyone in the room sucked in a breath of cold air. Even Shin Xian and Luo Shuiyan looked at Shin Miao with some disbelief. Luo Qian's and Luo Tan's eyes brightened. The younger generation would always look forward to unlimited glory, and the scene that Shin Miao described would at least greatly satisfy the vanity of the youths and females. Luo Ling and Luo Sa were older and did not show that eagerness, but there was still a trace of expectation in Luo Sa's eyes. Luo Sui looked at Shin Miao for a while and suddenly laughed. You, this little girl, your ambition is not small. It is rare for a place like the Ding capital to be able to raise such a hard bone like you. His words were filled with appreciation towards Shin Miao. Luo Shuiyan and Shin Xian immediately felt honored. But it was only for a moment before Luo Sui sighed and said in an unclear tone, it is just that girl, to restore the glory of the Luo family's army. How would it be as simple as you said? Soldiers, horses and rations all cost money. How could the Luo family afford it? It's useless to raise an army. Little girl, do you want to waste all the money of my Luo family on this? Soldiers are trained for 1,000 days to be used in a single moment. But those soldiers were raised by the treasury's silver, like the Luo family's army that was far away in a small place. Emperor Wen Hui could rest assured and naturally would not allocate any silver. for the Luo family to bear the expenses of such a troop. Yet, they didn't know who they should be dealing with and who they should be fighting against. It was indeed sad. The imperial court is not willing to give the Luo clan money because the Luo clan's army is not outstanding. But if the Luo family army's prestige was outstanding and they won the battle, His Majesty would take the initiative to send money to them in order to appease the various factions in the court. As for the enemy, Shen Miao smiled gently. Far away there is the Qin country and Great Liang, nearby there is the Tuju and Xiongnu. Ming Qi never had a lack of opponents, and with the advancement of their military strength, naturally they would be sent to further battlefields. Grandfather, what do you think? Let's not talk about what she said, but the way she talked and smiled as she analyzed the various forces, and the way she smiled and tilted her head could be seen clearly. She was obviously a pampered young lady from a noble family, but she made people feel that she was a tenacious woman who had climbed from the bottom of society. Luo Sui suddenly got angry. He suddenly stood up and flicked his sleeves before saying coldly, "There is no need to mention the matter of reorganizing the Luo family's army. I do not agree. Shuiyin, bring them down to rest. There is no need to discuss this matter in the future." Finishing, he did not even look at the people in the hall and turned to leave. Luo Sui's anger was inexplicable and Luo Shuiyin was also very puzzled. Shen Qiu touched Shen Miao's head and firmly stood on Shen Miao's side. "Younger sister is good." Luo Sa swept a glance over and whispered to Luo Ling, "This Biao younger sister is not simple." Luo Ling smiled and said, "Perhaps." Luo Tan's lips twitched. What is so great about just talking glibly? Even grandfather was angered. Luo Qin shook his head and his eyes stared at Shen Miao, who was talking to Shen Qiu. "Not only glibly talking, she also looks very pretty. Older sister is prettier than you." Luo Tan glared at him fiercely. Chapter 427. The days in the Luo family was thus settled down. Shen Xian and Shen Qiu were masters that could not stay idle, and would train the soldiers at the simple and crude training grounds outside the Luo family's residence. Naturally, they were training the front line of the Shen family's army. Those frontline soldiers were the kitchen soldiers, and after being tormented by Shen Xian daily, they were miserable, and Shen Xian also trained till he was angry. Luo Shuiyin was busy visiting friends and relatives. The Shaochun city was the place where she lived during her childhood and teenage years, and there were many close friends here. Every day she would bring Shen Miao out to visit her old friends, and inexplicably Shen Miao got to know a bunch of Furins. Initially everyone served young Lady Jiao, who came from Ming Qi, cautiously, and the food she ate was the most elaborate, the silk thread was the most delicate, the snacks were made in different ways, and even the flowers and plants were trimmed more beautifully than before. In the past, those female officials who came to the Shaochun city from the Ding capital had some temper, and everyone was afraid that they would not be careful and not serve Shen Miao well. Who knew that after staying for a period of time, one would discover that the previous thoughts were superfluous. Shen Miao blended in very well in the Shaochun city, and did not receive any special treatment. There would occasionally be hail in the Shaochun city, and Shen Miao was only somewhat curious and not afraid. After a long time, the Luo family gradually put down their guard against this Biao young lady. Among the 4 juniors of the Luo family, Luo Ling and Luo Sa had started to take up positions in the guards, and were rarely seen. Luo Tan and Luo Qian spent more time at home, and when Shen Miao gave her a mirror, Luo Tan shook hands with Shen Miao. As for Luo Qian, he had a lively temperament, and was like a grown-up Su Ming Lang, pestering Shen Miao all day to tell her stories of the Ding capital. Shen Miao did not need to think about Fu Xiuyi's matters in the Shaochun city, and her mind was much clearer. She treated Luo Qian as a younger brother. On this day, Luo Qian and Luo Tan came to Shen Miao's courtyard to look for her. The Shaochun city was not comparable to the Ding capital, and if one went to the Ding capital, one could still go shopping. The big and small shops would not be finished even after a few months, but the Shaochun city was small, and there was not much to shop after a few days. Shen Miao stayed in the residence, and Luo Qian and Luo Tan felt bored, so they came over to talk to her. Luo Qian was eating the Jiangnan snacks that the kitchen made for Shen Miao as he said, "Yesterday I went to the drill grounds to watch older brother Qiu train the soldiers. Even though those soldiers were not good, older brother Qiu's martial arts were very high. And cousin Qiu's bodyguard Mo, I couldn't even last a few moves against him. Cousin, can you ask cousin Qiu to teach me a few moves?" Shen Miao smiled. "If you want to learn, just tell eldest brother directly. You will definitely agree." "Really?" Luo Qian's youthful nature instantly made him happy. Speaking of which, it was strange. Most of the gentlemen in the Ding capital were arrogant, but because they had experienced too many things in their youth, they would show some slyness that was not commensurate with their age. However, the younger generation of the Luo clan was different. For example, Luo Qian was sincere and straightforward. He had the innocence of a young man, and it was easy for others to have a good impression of him. Biaomei, Luo Qian was also very close to this good-looking and docile little Biaomei and had long regarded her as one of his own. He said, "Xiao Biaomei's martial arts are really very good to look at. Is he the number one person in the Ding capital?" No. It should be the number one person in Mingqi? Eldest brother and second brother's martial arts are the best among us but still lost to older brother Qiu's hands. Luo Tan, who had been flipping through the picture book, finally could not bear to listen anymore. She bit the tangerine in her mouth and rolled her eyes at Luo Qian. "Are you stupid? So ignorant and ill-informed. Not to mention the Luo family's people, not to mention that I am your older sister. Really shameful." Shen Miao was already used to Luo Tan and Luo Qian, these two siblings, bickering all day long. Sure enough, Luo Qian was not convinced when he heard it. "What do you know? How am I ignorant and ill-informed? You mean that older brother Qiu is not the number one?" Chapter 428. Southern Xia and Northern Shen. Luo Tan unhurriedly said. Shen Miao was startled. Luo Tan was already proudly shaking her head. Everyone knows that there are two great military families in Mingqi. One is Gugu and Gufu's formidable great general Shen family, and the other is the Xia family of the residence of the Marquis of Lin, and older brother Qiu is a talent of the Shen family, and one heard that the little Marquis of the residence of the Marquis of Lin and is also a stunning talent. At that time Zufu had the fortune to see that little Marquis of the Xia family once and said that this child is not a person of the pond and will one day soar to the 9 heavens. Maternal Zufu. Seen little Marquis of the Xia family? Shen Miao asked hesitantly. Luo Qian also said, "That's right. Older sister, why do I not know? You only know how to eat. How would you know?" Luo Tan rolled her eyes at Luo Qian and continued, "One heard that in the beginning when the Marquis of Lin and took the military strategy, one coincidentally saw little Marquis Xia in the tent. After Zufu saw that little Marquis Xia, he sighed. Originally I wanted to inquire about it, but Zufu told me to stay away from him and said that little Marquis Xia is a dangerous person and not to be provoked." Shen Miao's eyes hung down. She did not know that Luo Sui had seen Xia Jingxing before. But Luo Sui was actually able to see that Xia Jingxing was not simple? Before she could break free from her own thoughts, she heard Luo Tan asking, "Youngest Biao sister, speaking of which, you also grew up in the Ding capital, so you should have seen that little Marquis Xia before?" Shen Miao paused for a moment and nodded her head. "What does he look like?" Luo Tan grabbed Shen Miao's arm. "Is it the same as the rumors say that he is a handsome immortal? Is he more handsome than older brother Ling?" The older brother Ling that she was talking about was naturally Luo Ling. Among the 3 sons of the Luo family, Luo Ling was gentle, Luo Sa was violent, and Luo Qian was lively. It was just that because Luo Ling was the most gentle, he looked the most handsome. Shen Miao said, "Not as handsome as older brother Ling." "Ah?" Luo Tan released her hand, her eyes filled with disappointment. "But I heard that the Xie young Marquis has a good appearance and his character is the most romantic. If a woman were to take a look at him, they would be intoxicated. You're even inferior to big brother Ling?" Luo Qian looked at her gloatingly. "The most important thing for a man is naturally his ability. What does it have to do with looks? Moreover, even if that little Xia Marquis is really looking for a wife, he would definitely not look for someone like you." Luo Qian smiled as he looked at Shen Miao. "Naturally one would look for youngest Biao sister, this kind of fresh and gentle young lady." Luo Tan and Luo Qian immediately became a mess. Shen Miao held her forehead as she looked at the 2 siblings quarreling and felt somewhat helpless in her heart. She did not expect that Xie Jingxing's reputation would spread far and wide in the Shaochun city. Thinking about Xie Jingxing's trip to the northern borderland, he should have already arrived. This was his first time leading troops into battle as a young marshal. Although he knew that Xie Jingxing had the ability to lead troops into battle, but when he thought of the ending of this person's previous life, his heart could not help but shrink. Forget it. Shen Miao shook her head and drove away those inexplicable thoughts in her heart. In the past, she thought that Xie Jingxing was best at commanding troops and setting up formations. But now that she fought with Xie Jingxing, she realized that he was best at playing chess behind the scenes. That person's mind was calm and steady, so he must definitely be able to turn misfortune into blessing. Time passed by in a flash. Luo Tan and Luo Qian sat at Xin Miao's place until evening. The sky started to turn gloomy. Once it was the 9th or 10th month in the Shaochun city, the grasslands outside the city would be dry, but there would often be heavy rain in the city. Different from the rain in the Ding capital, the rain in the Shaochun city carried the smell of sand and was incomparably fierce. The dark clouds almost covered the entire sky, and in a short moment, it was as if it was night time. Luo Tan looked at the sky and said, "Not good. One fear that there will be hail again." Chapter 429. Why haven't Uncle and the others returned yet? Luo Qian stood up as well and frowned. Although the Luo family army had dispersed, they still needed people to guard the city. On normal days, Luo Lianying and Luo Liantai would be working in the guards, and when Shenexang came, he would bring Xin Qiu along to help. On the other hand, he was supposed to return to the mansion for dinner in the evening, but he had yet to return at this time. Xin Miao looked outside and suddenly thought of something as her face changed. Luo Tan saw that Xin Miao's expression was not right and thought that she was afraid and felt somewhat strange in her heart. "Biao, youngest sister, are you afraid of hail? There was one a few days ago and you weren't afraid then. Why are you afraid now?" Speaking till here, he patted Xin Miao's shoulders. "Do not be afraid. We have lived here for so many years and there would often be hail at this time of the year. Don't be afraid." Xin Miao did not get better because of her comfort, and her expression became uglier. As such, even the carefree Luo Qian also felt that something was wrong. He looked at Xin Miao doubtfully. "Why is Biao, youngest sister, so nervous? Is it because you are worried about Gufu? It's okay." As soon as he finished speaking, he heard someone calling from outside. It was the Luo family's manservant. Because he ran too fast, he even tripped. He said, "Young master, young lady, Lady Biao, madam wants you to go to the hall quickly." Luo Tan was stunned and frowned. What happened? The two Jew came to snatch things again, so master brought the two masters and General Shen to the grasslands. The two young masters are still in the mansion, and the weather is about to change. "Miss, please hurry to the main hall." Although the manservant was a little anxious, his attitude was not flustered. It was obvious that this had happened many times, and he seemed to have some experience. Luo Tan angrily stomped her foot. "Damn Turks." Luo Qian said to Xin Miao, "Biao, youngest sister, follow us in first. It will be all right." At this time he did not forget to comfort Xin Miao. Xin Miao nodded her head. When they reached the front hall of the Luo residence, there were already quite a number of people gathered there. Both Madame Yu and Madame Ma were in the hall. When they saw the three of them, they heaved a sigh of relief. Most likely Madame Ma was afraid of scaring Xin Miao, so she walked over to Xin Miao's side and pulled Xin Miao's hands. Jiao Jiao had not seen such big hailstones before. "It is all right, later we will talk in the hall." After so long, Jiao Jiao had never told us about the matters in the Ding capital. However, he did not mention anything about the Turks at all. Madame Yu's temperament was a bit gentler, so she also smiled and said, "That's right. Let's eat lamb stew tonight. I wonder if Jiao Jiao will like it." The Shaochun city was adjacent to the grasslands, and when the two Jew did not come to rob, they would use cattle and sheep to exchange for some daily necessities. Cattle and sheep were born sturdy. After slaughtering the fresh sheep, they cut the mutton into thin slices and set up a small pot. The thin and plump slices were almost cooked as soon as they came into contact with water. Then they were dipped in a little spicy sauce. Previously Luo Tan wanted to let Xin Miao eat the lamb here but was afraid that she would not be used to it. She did not think that it would be brought up today. It was obvious that she wanted Xin Miao to be distracted and not think about other things. Xin Miao smiled gently at Madame Yu. The Luo family always released their goodwill to the greatest extent. The two Jews' nest was in the depths of the grasslands, and every time there was a pursuit, the Luo family's army did not have enough manpower. It required all the able-bodied males of the Luo family to move out in full strength. But this year with Shenexan and wife it was better. Shenexan, Luo Shuiyan, Shinqiu, Luo Lianing and Luo Liantai all went, and even Luo Sui also followed. In the Shaochun city, only the Luo family could guard the commoners. Originally Luo Ling and Luo Sa also wanted to go, but since Shenexan and the rest went, Luo Ling and Luo Sa stayed in the Shaochun city. The sky outside was already dark and Luo Tan bit her lips tightly. looking somewhat sullen. Her own home was being robbed by others every year. No matter what, she would not be happy. Chapter 430. Most of the people in the hall were females, and there were also some maids and servants. Bai Lu and Shuangjiang quietly handed the snacks that were left in the afternoon to Xin Miao for her to eat. The pot was already set up in the hall and the kitchen was cutting the lamb. The soup in the pot started to emit an aroma, but at this time no one was in the mood to be happy. Luo Qian felt somewhat hungry, and when he saw that there were some snacks beside Xin Miao, he walked over and sat down beside Xin Miao and picked up a snack to eat. Xin Miao looked at him without blinking. Luo Qian was somewhat baffled by Xin Miao's gaze and finally scratched his head and could not help but speak. "Biao, youngest sister, why are you looking at me for? Are you afraid?" The place where both of them sat was far away from Madame Yu and the rest, so ordinary people would not be able to hear their voices. Xin Miao said, "Older brother Qian, why is Waizu not willing to reorganize the Luo family's army?" Luo Qian was startled. That day when Waizu heard me speak, he was angry. One feared that it was not because there was no money to support the Luo family's army. "Older brother Qian, can you tell me the reason?" Luo Qian's eyes looked around and avoided Xin Miao's eyes as he stammered, "What reason is there? It is just that there is no money." Biao, youngest sister, should not think too much. Without money, how can one build the Luo family's army? Xin Miao looked at him quietly. Her eyes were bright and moving, full of clarity, without the slightest bit of emotion. However, it was this kind of frank expression that made people unable to resist. It made people feel that lying in front of such a pair of eyes was blasphemy. Luo Qian was after all a lively youth, and his relationship with Xin Miao was not bad, so he finally gave up and said softly, "Biao, youngest sister, this matter is something that no one in our residence dare to say. But since you are one of us, I will tell you about it. Even if you know about it, do not tell others. If my father and mother knew that I told you about it, I will definitely receive a beating." Xin Miao nodded her head. "Actually, you are not the first person to mention the matter of reorganizing the Luo family's army." Luo Qian said, "The time when the Luo family's army really started to decline was not long after youngest Gu was born. At that time the Luo family was already declining and Zuzu's ambitions were not fulfilled. When Zuzu saw that he was depressed all day, she proposed to revive the Luo family's army. Grandfather already had this idea in his heart, and as soon as grandmother said so, he immediately made preparations. But at that time we were still short of money, so grandmother said what Biaomei said to grandfather that day, that the army should be famous. As long as we win the battle, His Majesty will notice this army and naturally allocate the money. At that time the problem of the silver would be solved. Thus, my grandfather volunteered to be the commander to fight a border war." Luo Qian sighed, "Biao, youngest sister, you should have already guessed what the result was. Grandfather's great defeat had almost become a joke. The Luo family's army was already in decline, and after suffering such a heavy blow, they were even more unable to recover. Most importantly, when grandfather was leading the army to war, grandmother was seriously ill. In order to make grandfather feel at ease, grandmother didn't let her family tell grandfather the news. By the time grandfather returned from the defeat, grandmother had already passed away. Grandfather always felt that if he didn't fulfill his promise to grandmother, he wouldn't be able to face her even if he died 100 years later. After so many years, he did not reorganize the Luo family's army because he did not have the courage to face the past failures." Luo Qian put down the snacks in his hands and looked at Xin Miao. "Biao, youngest sister, I know that you want to let the Luo family's army regain its prestige, but our Luo family does not seek to be famous. My mother said before that one must cherish the people in front of one. Just like grandfather, if time could be turned back, he would definitely not fight that war and choose to stay by grandmother's side. So if one can make grandfather happy, even if the Luo family's army continues to be depressed, it would not matter." Chapter 431. Xin Miao looked at Luo Qian and her heart was slightly surprised. She did not think that with Luo Qian's carefree temperament, he would actually say such words. The Luo family's righteousness, kindness was indeed not fake. But to know of such a past event from Luo Qian's mouth, one's heart also sighed. This was the worst defeat of the awe-inspiring great general's life. Was it because he was overconfident, or because he didn't have any confidence in the outcome? Shen Miao thought that it was not that Luo Sui could not afford to lose this battle, but the one he could not afford to lose was none other than Luo Foran. Abandoning his ill wife and choosing meritorious service, the final outcome ruthlessly slapped him in the face. No wonder that when Shen Miao said those words that day, Luo Sui's face instantly changed color. One feared that the most hidden pain in this general's heart had been evoked. But if one is depressed like this, would Wai Zumu be happy? Shen Miao suddenly opened her mouth. AI. Luo Qian turned his head to look at her and was somewhat puzzled. Shen Miao smiled gently. If I admire a person and he is a hero, one would hope that he would wear the treasured sword that he should wear, ride the fierce horse that he should ride, lead the bravest soldiers and obtain the most proud meritorious service. I am not willing for him to suffer grievances. Now that Wai Zumu is suffering grievances, if Wai Zumu knew, would she not feel heartache? If it was me, I would feel heartache. Luo Qian was somewhat confused by Shen Miao's words. Not to mention anything else, to say, admire, in front of a male like him made him somewhat aghast. Madame Ma also said that Shen Miao was a young lady from the Ding capital and was delicate and timid. One must take good care of her as she would have a shy temperament. Now it seemed, where was there any shyness? One feared that she was more magnanimous than Luo Tan. Just as he was thinking, one heard a servant shouting outside, "Eldest young master, second young master is back." Everyone looked towards the entrance of the hall and it was the two brothers Luo Ling and Luo Sa. Most likely it was about to rain outside as the air was somewhat humid. Both of their clothes seemed to be stained with water. Luo Ling and Luo Sa had just returned from the garrison and looked somewhat travel-worn. Madame Yu first instructed the servant to pour tea for both of them and Luo Sa downed it in one gulp. Luo Tan had already ran up and asked Luo Ling, "Older brother Ling, how is it outside?" "Seeing that it's going to hail, I've already told the commoners to go back to their houses to hide. Everything is prepared outside." Luo Ling replied with a smile, "Second younger brother and I will guard here for the night after returning. Our hall is sturdy so there's nothing to be afraid of." "What happened to Dad, Uncle and Grandpa?" Luo Tan asked relentlessly. Luo Sa frowned and said, "He's not back yet." Luo Tan still wanted to say something but when Luo Ling saw Luo Qian and Shen Miao walking over, he quickly said, "It is nothing. Most likely one would be somewhat busy tonight and would return tomorrow." He changed the topic. "It smells so good. Are we going to eat hot mutton tonight? Cousin has never eaten this before. I don't know if she is used to it." Shen Miao walked in front of Luo Ling. Luo Ling was 18 this year and his brows were as handsome as Luo Lianing but his temperament was as gentle and considerate as Madame Yu. It was a far cry from Luo Sa's violent and unruly temperament. Shen Miao said, "Older brother Ling, is the city guards deployed?" Luo Ling was surprised for a moment as he did not expect that Shen Miao would ask about this and replied, "It is all arranged." "How many people are there in the city guards?" Shen Miao asked. This time Luo Sa's gaze landed on Shen Miao. When these juniors spoke, Madame Yu and Madame Ma were far away. Luo Qian asked, "Why is youngest Biao sister asking this for?" "Tonight there will be hail so most likely no one will enter the city. 30 in the east and 30 in the west. In addition to 10 in the north, there are a total of 70 people." Luo Ling patiently answered. Chapter 432. Is there usually so many people? Shen Miao asked. After hesitating for a moment, Luo Ling said, "On normal days there would be more people, but today father and the rest had transferred them away, so there are not many city guards left. However, as long as nothing happened in the city, 70 people would be enough. The weather is not good tonight. Little brother is right, no one should enter the city. The Luo army only had so many people that it could use. In pursuing the Turks, it was only natural that it take all the useful people with it. The remaining city guards seemed to be stretched thin. Of course the Shaochun city had been safe and sound for so many years, the city guards would at most help to capture fugitives or thieves, and there was not much use." Luo Sa stared at Shen Miao for a while and suddenly said, "You are afraid that the two Jew will attack?" Everyone was taken aback by his words. Luo Tan's jaw dropped. Luo Qian asked, "Second brother, what are you talking about? Why would the Turks attack?" Luo Sa sneered and stared at Shen Miao's eyes without blinking. "Didn't Biao youngest sister say it on the day you came? The two Jew have ambition and strength, so why can't they attack? Is this what you're afraid of?" Luo Sa's character was somewhat aggressive and facing his sharp gaze, Shen Miao nodded her head. "Correct. What I am afraid of is this. How is this possible? Luo Tan said, not to say if what you said will happen. Today father and Gufu had gone to the grasslands to pursue the two Ju, so how would the two Ju be distracted to attack the Shaochun city? If he was really ambitious, wouldn't it have been better to find an opportunity before? Luring the tiger away from the mountain. Not only the Mingqi people would use it. Shen Miao said lightly, even though the two Ju are nomads they are not fools. After living with the people of the Shaochun city for so many years, do you think that you would not learn something? As long as the Turks aren't fools they would have learned it long ago. Shen Miao's uncharacteristic cold attitude made the few of them somewhat surprised. After a moment of silence it was Luo Ling who spoke first. Youngest Biao sister, is this your own guess or? Where did you hear this news? Shen Miao had always been worried that the Turks would attack the city and today she was acting so strangely. Everyone noticed this point and as long as one was not a fool, they would be able to see that something was wrong. Simply being afraid was one thing, but if he got other information from somewhere else, it would be another matter. Intuition. Intuition? Luo Sa was not angry but laughed. Biao youngest sister, this is not the time to joke. Could it be that both older brothers have been in the city's guards for so many years and do not know the logic of taking preventive measures? Shen Miao's expression was slightly restrained and the meekness in her eyes was restrained and gradually there was determination. She said, if the Turks really attack we can prepare in advance and naturally everyone will be happy. If they did not attack the Shaochun city would be spared from the calamity, would it not be a good thing? Could it be that bad things had to happen in order to be prepared? If they don't even understand this, it's no wonder that the Luo family is on the decline. Luo Sa was furious. Luo Tan's and Luo Qian's faces were also not looking good. It was Luo Ling who stared at Shen Miao for a while and his expression did not change and was as gentle as before. He cupped his hands towards her and said, Biao youngest sister is right. It is us who are slow-witted but based on the lack of manpower of the city's guards, it is an irrefutable fact. Based on Biao youngest sister's opinion what should be done? On the surface it was a question but it was to ask her to solve a thorny problem and to test her ability. Shen Miao's heart was startled. This gentle Biao older brother was not as generous as he looked on the surface. She said, if it really come to this step, it is not possible for the manpower to increase for no reason. The Turks came prepared and we are naturally not their opponent. I am after all a female and do not know martial arts. Rather than taking risks, it is better to protect myself. Older brother Ling, why not gather more guards at the Luo residence's doors to protect the Luo residents? If there is a problem they would be able to resist for a while. When her slippery words came out, everyone was stunned. She spoke so vehemently but at this moment, why did she show such a helpless look? For a moment, the younger generation of the Luo family did not understand Shen Miao's meaning. Luo Sa was the most depressed. He wanted to get angry when he saw Shen Miao but could not find a reason to get angry and could only sit at the side with a face full of anger. Luo Ling looked at Shen Miao meaningfully and said unexpectedly, then do as Biao youngest sister says. Everyone sat down in the hall again. One did not know why but because of Shen Miao's words, the atmosphere became somewhat stiff. Even Luo Qian and Luo Tan seemed to be nervous. Only Madame Ma and Madame Yu did not know anything and were still instructing the chefs in the kitchen. It was until the sky was completely dark that Luo Ling's guards suddenly requested to see him. Luo Ling let him in and that guard's expression was anxious as he whispered a few words to Luo Ling's ear. Luo Ling's expression changed and suddenly looked towards Shen Miao. Shen Miao was drinking tea leisurely. Chapter 433. Shen Miao was leisurely drinking tea. At this time, when the wind was raging outside, she was sitting in a corner of the hall and slowly sipping the hot tea that Jingzhe handed over. It was as if she was really a naive and innocent young lady who was waiting for the lamb slices at the back of the kitchen to be ready so that she could sit around and enjoy the hot lamb. Luo Ling's expression became somewhat serious. Luo Sa noticed that something was wrong with him and followed Luo Ling's gaze to look at Shen Miao. His face also sank a bit as he asked, what happened? Luo Ling did not care about him and did not instruct the guard what to do, but stood up and walked in front of Shen Miao. Biao youngest sister, step aside to talk. Cousin Ling, if you have anything to say just say it here. Shen Miao put the teacup in her hands aside and looked at him with a smile. If something really happened, it would not be hidden. Seeing this, Luo Qian and Luo Tan also walked over. Madame Ma and Madame Yu noticed the commotion this time. They thought that there was a dispute between Xin Miao and Luo Ling, and at this time, they would naturally side with the female. Madame Yu immediately walked over and glanced at Luo Ling before shaking her head in disapproval. "Ling, do not scare Jiao Jiao." Hearing this, Luo Sa sneered and said, "Who's scaring who? Big brother, what exactly happened?" Luo Qin was young and spoke without thinking. If he had any doubts in his heart, he would ask out loud. Luo Ling looked at Xin Miao, and Xin Miao smiled gently at him, as if she knew what he was going to say next. That calmness of grasping everything made Luo Ling slightly startled. A moment later, he sighed and said helplessly, "The city guards have sent news that the Turks. It looks like they're entering the city." "What?" Luo Tan exclaimed. She immediately realized that her voice was too loud, so she covered her mouth. As they spoke, the surrounding maids and senior servants were far away and did not hear clearly. But the greatest taboo in the world was to shake the morale of the army. They had gathered here to hide from the hail, but if the Turks were to learn that they had entered, the morale of the army would immediately fall into disarray. Even if there was no chaos because of Luo Ling and Luo Sa, at least there would be panic. Madame Yu and Madame Ma were from ordinary families and naturally did not have the ability to protect themselves. When they heard this, they were stunned. Madame Ma immediately said, "Ling Sa, shouldn't we get someone to protect Jiao Jiao and the others first? How long can our Luo residents resist? When will your father come back?" Even the smartest and most capable woman couldn't help but panic when faced with such a situation. As for Yushir, she didn't know what to do. However, she still subconsciously said, "Why don't we hide somewhere first?" Luo Tan's and Luo Qin's faces were somewhat pale. They had lived in the Shaochun city since birth, and even though they had heard Luo Sui's stories of the battlefield, but they always felt that it was something far away from them. The Turks never entered the cities, but the stories of what would happen to them once they entered the cities had no shortage of stories. Even if Ming Qi's own soldiers attacked a city, there would be a massacre, not to mention the two Jews' savage nature. Biame actually guessed correctly," Luo Qian muttered. Madame Ma and Madame Yu were surprised for a moment before Madame Yu looked at Xin Miao. "Jiao Jiao? Guessed correctly?" Biame previously mentioned that the two Jew might attack the city. Luo Ling looked at her and an unclear light flashed in his eyes. Biame must have a countermeasure. "If one does not mind, please inform me. Now is the time of life and death." Luo Ling's attitude was extremely low, or it could be said that the Luo family would not have the arrogant thoughts of others. Otherwise, with Luo Ling's seniority and status, there was no need to be so humble to consult a young female. Chapter 434. When Luo Ling's action landed in Madame Ma's and the rest's eyes, they were extremely shocked. Luo Ling was the most outstanding among the younger generation of the Luo family, and now he actually wanted to consult Xin Miao? Xin Miao said, "Older brother Ling also did not tell me what is the situation now." Luo Ling waved his hands to summon the guard who came to report. When the guard saw Luo Ling going to ask an unfamiliar young lady, he was somewhat surprised but still honestly replied, "Replying young lady, someone from the guard saw the two Jew gathering at the city gates. The general has not returned and the city guards do not have enough manpower." At the end he was so ashamed that he could not speak anymore. Xin Miao did not have time to bother about his awkwardness and asked instead, "Is there a lot of manpower or not? Are the two Jews scattered or united?" Luo Sa's eyes were like torches as he stared at Xin Miao. That guard thought about it and said, "There are a lot of manpower. Even though they are scattered, there is the sound of horses. There should be reinforcements." The few of them suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. Luo Ling's and Luo Sa's expression became extremely ugly in a moment. If there was some fluke just now, at this moment they were really aware of the seriousness of the matter. Having horses meant that there was an army. The army that was able to contend with the two Jew on normal days was now fighting in the grasslands. At the moment the Shaochun city did not have any real military strength, but at this time they caught up with another two Jew army. Xin Miao was right. It was a diversion to lure the tiger away from the mountain. These two Jew had become cunning and even secretly developed another army. This army might not be as strong as the one that Shinexan dealt with, but to bathe the Shaochun city in blood, it was more than enough. Madame Ma and Madame Yu also realized that the matter was not good. Madame Ma said, "Why not call back all the manpower that can be used? No matter what, first protect you younger generation." It was the tradition of the Luo family since ancient times to let the younger generation leave first when there was an accident. It was to sacrifice the older generation and leave the hope to the younger generation. Luo Tan's eyes immediately turned red and pulled Madame Ma's sleeves. Mother, I do not want. If it is really not possible, then fight it out with them. Luo Qian gritted his teeth and there were two flames of anger in his eyes. In any case, we have the blood of generals flowing in our bones. Could it be that we are still afraid of those barbarians? Take the sword. At most, we will die together. Qian, Madame Ma said angrily, what nonsense are you talking about? Do you want to die if you go out now? If it really doesn't work, Big Brother and I will cover your escape. It was Luo Sa who opened his mouth. He said solemnly, there are still carriages in the residence. Escape from the back gate of the city. There is a section of mountain road. We will not be discovered even if we hide. No. Xin Miao interrupted them. Luo Sa looked at her. Do you have a way? Xin Miao shook her head. A trace of disappointment flashed across Luo Qian's and Luo Tan's faces at the same time. They did not know why, but they felt that Xin Miao seemed to have a lot of ability. Even though she looked delicate and noble and had tender skin, but every time they spoke to Xin Miao, that kind of peace and confidence made one feel at ease as if they had a backbone. But now that Xin Miao could not think of a solution, Luo Qian and Luo Tan were somewhat desperate. Then do as second younger brother says. Luo Ling said, first send you to the horse carriage and all the guards in the residence will follow you. It is enough to leave second younger brother and me in the Luo residence. I will go with second younger brother to the city guards. This was to sacrifice the two brothers to fight for time for the others. Madame Yu's tears fell in a moment and almost fainted as she pulled Luo Ling's hands. How can one let the two of you stay here? Madame Ma shook her head. We are one family. If we are to leave, we will leave together. This deadlock could not be resolved. Xin Miao shook her head and spat out two words. No. That you're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.